Hello everybody and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. Now for those of you who are new here, particularly those of you watching the VOD, past live stream, podcast, whatever you want to call it, I always make sure to include timestamps in the description below. So if you don't have an infinite supply of free time, but you want to watch whatever, some part of this, but not the entire thing, feel free to use that. Take advantage of that all you want, or watch the entire thing. That's what I would do. But that's just me personally. Now, today we're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking about something I never ever talk about, which is trans issues. I know, who would have guessed me talking about trans issues? Insane. I know. Now, I need to, on Discord, go over here, and then send now. Alright, anyways, sorry, I was just getting set up. But yeah, today we're going to be talking about trans issues. I'm so excited. It's something we never talk about. Now, we're going to be, hello, Girls the Elf. God, I can't even speak. Girls the Elf, welcome to this stream. Going through a lot, so appreciate the pretty face. Groovy to look at something nice every now and then. Aw, well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Now, alright, let's begin the segment. I just right away, right off the bat. No need to waste any more time, I guess, even though it can be entertaining. Now, I am... Oh, God. Did I put this on correctly? My outfit is on. Wrong. Hold on. I'm sorry. You know what? No, I guess I don't start the segment until I put the bodysuit on correctly. It's not buttoned up. I'm stupid. Sometimes after I use the restroom, I forget to button it back up, so then it's like something feels off and I can't tell what it is, and it's like, oh, that's what it is. That's why it feels off. Now, alright, now we can actually start the segment. Oh my god, sorry about that. Now, a lot of you who know me might know the fact that I'm a big advocate for punching up. Making fun of creators that are like 50 times my size. It's something that just seems like the correct thing to do, right? Why would you punch down when you could punch up? However, sometimes I sort of want to know what it's like to punch down a little bit, because I haven't done it in a while. Which is precisely what we're going to be doing today. So, it all started when, basically, YouTube, I guess, added this feature where it can suspend you from commenting for whatever wacky reason, which is stupid. I don't know why, but I guess they want it to be more like Twitter, which is complete cancer, obviously, and, so I started by posting this, because I received this one time when I tried commenting. Commenting paused to protect the community. Bullshit, it's not protecting anyone from anything, alright? Comments are harmless, okay? I wasn't posting anybody's IP address, okay? We've discovered comments that you've left that may violate community guidelines, harassment, and bullying policies. You'll be able to post comments again in one day. Have feedback? Let us know. I did leave feedback, but something tells me that, they're not gonna actually look at it. I know. Hello, Rise. Welcome to the stream. Hello, males. What does it feel like being a femboy? I don't know. Hello, Lord Pasta. So, aw, thank you for the £2, Rise. I appreciate that. You are so cute, by the way. Aw. That's so nice. It's about to show up on screen. Now, okay, so basically, you would think that this is fairly straightforward. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, YouTube added this dumb feature that literally nobody wants, no one asked for it, everyone, including people that dislike me, are gonna side with me, right? Also, thank you for the £2. I already read that donation. So I thought it was fairly straightforward. It's like, well, even commentary shitters that dislike me are against censorship, right? Wrong. They're not against censorship. I was getting tons of comments from, Cheeto fans being like, good, I'm glad you're getting censored, you deserve it. Same thing when I made a community post about one of my videos getting unfairly taken down. My channel has a warning now because of it, which is bullshit. And there was one individual that I thought looked familiar, and they left a comment in response to this saying, "Rare YouTube W." And I'm like, well, that profile picture looks awfully familiar. And then I clicked on their channel, and then I realized, oh, I've definitely seen this channel before. I've seen it. I think I saw one video, and I thought it was dog shit. I don't even think I commented on it. I just remember seeing it and being like, oh, wow, if I ever run out of things to talk about, you better believe I'm going to be making fun of them. But now that they have made it clear, how they feel about censorship and YouTube adding shitty features that nobody asked for, it's only bad when it happens to them. Yeah, exactly. It's like, if it happens to them, I'm somebody that's like, no, that shouldn't happen. They shouldn't be censored, right? But they don't offer me that same level of respect. It's fucking brain dead. Are you actually gonna debate me this time, buddy? Later. Because I need to make fun of somebody that I think should be a lolcow. Because I saw a few videos from this person. Now, oh god. Why does a Cheeto always go live the same time as you? He's my fan. He wants to call me on all my streams. And he wants an excuse to do it. Alright? Now, there are a lot of people, alright? There are a lot of people that say, being transgender is my only personality trait. But oh boy, let me tell you. If there is one individual where that is the case, it's gonna be, that's all this person talks about, right? Way more so than me. Apparently they do live streams? Where it looks like they talk about Blair White. Okay, I've talked about that. Trans talk. Should minors transition? Trans talk. Do trans women belong in the women's bathroom? So, obviously, this person talks about a lot of similar things. You would think, okay, that's nothing, too out there or bad, right? But then, if you look at it, you actually pay attention. It's like, oh, you realize that, oh, this person is like a true scum. They're a transmedicalist. They probably don't even think non-binary people are real. I'm just saying. In fact, there's a video called, I Don't Understand Non-Binary. I haven't seen this one. And, considering that this is somebody that believes that gender dysphoria is a prerequisite for being trans, why don't we watch this absolute masterpiece, shall we?
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to my channel, and today I'm going to be letting the Neo Kitty out of the bag on what I think about non-binary identities and non-transitioners. And before this video starts, please consider subscribing as it helps out my channel. You can always take it back later, I don't mind. But let's get started. So in the last video, I talked about my thoughts on Hunter Schafer being cancelled over her liking an honestly very necessary post. And
what?
I thought it would just be natural progression that I expand on what I said about non-binary people in that video.
Okay, what did you say? Get to the point.
Now, I know the general consensus is that binary trans people are born with a brain structure similar to that of their identified sex, and
this tends to be the case on average, yeah, but it's not always the case. This is just talking about averages, right? There's gonna be some outliers. I don't think it's morally obligatory for the outliers to identify as the gender that their average, that their brain is closer to. Like, no, that's fucking stupid.
It not matching their body causes distress, and transition alleviates that stress. Trans people have been around forever, and in another video, I believe I went.
Well, first of all, there's two types of dysphoria, right? They're not mutually exclusive, and you can have both. You can have one, you can have the other. There's body dysphoria, and there's social dysphoria. I tend to have a lot more body dysphoria than anything else. Not to be confused with body dysmorphia, by the way, right? So most of my gender dysphoria comes from looking too masculine.
Over some history with SRS in.
Oh no, this is a True Scum channel? Yep.
Sometimes. I have never heard of non-binary until around about 2016. Like, you were either a tomboy, or as the preschoolers who I asked what a boy who is a girl is all those years ago, gay, or you were straight, or
This is nothing. This is a terrible explanation. What? Can you get to the point?
trans. Like, non-binary didn't exist. I'm not sure what the issue.
Well, actually, yes, it did. There have been civilizations that have had, whatever, like 3 genders, thousands of years ago. So, yes, it has been a thing that has been recognized in the past. It's just not something that's been recognized in our culture for a very long time.
Issue with being a tomboy or gay is, like, I know someone who's a tomboy and she's super cool.
So wait, tomboys existing and non-binary people existing are mutually exclusive? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I did a bit of research a while ago, and I came to the conclusion that, well,
Research is reading experiences from non-binary people. Yeah, no, fuck looking at peer-reviewed studies and shit. That shit's for pussies. We read anecdotal experiences, because that's the best research I can do.
binary trans people have inverted brain sex. Non-binary people would then have a brain
I'm late. Somebody give me the heads up on the person Femyoz is talking about. We're talking about another true scum.
structure so ambiguous that it couldn't identify with one sex. And
Wait, did you say identify with one sex?
Non-binary people would then have a brain structure so ambiguous that it couldn't identify with one sex.
Okay. Again, I don't know why you need to have this essentialist worldview.
And you get dysphoria around not being androgynous, or maybe
No, not necessarily. I don't. Again, your identity is not dictated by whether or not you have gender dysphoria, right? It could be the case that that you don't experience dysphoria, before transitioning, but that transitioning makes you a lot happier, right? So you go from neutral to happy, right? Or it could be the case that you have dysphoria without even realizing it because it's more mild dysphoria, which is like what I have, and then you think that you don't have it because it's like the default state of being, and then you transition and you're like, oh, well, shit, actually, I'm glad that I went with, what I actually prefer. And now looking back, I can see, oh, yeah, that was dysphoria. Because compared to what I experience now, that's fucking awful. I would never want to be, on testosterone ever again. Like, that idea horrifies me. Calvin Guerra has left a gap in the market and it really shows. True. This person has things backwards, also true.
not having both.
L Pigeon, I don't owe you my fucking time. Like, I'm not dedicating an entire stream to you, you idiot. No one is scared of debating you. Like, do you seriously want me to structure an entire stream around you? Like, it's not like I titled this stream Debating Viewers Live, okay? So if you want to debate me live right away, then use one of those streams. I'm not even opposed to debating you on this stream. Just fucking wait. Because I'm doing other shit, which is the point of this stream. Not every stream is debate-oriented, okay? L Pigeon, I don't think you realize you're not important enough for me to, take time out of my day and restructure an entire stream to talk with, I don't know, somebody that the only reason I even know you exist is because you made a video about me, adding my channel in the title. Like, yeah, that's the only reason I even know you exist. You're not that important, my guy. Well, like, I don't know why you think you're entitled to have me debate you right away. It just seems kind of dumb.
To me, the definition was a co-presence or lack of gender identity. But obviously, this would be incredibly rare. Like, take cis to trans ratio, but then make it trans to non-binary levels of rare.
Okay.
But there's no studies on non-binary, so this is all my own speculation based on what we know about binary trans people.
So wait, hold on. You're gonna make certain assumptions and conclusions about non-binary trans people based on studies about binary trans people? You also realize that there are many non-binary people that have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria that are still non-binary. Like, you know that's a thing, right? Like that this is something that has been recognized in studies.
So there's people who have dysphoria and would like to have both parts or no parts. Like, that's fine. If being in
Wait, it's not just about genitals. You can have dysphoria without wanting sexual reassignment surgery. I have dysphoria, but guess what? It's not because of my genitalia. My having a dick doesn't give me dysphoria. I don't care, right? But what does give me dysphoria is masculine looking secondary sex characteristics, right? Now, I'm somebody that I think I might genuinely be, like, truly non-binary, right? Just like like not just as like a stepping stone towards becoming a binary trans person. But I might genuinely be non-binary for the rest of my life. I have no idea. Either way, I don't think that, again, these are very essentialist arguments.
ambiguous.
Are you blocking certain words in chat? No. What words are you trying to say? Can you, like, misspell them on purpose or something? Because I'm not blocking any messages. Now, do I read all of them? No. I said man? You mean in the message where you said man is straight up parentheses pun intended delusional? Yeah, just because I don't read your message out loud doesn't mean I don't see it or that it gets blocked. It means that I don't give a shit about what you have to say.
Alleviates your internal struggle, then good for you. My heart goes out to you because that would mean that your comfort would be visibly trans. And, like, I could not be visibly trans. It sucks so much.
What?
Now, those people I don't have an issue with. The people I have an issue with are the AGA presenting she-theys who try to speak over us.
So who's trying to speak over who now? Are you talking about people speaking over true scums? Or just non-binary trans people in general? Like, what's going on here, right? I don't see why there would be an issue with somebody using she-they pronouns. It might mean that they're just more ambivalent than other people. Fuck, I'm somebody that uses any and all pronouns. Why? Because I don't give a shit about gender. I don't care how people categorize me. I don't know. That just seems like a reasonable thing for me to just not, like, do I have to give a shit? Do I have to choose just one set of pronouns? No, that's fucking brain dead. Like, what kind of troglodyte sits here arguing, oh no, you're not allowed to select multiple pronouns? Like, this is just brain dead. Genuinely.
Like, throw out the brain sex for this, because people who call themselves non-binary...
He, him, you can use he, him pronouns for me. I don't give a shit, right? It's something that doesn't really affect me, right? I don't really have social dysphoria. Most of my dysphoria comes from looking masculine, or more masculine than I'd like to.
Don't even back it up with dysphoria. And if they say they do, it's usually pretty obvious that they don't experience dysphoria.
It's not that I can, it's that I must, 'cause you a man. Ah, so true. I am peak masculinity, in fact. I am the manliest man of all time. See, that's the thing. The great thing about being me is it's physically impossible to be transphobic to me, right? So if you say that I'm a man, I can just go along with it. Yeah, I am a gender non-conforming man if that's how you see me. But then there are people that are like, you're not a real man, and it's like, well, shit, I guess I'm either non-binary or a woman. So it's like, there's nothing you can say that gives me dysphoria. It's like, it just doesn't work.
The common thing that I see with people coming out non-binary, that they either don't feel like a boy or a girl, or they don't want to be tied down to societal expectations for their...
Which is based...
gender, like, what? First of all, how do you feel like a boy or a girl? Like, I'm a trans woman, and I've never...
What do you mean? Wait, what? Well, first of all, whether or not you feel like a boy or a girl is not what solely dictates whether or not you are one, right? So, for instance, there might be an instance where a trans woman feels like a boy because, maybe that's something that gives her dysphoria, right? That doesn't mean that she is one, right? Or say somebody, say there's a man that just did a big workout and they were lifting really heavy weights and they feel like a man, That's not what determines their gender identity, but you can feel like a boy or a girl or a man or a woman. That's something that can be the case.
Never felt what gender is. Like, what is gender? I just know that I was uncomfortable being in the world as male, and now I'm much more comfortable, and I don't wanna.
Yeah, well, good for you.
It just felt like something connected in my mind. I had the feeling of dysphoria, but being a woman itself doesn't have a feeling. Second, here's where I'm
Other than comfort, really, but I imagine cis women don't have the same concept of that as I do. So the reason that it would give you comfort, is, it's, you're not necessarily experiencing, I mean, you are to an extent, right? You have to keep in mind that if a cis woman who genuinely identifies as a woman, I'm not talking about like somebody that's ambivalent or, some level of non-binary, but like a cis woman who's very much a woman in terms of the way they want to be perceived. In many instances, if they were to, say, I don't know, be forced to transition into a man, right? And they were forced to go on testosterone, they would experience the same level of gender dysphoria that I might experience, or that the person that made this video might experience, right? The reason would be because, but at the end of the day, it would be the same feeling. It's just they're not used to it, right? So if I'm used to dysphoria, right, the alleviation of that dysphoria may seem like comfort, but really, that should be the default state of being, right? It's just the case that many instances it's not, right? You have to have medical intervention for that, right? I thought for the longest time that I didn't have gender dysphoria because what I experienced was just the default state of being, and I'm just, an awkward teenager, and every teenager feels weird about their body and feels extremely disconnected from it, but I'm sure when I become super manly and masculine, that'll go away. But then the more, the older I got, the worse it got. I started building a bit of muscle, and while I was proud of myself, it just made the disconnect worse, right? It doesn't even have to be a feeling of, it doesn't have to be intuitively obvious. You might not even think of it as a disconnect. You might not have the words to conceptualize it yet, but the only reason I do is because I have hindsight. What do you think of Turkey Tom? I think he's not bad. I think he's one of the better commentators. Giga Chad Femyoz? Hell yeah.
I'm talking about tomboys and femboys. Like, it's totally fine to be a feminine guy.
Yeah, guess what? Yeah, some people, yeah, I still refer to myself as a femboy. Mainly because that's sort of where I started. But you have to keep in mind that a lot of femboys end up realizing that they're not just femboys, but that it's almost like a stepping stone for them to become non-binary, which is a stepping stone for them to become trans femme, and then they just become a woman. That happens a lot, right? That's sort of what's happening with me, right? I don't know. You could say that I'm an HRT femboy. You could say that I'm non-binary. You could say that I'm a trans woman. I don't care, right? That's the thing about me, right? Is I don't really have that same level of social dysphoria, right? Or maybe I do and I just don't realize it. I don't know. I might look back on this years later and cringe and be like, dude, it's so fucking obvious what you actually identify as. What the fuck are, but it's not intuitively obvious until you figure it out.
It's totally fine to be a masculine woman.
Yeah, sure.
Here's where it gets complicated for me, though. I want non-binary to be a thing. Like, I can believe that your brain can develop ambiguously, but it has nothing to do with society. Just like...
It does to an extent, right? Again, there's gonna be a difference between social and body dysphoria, right? They're both forms of gender dysphoria, but there are going to be many instances in which, say, for instance, somebody only has social dysphoria, right? Or somebody only has body dysphoria, right? That can happen, right? I mainly just have body dysphoria, at least as far as I'm aware, right? Maybe I have some level of social dysphoria, but either way, it's like, show the vid, I want to see what game she's playing. Yeah, I've already sort of showed that.
Like with binary trans, if I was stuck on an island with no humans my entire life, I'd still feel like I was born the wrong sex. Like
So that's body dysphoria, right? That's gender dysphoria in terms of your body. Really, that should be called sex dysphoria. Only reason I don't call it that is because that's not scientific in terms of the terminology, but semantically, I think it would be more accurate, right? So if we made a categorical distinction between gender dysphoria and sex dysphoria, I think that would serve utility. In fact, maybe because language can change over time, maybe we do that. Yeah, I might start talking about it in that way. The only reason I don't is because then the water's gonna get really muddied, right? Because I also cite, peer-reviewed literature as, like, one of my main sources of information, and then it's like, then they're gonna use the term gender dysphoria the way I use sex dysphoria. That's gonna confuse anyone that debates me. So that's the only reason that I don't. But I really wish that people made that distinction, right? Because obviously sex and gender are not the same thing.
Still, like, need breasts. I'd still, like, need the female parts. Like, I'd still feel uncomfortable if I had male chests and male genitalia. Like, it has everything to do with your innate sense of who you are. Wanting to not be held down by society's strict standards has nothing to do with your gender.
Actually, yes, it does, right? So obviously, there's a distinction between sex and gender, right? Again, gender is the socially constructed, I guess, categorization of people, that is derivative of sex, but it's not sex in of itself, right? It's the way in which we categorize people, right? There's a reason that there have been, throughout the course of history, different societal standards for men and women. It's not because it's not because there's some sort of essentialist reason as to why men and women are different or whatever, right? On average, they're not going to be the same, but you get the point.
Also, isn't that a TERF ROGD take? You're only trans.
Jesus, don't you ever get tired about talking about this unimportant nonsense? I bet you're not religious. Why not criticize religion? Believe me, I have criticized religion a lot. People were getting annoyed at me because I was going on my anti-Christianity arc, right? I had my whole anti-Christianity arc. Some people thought it was really entertaining, but some people were like, "Come on, talk about something else," right? Now I'm doing the same thing with trans issues. I'm doing my trans debate arc, right? I'm doing the transgender arc.
Because you don't feel you can meet society's standards for women. Now, I'm not talking about the people who'd rather, like, stay AGAP presenting for safety while HRT does its thing. I'm talking about the people who have all the means to pass, have supportive parents, money for transition, and they choose not to.
Yeah, that's called choosing to be categorized in a certain way. I don't see why there's an issue with that. If somebody doesn't want to be forced to orbit around a certain set of expectations that are constructed by society, I mean, more power to them. I don't see why it serves any utility to. So I think that the best explanation that I've heard, and I'll do my best here, is think of gender as like think of, terms like man, woman, and non-binary as mainly man and woman, right? As like these categories, right? That you orbit around. Now, each of these categories has its own set of expectations, right? Now, you can interact with them however you want, right? So, for instance, a gym bro that identifies as a man is going to adhere to the vast majority of the expectations for men, right? But it could also be the case that there's a femboy who interacts with the expectations associated with men because they identify that way, but they're interacting in a more contrarian sense, right? They're flipping those expectations on their head, but they're still interacting with the same set of expectations, just differently, right? And because they're subverting those expectations, it's, that's why they're a femboy, right? But it could also be the case that somebody, decides to go from male to female, right? And then adhere to, the expectations associated with women, right? Or it could be the case that, somebody is male to female and then they decide to become a butch lesbian. Either way, I don't see why it would serve any utility to force somebody to, interact with a certain set of expectations when they would prefer to interact with a different set of arbitrarily decided expectations, or to, be non-binary and just interact with whatever expectations or not interact with whatever expectations you do or don't want to interact with, right? I don't see why that's, you know, I don't see why that's an issue. And I think that there's also a categorical distinction that needs to be made between transsexual people and transgender people. Now, these are obviously not mutually exclusive, right? But being transgender refers to the identity aspect of it, right? Being transsexual refers to the actual transitioning aspect. The medical intervention is what makes you transsexual, right? So if you get sexual reassignment surgery and HRT and shit like that, you're transsexual, right? I'm transsexual, but only to an extent, right? Because I just started HRT a few months ago, right? So I'm transsexual to an extent, right? And obviously it's going to be a lot of gray area. The haters are right when they say Femyoz talks a bit too much, but it's not that big of an issue. Yeah, it's like, I like to talk. That's why I stream. As a member of the LGBT, I can gladly say people like this make us look bad. They act so obnoxious and make LGBT their whole personality. It's all they waffle about. Like, yeah, you're queer. That's it. Don't make a fuss about it. Who, me or the person I'm reacting to? Because when I talk about LGBT issues, I'm not doing it because it's my personality. I mean, sure, it's my personality to argue over shit, right? That's part, you know, being a debate bro is sort of something I enjoy, right? But it's not my personality that you know, you get the point I'm making, right? I like talking about things in a logical, academic sense. I like your silly words, hell yeah.
But they still say they're trans and try to speak over us. I mean, and it's pretty easy to tell the difference. Well,
okay, how do you make the categorical distinction between the real trans and the fake trans?
To go by the opposite set of pronouns and without HRT and transition would literally do drastic things. Ask me how I know. Like, we have to play by society's rules to blend in. The AFAB she-theys who are just...
Okay, why do you have to? Why is it obligatory for somebody to blend in? Why does that serve utility? To whose benefit is that?
Like, adding a pronoun nobody's gonna know that they have, and they're not gonna call them. Then trying to speak on trans people's behalf, like, homegirl.
Wait. Do you seriously believe that if somebody talks about trans issues that they are speaking on behalf of all other trans people? Do you seriously believe that I think I'm some sort of representative of the transgender community? Or do you think maybe it's the case that I'm one of many people that just have their own perspective? I don't... Oh my god. Debate Cheto? He's live? Alright, let me open Discord and see. Is he live? I don't know, man. Where's Discord? Oh, it's over here. Has he tried calling me or something? No, I don't see him. If he calls me, yeah, let me know. But, until then, I'm just gonna keep doing this segment, alright? Because he hasn't called me, he hasn't DM'd me or anything. Also, unfortunately, it seems like somebody is spamming. You get a timeout, okay? Alright? I think I'm being fairly reasonable by, you know, deciding that if you spam, you know what? Nah, fuck it. You keep spamming. I'm hiding user. Fuck off. You're cringe. Snowflake much? No, not really. The reason this argument doesn't work, oh, you're being a snowflake, is I don't ban people that disagree with me or say mean things about me, right? If you're just spamming, you're joking. See, I can't even tell anymore because it's like, oh yeah, see, I guess I should have read the name. Ichido, the bottom of God. True. Ichido is such a bottom. He wants to get pegged by Jesus Christ.
You
know that the spam ban... oh, yeah, that spam ban was justified, yeah. See, that's the thing, right? Is... Even for those of you who hate me, right? You agree that I'm pretty fair with, like, the way I ban people, right? Like, I don't ban people just for, like, shitting on me or whatever, right? I only ban people if they're, like, spamming, you know? And Fem is the bottom of jail, and wow, okay. Bro, what if there was a god, but, like, for different galaxies? We would have, like, a human god, and another galaxy would be more alien? Maybe, but I don't think that we would be the... I mean, it's very likely the case that we're not the only living species, well, not the only living species. Obviously, we're not the only living species in the universe. There's other species, but it's very likely the case that there's alien life within our own galaxy, right? So why would we be categorically above other alien life? Seems very egocentric, I must say. Only reason we're above life on Earth, other life, I mean, that isn't human, is because we experience more consciousness, right? It tends to be the case that the more complex the organism is, the higher the greater the extent to which they are conscious is. Sorry, this was a side tangent. But yeah, but yeah, sorry, we're getting distracted, alright? We gotta continue watching.
Don't deal with the same struggle.
Finally, caught a Femyoz stream. He debated children for 2 hours, then fell asleep live on stream. Yeah, great. And I didn't fall asleep.
As us, just, I don't understand why being cis is so bad.
Well, it's not for cis people, right? But if you're trans and being cis is bad, then chances are that if being cis is bad for you, you have some level of gender dysphoria, even if you don't realize it. Even if you insist you don't have it, it could be the case that you actually do without realizing it, right? When I was just starting my femboy arc, right, I was insistent, no, I don't have gender dysphoria. I just want to be like, I just want to be seen as like as really feminine, you know? I just don't want to be masculine. That I'd kill myself if I was more masculine than I currently am. But I don't have gender dysphoria. I just don't want to be masculine. And then I became more and more self-aware, and then I'm like, okay. I remember you replied to one of my comments quite a while ago saying, debate me, man, you grew up a bit. Yeah, well, you have to keep in mind that when I'm super hyperbolic and I'm like, debate me, and shit like that, I am playing it up for either the camera or, you know, even in the comments, right? It could be the case that I'm playing it up just for the sake of getting people on my show, right? So if I'm really obnoxious and people hate me and then they want to debate me because they disagree with me and they despise me, it can be really entertaining once they go on the show, right? But I have to set it up somewhere. Hello, Hawthorne the Historian. Why, hello there, my fellow friend. Hello there. Shadow is agreeing with a transphobe. Nice. Of course he is.
Now, again, I don't have any issue with non-binary people who transition to alleviate dysphoria. Like, if your body parts are incorrect...
Okay, wait, hold on. Why is it obligatory for anyone that is transgender to be transsexual? Why do these two different things have to be one and the same? Why can't some people deviate from the norms?
Stress you out, then who am I to say you shouldn't transition? Like, that is between...
No, wait, who are you to say that somebody is or isn't trans?
You and a medical professional. And, like, if you try to get on me, like, oh, you're gatekeeping, Ava. Like, no.
Yeah, you are.
No. I am not a medical professional.
Well, yeah, I can tell.
I can give my opinion, but...
Yeah, so can I. My opinion's better than yours.
It's just like people who are like, no, you're gonna regret transition. Like, you can't stop me from transitioning, because I know what's best for me.
Okay. I guess that sets her slightly above Calvin Guerra, then. Because I remember that Calvin Guerra, when I was in my early teen years, instilled this fear of, oh, shit, somebody's spamming again. Alright, it seems like you have been posting cringe, my friend. Wait, hold on, sorry, I need to move this over here to make my life easier. I don't care, you're banned. Bye-bye, don't spam ever again. I mean, yeah, you literally can't. You're gonna run out of alternate accounts, so, sucks to be you. Will you be debating viewers of this stream? I might later. Depending on whether or not people want to, debate me after I'm done with all of the, I'm gonna add Mutated Cutie as a moderator. Standard moderator, you can put users in timeout and hide them. And same with you, Davros. Davros, you've been on the channel for a while, so I'm adding you as a moderator. Standard moderator. Congratulations. You've been upgraded to moderator. Alright, that should be good. Now next time somebody spams, then I don't even have to do anything. Hell yeah. You're welcome any day. I'm gonna be sleeping soon though. Don't worry about it.
I'm saying that it's totally backwards how non-binary people and non-transitioners and people who, instead of transitioning to not be a freak, transition into a freak.
Transition into a freak. See, now we're doing, well, gatekeeping. All right, let's replay that, okay?
I'm saying that it's totally backwards how non-binary people and non-transitioners and people who, instead of transitioning to not be a freak, transition
into a freak. The reason is because she doesn't like gender nonconformity. Here is somebody that is fairly androgynous in the way they present. They have taken on both masculine and feminine characteristics. They're obviously subverting certain expectations, right? On one hand, they have a very hairy chest. On another hand, they're wearing makeup and have very girly hair and, and lipstick. And they're, wearing a fairly feminine looking outfit, right? They've got the earrings, right? They're obviously trying to look androgynous. And they do. They do. Like, you wouldn't say this is, like, a masculine man, right? Or a feminine woman. They're androgynous. So, yeah. Essentially, we all get mods. I'm a mod on the server. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm gonna make anyone that's a mod on the server, I think, gets mod on the, on the channel. Alright, so I'm adding you. Lord Pasta, I trust you as well. Add as moderator. Alright, so those, yeah. So, alright, I think I have enough mods now. Alright, you're all standard moderators. Alright, there you go. Hello, Lugburst Shack, welcome to the stream. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, no problem for the mod. Don't you think the word, transphobic has so much power while it literally applies to the vast majority of the global population? Or do you think Westerners are morally superior from the rest? I think Westerners are morally superior, at least in that regard. Or at least some of us are. I think I am, right? Because I have, what I advocate for serves a lot more utility than what these religious fundamentalist retards advocate for, right? I'm very consistent, right? So I don't care if people say that I'm Islamophobic, right? For saying the truth, right? So for instance, I am not scared to say that, other cultures, ones where women don't have rights and are seen as lesser than men, ones where it's wrong to be gay, are objectively worse than my culture, right? Because my culture doesn't promote that. Hey, thank you for being a member for 2 months, Mutated Cutie. So if 2 alien species lived in one world, but one was objectively more intelligent, would it be valid for them to be in control of that world? No, intelligence and morality are not the same. So it could be the case that you're a genius, right? But you're like Darth Sidious, so you're an evil genius. That's not what I'm talking about, right? So, but if let's say there was one alien species that, were, a select few elite, oppressed the rest of the other alien species, and then there was a more powerful alien species that, was, a socialist, or, they were all socialists, but they're also imperialists, and then they free the oppressed, I guess, the oppressed, individuals of the other species and take over in order to make it an egalitarian society. I think that'd be perfectly valid, right? For instance, if aliens, took over humanity, right? That would be fucking terrifying, don't get me wrong. But if they were all socialists and then they reshaped our society into the one that serves the most utility, I'd be in favor of that, right? Only reason it would be scary is because we wouldn't know that would be the case. Let's not go too far. All I'm saying is that most people are transphobic because they know men are men and women are women. So, no. You're misunderstanding. When I talk about trans people, or say that trans women are women, I'm not saying that men are women or that women are men. Okay, that's not what I'm saying, right? Because obviously that's a contradiction, right? What I'm saying is that trans women are not men, they are women. Otherwise, it would be a blatant violation of the law of non-contradiction, right? Obviously, it is the case that you know, men are not women or vice versa, right? But trans women are women, right? So what you're failing to understand here is that you have a different and also less consistent, by the way, set of standards for what a man or a woman or a non-binary person is. And end it there, not because they have no women's rights. Don't strawman me now. Well, no, I'm saying that there are some cultures that where it's the case that they don't even allow women to have rights or gay people to have rights, right? Like, that's a thing that exists, right? And those cultures are objectively worse, right? I apply that same standard to, cultures that are more transphobic. I think that they're objectively worse, right? Now, in terms of using the label of transphobe, the reason I tend to avoid it is not because I think it's inaccurate or doesn't apply, right? But when I'm debating somebody, I don't think it serves very much utility to say you're being transphobic or you're a transphobe, right? Because they don't think of themselves that way. They don't even know what it means to be transphobic, right? It's the same reason as to why, you know, if you're having a debate about systemic racism, if you're debating, you know, somebody that thinks that systemic racism isn't real and that they just need to get a job or whatever, and they don't understand how systemic issues work, my argument isn't going to be, you're racist, therefore you're bad, right? I think that they are racist, right? But that's irrelevant to the discussion, right? It's a way of disengaging with the actual discussion, right? So that's why I don't use those terms very often, right? Is because they oftentimes get used as a way of shutting down conversations rather than winning conversations. So that's why I don't like when other leftists, even Jalen is guilty of this, might I add, right? Other leftists have this issue where instead of having a conversation where they talk about the actual underlying logic, they just use labels that hold a lot of weight, and it doesn't really work. It doesn't convince anybody, right? That's why I use logic and reasoning. L Pigeon, I'm not done with the segment, you fucking idiot. Holy shit.
To a freak, or speaking about LGBT over the, like, binary trans people who just need hormones and treatment for a condition that's incredibly debilitating. And don't even get me started on, like, non-binary people calling themselves non-binary lesbians. Like, so why are you...
Well, it could be the case that somebody is non-binary, right? But they're femme-presenting, right? They're more towards the side of they're more towards the feminine side of the spectrum, right? And let's say they're exclusively attracted to women, and in that case, yeah, I don't see what the issue is with them labeling themselves that way. You can be like, well, you see, technically, according to the definition of lesbian in the Oxford Dictionary, it refers to a woman who is attracted to other women exclusive. It's like, yeah, okay, but if they're using certain terms colloquially because they're the closest or whatever to what they actually are, right? Because if you just say gay, right, that could also denote, you know, this, you know, gay men, which is like almost entirely different, right? To say, you know, but so for instance, let's say that somebody is very gay, they're not heteronormative at all, and they're exclusively attracted to women and not men, then it might be the case that they refer to themselves as a non-binary lesbian to make the distinction between, oh, okay, well, there's a difference between being attracted to men exclusively and women exclusively, and if I'm attracted to women exclusively and I want to make that categorical distinction, then I'm just going to say that, right? Otherwise, people might be confused. But yeah, cute cat ears, by the way. Aw, why, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, there you go. Where you... oh, well, you go, Femyoz. I'm glad you improved. Aw, well, thank you. Anyways.
We aren't taking non-binary terms and making them binary. But non-binary
What?
people are taking binary terms and making them non-binary.
Wait, what the fuck are you saying? Wait, you can take non-binary terms and use them in a context that's more binary, I guess, right? Or, for instance, you might be a woman who identifies as a woman and uses she, they pronouns because they is like an all-encompassing pronoun that can be used for anybody. Fuck, I don't even do this on purpose. I try to avoid it when it comes to binary trans people because it can be seen as passive-aggressive, even though that's not the intent. But I use they, them pronouns for cis men sometimes, right?
We don't want that. You have toric for a non-binary person who is into men. We have trixic, which is a non-binary person who's into women.
Yeah, but nobody knows what the fuck these terms mean. It's like, why do you want to make everything more obscure? It's like, yeah, you can be more accurate, but if nobody knows what you're trying to communicate with the language you're using, then what's the point, right? You're gonna communicate to a lot more people when you say, I'm a non-binary lesbian, right? More people are gonna know what you're trying to get at. Is it, like, technically 100% semantically accurate? No, but who gives a shit? It's obvious what the person is communicating. So I don't know what's the point of policing the language they use.
We have bisexual, which is men into everyone, women into everyone, non-binary people into everyone. Pansexuality is transphobic because...
Wait, pansexuality is transphobic? What?
It is othering trans people.
No? Wait, wouldn't that be bisexual? I mean, I don't think that bisexuality is transphobic either. I don't think either of them are, right? But it could be the case that now, from what I understand, the reason that bisexuality and pansexuality are categorically different is because of the reasons why you're attracted to whatever, every gender, right? So, for instance, it might be the case that you're, attracted to people that are hyper masculine and people that are hyper feminine. Okay, you'd be bisexual, right? You'd have both extremes, but maybe you're not into androgynous people, right? Whereas a pansexual person doesn't really care about gender expression. They just find everybody hot. Not everybody, literally, but you get what I mean, right? That could be a reason for making that categorical distinction. I don't know if it's the most useful one, but I don't see why we should prevent it.
Are you saying?
And then there's also omnisexual. That's kind of, but you get the point, right? Is nobody, once you use all of these different terms, everybody that doesn't already know what these terms mean are gonna write it off as, the crazy SJWs are making up a billion new terms. When we already have terms that basically mean the same thing, right? So it's not just as simple as, why don't we make more semantically accurate terms? It's like, we've already done that. It's just nobody uses them because they're not useful. A lot of the time, it's nobody know. Like, are they useful, like, within our own spaces, like, in very, very queer, LGBTQ plus friendly spaces? Yeah, obviously, in those instances, it might be more useful to use terms like demisexual. It's like, okay, yeah, you're not completely asexual, but, you are on the spectrum, but it's the case that, and it means a very specific thing, right?
Saying that because you're into trans people, you're pansexual. Like, no, you're bi because trans women are women, trans men are men. Okay,
but I already explained this, right? Because I sort of predicted what the point was going to be, right? Again, if you're attracted to hypermasculinity and hyperfemininity, it's more likely to be the case that you're bisexual. If you're attracted to just, every form of gender expression, so long as the person expressing that gender is, a nice person that's hygienic and, in terms of whatever their facial symmetry and proportionality, maybe that it's, like, good or whatever, but other than that, right?
So the next thing I want to talk about is the dissolvation of the very binary terms that everyone has come to grow used to, and non-binary people and non-transitioners invading these terms and then trying to get people to switch over. And even some, like, people who are, like, transitioning and mostly too cute are trying to, like, push for these words.
Yeah, well, oh god. What is the term too cute meant to be, like, an insult towards, like, because I remember the term back in the day was trans-trender. Is too cute, like, the new version of that? I think it is.
So for starter, you have non-binary lesbian and non-binary gay. Like, you're non-binary.
Okay.
The point of non-binary is you're not a guy or a girl. Like, how can you be non-binary?
Okay, but you can lean more one way or the other way, right? So for instance, it might be the case that I'm trans femme and also non-binary, right? Like, I'm obviously aiming you know, for femininity. I mean, look at my outfit today, all right? I haven't even done a fit check, right? But in terms of, like, my outfit, like, I don't know, maybe some of you think that this is, like, this is peak masculinity. Oh, look at me in my super manly Scottish kilt, okay? Yeah, this is peak masculinity, right? Obviously, I'm leaning more one way than the other, right? So it might be the case that I might refer to myself as, like, a lesbian or a transbian, right? If I'm more attracted to women in general, or femininity, right? I don't know if I'm ever going to start calling myself that, but it seems to be the case that it's more... I'm leaning more and more that way. With a few exceptions, there's a few men. There's a few really hot men that I... But, like, that's the only reason that I don't say that I'm a complete lesbian, right? But I never thought of myself as straight. Or at least once I was, you know, actually starting to go through puberty, I'm like, actually, I think I'm bisexual, right? But I couldn't pinpoint why. It's like, well, I know I'm more attracted to women than men, but I don't feel like I'm straight. Like, there's something not quite right, you know? It's like, there's, I don't know, maybe this is a fucking, maybe that was my wake-up call to being like, oh, maybe you're not actually a man, who fucking knows? But it's like, okay, obviously, I've always been against being forced to have heteronormative relationships, because, like, no, those are not interesting, right? But there was something that I couldn't pinpoint. And I'm like, okay, I think I'm some flavor of queer, right? I'll go with bisexual, since that's like the normal thing. I wanted to blend in still. But you know, you get the point, right? I don't know, but there's also some men that I'm attracted. It gets very fucking convoluted, right? But I feel like my sexuality is more complex than just simply bisexual, right? Maybe bisexual with a very heavy lean towards feminine presenting people, right? The only reason for that, though, would be femboys exist, and also Hayden Christensen exists. Yeah, so you get the point. I'm attracted to feminine men. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, is that, like, how gay or straight is that? Like, is that... I don't even know.
Binary, but also a lesbian. If a lesbian is a woman who loves a woman, and how can you be non-binary gay if you're not a man, but gay is man-loving man?
Okay, but... Again, I feel like certain terms refer to certain relationship dynamics, right? So... For instance, the dynamic of a lesbian relationship is going to be a lot different from the dynamic of a heterosexual relationship, right? So I feel like sometimes, whether or not it's regardless of whether or not it's semantically accurate, it's going to be the case that these describe not just, you know, the sexuality, right? But it also describes preferred, you know, relationship dynamics, right? So.
And also, what is this non-men loving non-men? Why is everything about men?
Okay, so I do agree that sometimes people go over the top with, I hate men, shit like that. I've always hated that. It turns out that the kinds of people that used to bitch about things like, oh, you're manspreading, shit like that, they all ended up becoming TERFs because they're retarded, they have 0 brain cells, or brain cells made out of antimatter, so they have negative brain cells. But either way, yeah, people that hate men are insufferable. But you can also just be not attracted to that kind of masculinity, right? You might just be attracted to people that are femme-presenting. I don't see why that's an issue. Anyways.
I personally don't care. Men are great. Like, I know some really great men in my life.
Wait, you can not have a problem with men in any other, like, you could just be fine with men, but just not be attracted to them. There's nothing wrong with that.
But for people who hates men so much,
I don't hate men. I used to consider myself to be one, right? I don't know what the fuck I am anymore, right? But I've always been somebody that hates, you know, whatever, the angry man-hating feminists who all ended up becoming TERFs because they're actually evil. And it's not even about men, it's about the male sex that they hate.
much. I know it's not everybody, but like there's like a large demographic of people who are in LGBT who hate men as well for some reason.
I'd say that, yeah, there's a disproportionate amount, I guess, in queer spaces that might, but you got to keep in mind, and this isn't a justification or anything, right? This also tends to be the case with a lot of TERFs, right? But a lot of people that hate men or whatever, even though they're wrong, they've had whatever a lot of trauma with men. They've been sexually assaulted and or abused by men. So obviously it's going to be irrational, right? Because most men aren't bad people, right? But it does make sense that, okay, yeah, it's going to be disproportionately the case in certain spaces.
Reason? Like, why do they now, they're just making everything about men?
I don't.
Like, why is men the main descriptor? So, these next terms, I have to have some sort of, like, trauma response to, because I like this.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that a lot of these people that hate men or whatever don't even hate trans men. They're like, no, trans men are different. And then that's very, like, it goes into TERF territory without even trying to.
Visceral anger, some real hun rage, hearing the terms, and they're trans femme and trans masc.
Wait, what's wrong with those terms?
No, I thought the term trans femme and trans masc were non-binary terms because you could be a feminine presenting non-binary person.
Yeah, I think that's what they mean.
Or a masculine presenting non-binary person, and
yeah, that is the case.
Trans femme and trans masc would be labels for that.
Yep.
But now trans women and trans men are being called trans femme and trans masc.
If they don't want to be called trans femme or trans masc, and then they're being called that anyway, then yeah, that's wrong, right? But yeah, no, I the reason I call myself trans femme is because I don't really consider myself to be a woman, but I am transitioning in order to become more feminine, right? So that's why I think that right now, trans femme is probably the best descriptor of me. Trans femme or HRT femboy. I think that either of those are pretty accurate. But yeah.
Like, I'm talking about binary, very binary trans people are being called these terms. It's like, transitioned because...
Going over to watch the egotistical religious freak scam Cheeto. That's how boring this got. Hope you talk about gametes and explain them to chat.
I'm a woman. I'm not a femme. I mean,
Okay. Yeah, no one said you weren't a woman. Like, what the fuck?
I guess I am femme, but that's an adjective, not a noun. I'm not a femme. I am a feminine woman.
No, I agree.
I am a woman. Like, why are we shying away from very specific descriptors? Like, I'm a woman on the inside.
Wait, what? No, that's the opposite. Trans femme and trans masc are meant to be more specific, right? To people like me, for instance, right? That don't really fit the binary.
My identity is female.
But that obviously lean more one way than the other.
I transitioned to make my outer.
It's also so that it also tends to be the case that people who don't pass are more likely to refer to themselves as trans masc or trans femme. So I could see why somebody would be like, oh, okay, then, yeah, now, if I'm a trans man or trans woman, I take offense to that, because it's like, oh, are you saying that, like, I'm not trying to, like, pass as, like, a cis woman, basically? Not to convince people that I'm cis, but to basically look like one, right? I can understand where that would come from.
Or also female. So that I don't feel this disconnect anymore. Like, are we dissolving these terms because the people know they aren't what they're saying they are? Or are we, like, dissolving terms so people...
No, the point isn't to dissolve terms, right? We're not just making terms go away, right? That's not even what gender abolition advocates for, right? Like, I'm a gender abolitionist, right? But when I talk about gender abolition, it doesn't mean that we need to stop using any and all terms related to gender, right? That doesn't make gender magically disappear, right? It would just default back to sex, right? Because that's what was used to describe gender for ages, right? Until we realized, oh, okay, you know, gender can be something that's different. That's categorically something else, right? And we can use different terms to describe what already exists, right? We just didn't have the terminology back in the day. Now we do. Getting rid of the terminology doesn't make the actual concept go away, right? So obviously that's not what gender abolitionists advocate for.
People who don't feel the same way as us can also, like, steal our terms. Like, what is going on? So this last thing, non-trans...
Also, I don't get the point of, oh no, they're stealing terms. Like, who fucking cares?
Transitioners. Why would you call yourself trans if you're not transitioning?
Wait, hold on.
So this last thing, non-transitioners.
Again, this is a conflation of transsexual and transgender, right? Not all transgender people are transsexual. Like, fucking get over yourself. Jesus Christ.
Why would you call yourself trans?
Because being trans literally just means that you identify with a gender that differs from what you were assigned at birth, right? So it could be the case that somebody is non-binary, they would still be trans because they're transgender, right? They don't identify with the gender they were assigned at birth. But they might not go through HRT, right? Not all non-binary people want HRT, right?
If you're not
I do, but yeah, it's like, whatever. Not everyone does.
transitioning, like, why would you want to have that oppression put on you if you're not transitioning? Like, if there's
Maybe it's because they're trans, right? It's a... oh, yeah, no, I just want to be oppressed. I love being oppressed. It's my favorite.
no reason for you to say...
Yeah, I definitely decided to start transitioning so that the entire, the entire online right could be after me 24/7, you know? I mean, you know what? That is a fairly good reason, but still.
Say it. And I think we all know the answer
It's not, but you get the point.
to this one.
So if you're poor, you can never be trans enough. I will give her credit and say, okay, she did technically specify, that, okay, if you can't afford it, then that's like an exception, but if you can, and you're choosing not to, then you're a non-transitioner, on purpose, which is a bad thing for some reason. I don't know, it's fucking stupid. But again, it's a conflation between transsexual and transgender, right? This is why I wish gender dysphoria, or at least some form of gender dysphoria was called sex dysphoria, right? The dysphoria that you get because your the way in which you feel, right? Based on the disconnect between you and your body in terms of the sex you were born as, right? That is dysphoria based on sex, not gender, right? So I might start referring to it as sex dysphoria. I do believe the woman in this video watched a single movie of Transformers and now felt an irresistible urge for questionable violence. Yeah, maybe. This video wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be, but again, the whole idea that you need gender dysphoria, you need to have the desire, if nothing else, to transition, to be trans is still fucking stupid, right? Now, what if we go... Now, we're gonna watch one other video called, hold on. So this video is called Dylan Mulvaney is a mockery of parentheses trans women. Okay? So here we have Dylan Mulvaney, who's on HRT, okay? She's a binary trans woman. She very obviously identifies that way. She probably has gender dysphoria. I don't know. She's gotten facial feminization surgery, which a lot of people, even people that have the means to, don't end up getting surgery because surgery's fucking scary. And I think that even somebody like the person we're watching, Ava, would agree that not every trans person wants to get surgery, right? Because surgery's fucking terrifying. It can have complications. It's risky, right? Not everyone wants that, right? It could be the case that you just want to go on HRT and transition that way. Maybe just go on progesterone to grow massive mommy milkers, right? But here we have somebody who has clearly made an effort to transition in good faith, right? She's on HRT. She's gotten the surgery. I don't know if she's gotten both facial feminization surgery and bottom surgery, but she's definitely gotten facial feminization surgery. I mean, voice training is hard, but I'm sure she's gonna do that if she hasn't already. And again, so let's see what she has to say about this very clearly binary trans woman who probably has dysphoria, by the way.
Opportunity of a lifetime, guys. Red alert, send the red blood cells downstairs. Calvin Guerra is back, and he...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Do you want me to put together a Dylan video in Calvin Guerra's chat? And he's like, yes, Ava, thank you, heart. Peeing is hard. Okay, alright. Peeing is hard. My favorite comment from Calvin Guerra. Oh, that's a certified hood classic. Peeing is hard. That's great. Thanks.
He wants me to make a video on Dylan Mulvaney. So this video is going to kind of be like a re-reaction of all the things I've already reacted to. But this time, instead of being like,
every single one of you is annoying and ugly and stupid.
Keep in mind that Calvin Guerra is somebody that made me way too scared to be trans, right? Because I specifically remember him saying that, you know, if a cis person who doesn't have dysphoria transitions, that will give them dysphoria. And that fucking terrified me because I thought, well, I don't have dysphoria. I don't have dysphoria, right? So if I transitioned, you know, then I would get dysphoria, right? This is what I currently have is the default state of being, which isn't dysphoria. I've always had dysphoria, by the way. I was just in denial. But guess what? Guess what got me, you know, to become more self-aware? Well, it was the femboy pipeline, you know? The femboy to trans femme pipeline, right? Because I saw femboys and I'm like, oh, well, shit, I could do that. I want to do that. I wasn't even confident enough to do it at first, right? But after a while, I was like, okay, I'm finally going to do this. It took me a lot. It took me a lot of fucking courage, right? To actually start dressing this way, right? And then I'm like, okay, now I'm a femboy, right? And then I was like, okay, you know, and then I'm like, but I want to take this further. Not just by learning makeup. I haven't learned makeup yet because I'm lazy. But I knew that I didn't just want makeup. Like, I'm like, okay, I want to be more feminine than this. I don't want my face structure to become more masculine. So my next priority is to get on HRT and start transitioning that way, right? So then I'm like, okay, you know, I think what I have might be gender dysphoria. And if not, I still have a preference for looking feminine. So it doesn't matter, you know. And again, it took me years of unlearning the shit that I learned from watching Calvin Guerra videos in my early teen years. And I think that it's really harmful for people that don't really know who they are, that don't realize that they're trans, to see, you know, this type of rhetoric, you know? And that's something that stuck with me, even, like, way past, like, there, you know, there was a certain point, like, whatever, a couple of years after, that I was like, okay, trans medicalism is kind of BS, right? But, like, I still had that idea ingrained in me. Like, oh my god, it'll give me gender dysphoria, right? Even though I believed, you know, at least in, like, an intellectual standpoint that, oh yeah, you know, you don't have to have gender dysphoria to be trans, but I believed it for myself, right? Turns out I did have gender dysphoria, by the way.
I'm actually going to put in the monumental amount of effort it takes to connect two of my brain cells and give an actual proper reaction. I'm super excited, but grab some popcorn and your mainstream trans subreddit ban, and let's get started. So Dylan Mulvaney is a transgender TikToker with almost 11 million followers who got huge on her Days of Girlhood
Okay, well, at least she's not misgendering her.
series on TikTok, which has been going on for the past, like, year, but is a bit questionable on the types of content she makes, apart from the obvious that you're a 26-year-old calling yourself a girl.
Dude, who the fuck cares? Seriously? Oh no, she called herself a girl. It's like, that doesn't, like, that... You don't have to use the literal definition of, well, you see, a girl refers to anybody that is 17 years and 364 days old or younger. It's like, no, you can just use that colloquially, right? To refer to just, you know, girls and women and femoids in general. God, I fucking hate that word. I hate the word femoid. Oh my god.
Your very first video is literally stereotyping women.
And, like, who gives a shit? Genuinely. Genuinely, who cares? Like, imagine being the fucking joke police, dictating what forms of satire are and aren't allowed. Now, keep in mind, this is what she used to look like, okay? This is her early in her transition.
Day one of being a girl, and I have already cried 3 times. I wrote a scathing email that I did not send. I ordered dresses online that I couldn't afford. And then when someone asked me how I was, I said, I'm fine, when I wasn't fine.
Yes, the 3 genders. Overly emotional, financially irresponsible, and emotional manipulation.
Like, God, imagine being this fucking boring. You can't even take an obvious joke at face value. You have to analyze it and being like, yes, the 3 genders. Yeah, because that's what gender is. It's like, it's obviously a fucking joke. Get over yourself.
And this overgeneralization of what being a woman is like is a common theme in what Dylan does.
How'd I do, ladies? Good?
How'd I do, ladies?
Yeah, that's called a joke. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but yes, that is in fact what I like to call humor. I know it's crazy. It's a crazy concept for anyone as humorless as this dumb bitch.
But this time,
what is a femoid? I think my spelling is incorrect. Yeah, it's a term that incels use to describe the female sex or just women. Yeah, either one of those two. They describe at least one of those.
I'm gonna try not to be super hard about the general.
Is it just me, or is the right wing acting more and more like toxic SJWs from the 2000s? Yes! Yes, literally! They act like 2016 SJWs. The ones that I, along with countless people that, at least at the time, were center-right, would make fun of. But it's like, they've all become right-wingers, right? The man-hating feminists that we used to make fun of in 2016, they all ended up becoming TERFs. It's like, people that whine about things like cultural appropriation, I don't know. I mean, I guess they just stopped existing on the left for the most part. And now you have right-wingers saying that transitioning from male to female is woman face. It's like blackface, but for gender. It's fucking stupid.
Because I feel like a lot of
The Amazing Atheist made that point a year ago. Let me look for a clip. Yeah! Yes! Oh my god! Maybe this is the real reason I became a leftist. Maybe I just didn't change with you. Maybe I haven't even shifted that much from and it's the Overton window that moved to the right, and now I look like an extreme leftist or some shit. I don't fucking know. The only right-wing thing I know are Nazis. Yeah, I mean, genuinely, I feel like at this point, in terms of like my humor and nothing else, I would have more in common with like the average Nazi than like someone that's like a neocon, just in terms of humor, not actual politics, but humor-wise. I feel like both extremes are way funnier, right, and way more edgy.
trans people, especially
It's like people in the center right now seem really cucked.
ones who know.
People should be allowed to make jokes on any topic. It just needs to be done correctly. I see people make very good and very bad jokes about minorities, and there's a clear difference in them. Yeah, it's usually pretty obvious if they're being made in good faith or not, right? Like, and I'm not, and I don't think you even have to be a part of a minority group to make an edgy joke about whatever minority group, right? Like, I've made a joke about being transracial and being early in my transracial journey. So, because I haven't done MRT, melanin replacement therapy, I wear blackface instead. I made a joke about that. Obviously, it's not as funny right now because I'm describing the joke, right? But when I actually made the joke, I thought it was pretty funny, right? Am I actually black? No, obviously I'm not, right? But that joke was, well, it was still pretty funny, right? Why? Because I'm obviously not making it in bad faith. It's not at the expense of anybody, really.
Never got to live as their experienced sex before transitioning.
I don't even think he believes it. In a few years' time, I think he'll adopt another identity. Wait, who?
Don't really know the ins and outs of being the opposite sex yet, so obviously you're not going to be perfect right off the bat.
The ins and outs of being the opposite sex. You do realize that you can't fully transition 100% of the opposite sex, right? That, like, this is why conservatives, especially, and I'm not saying that they're correct in this assessment, think we're delusional. It's because they think that we are of the opposite biological sex from what we were born as. Now, sex is obviously comprised of sex characteristics, so it's going to be the case that if you fully transitioned, you're going to have more in common with the average person who is of the female sex than the average person of the male sex, right? But it's going to be the case that you are, in a way, some variant of intersex, right? You don't share, all the sexual characteristics of a man or a woman, right? A male or a female, right? Try not to use those terms interchangeably. Sometimes I still fuck up. But you know what I mean.
Bad. Like, I had tons to learn about assimilation as a woman.
Day 3 of being a girl, and I've already
Hey, we're wearing the same choker. My girl Dylan wearing the choker that I'm wearing. Yo, twinsies. Yo, she got the trans woman aesthetic going on. Oh my god, the early stage transition aesthetic. Look at mine. Look at hers. We got the same fucking choker. Hell yeah. She's so based.
Become a bimbo.
God, I love Dylan. She's such a bimbo
Like,
as well.
I have the sense
We're both bimbos.
for this because I got a channel
Except I'm like the smartest bimbo in the world, okay?
strike warning for showing Dylan in a bikini.
Because I use big fancy debate bro terminology like categorical distinction and I just establishmentarianism. Okay, maybe not the second one, but
In a different video.
bimbios, yeah.
But here's where I start to go from side-eye to full-on blank stare. If you aren't familiar with this video, it's day 3 of girlhood. Dylan is wearing a tiny bikini and a thong, and like slay body confidence girly pop, but as a trans woman, wearing something like this that accentuates and highlights your masculine body features, and not even tucking, would at least for me, cut the day short and I'd go home.
Okay, maybe she doesn't have bottom dysphoria. Have you ever considered that? Like, even if she has dysphoria, it might not be the case that she has dysphoria in terms of her dick.
Home and start incel bone smashing to look smacks my lack of body shape away, and then grab for the nearest pair of scissors. Like, I'm getting secondhand dysphoria from this.
Yeah, that sounds like a you problem.
And yet you're posting it online to millions. Like, at the very, very least, tuck if you're gonna wear a bikini, please.
But like, who gives a shit?
75 of being a girl, and I've been carrying around tampons and pads for the past 2 months, but I've actually never opened one up. So let's do it. Woohoo!
I will never
Yeah, well, the reason that she carries them around, by the way, and I've heard her explain it, you know, because oftentimes people that don't like her don't show this clip. The reason she carries them around, it's not for herself. It was because I think there was one time when she was whatever in the women's restroom, there was a woman that asked for tampons. She was like, "Well, I don't," you know, she was sitting there thinking, "Ah, well, shit, I don't have any." But next time I'll be sure to bring them just in case there's like a cis woman that forgets her tampons when she's on her period, you know? It's just like a nice, considerate thing for her to do. I don't see what the issue is.
ever understand why these trans women put such a big emphasis and are so interested in menstrual products.
I don't really think it's that big of an interest. I think that, yeah, obviously the her being like, woohoo is obviously like semi-ironic, right? If not completely ironic, right? I don't really think she cares about menstrual products. I think she's just like, huh, I wonder what these are like. How do these work, right? I don't see what the issue is.
We don't have that kind of a
It's like when I watch a video that I know that I'm gonna disagree with, or that I'm about to shit on, or even, you know, I might start out by saying, oh boy, I can't wait to get started, right? It's like there's some level of irony to it. The new snowflakes are conservatives. True.
anatomy.
Verchito versus Chadios. True.
This stuff isn't for us. Also, why are you like so excited to open a tampon? It's not.
Do you actually think that she's like genuinely extremely excited? Or that, you know, maybe she just has that demeanor like 24/7 like she does in all of her other TikToks?
That exciting.
Dude, she has the same fucking demeanor in every single TikTok, basically.
Especially for the women who would need to use it.
Here goes nothing. It's pink, it's kind of adorable, and it kind of looks like a butter churn. So you just go like that. Ow. Where does the string go? You are getting sleepy. Now for the real magic I've got.
Yeah, she's obviously not taking it seriously. I don't see what the issue is. Like, imagine being, like, imagine being so cucked out that you can't even identify the most obvious form of satire. Like, it's such an obvious joke. Oh yeah, no, I was genuinely trying to hypnotize people. Oh.
Got a glass of water in the tampon. I almost put red food coloring in there, but I thought that might be too much.
You're playing with a tampon,
Bro, who fucking cares?
pretending to hypnotize us, and yet you're worried about
Yes, it's called a
whether or
joke.
not you should have used red food coloring to test the tampon.
Yeah, that's called a joke.
Is too much. Like, I don't know.
Oh, it kind of looks like a butterfly.
It just gives me the ick how she's treating something that a ton of women in the comments are expressing their annoyance to have to spend money and time
That sounds like a skill issue.
dealing with, like a fun game.
Day 74 being
Always buy the heavy flow ones. They're fucking lying if they're saying the light flow ones work for them. And if you, as a man, are using one, you need the heavy flow for blood loss. Interesting.
a girl, round of applause for the makeup, and I wore this outfit shopping today, and I thought that these might be my new shopping shorts. But I was walking around and everyone was staring, and I was like, oh, okay, what's going on? And they were all staring directly at my crotch. And I went, oh, I forgot that my crotch doesn't look like other women's crotches sometimes.
This is how you know that it's like, you know, this isn't like a grift, or that's one of the reasons. That's like one of the most obvious signs, right? It's not even a lack of self-awareness, right? Obviously she's self-aware, but like sometimes, you know, a trans, like I've talked to a trans man who hasn't transitioned yet, right? He's still perceived as like a woman in society. And he was talking about how, like, oh yeah, sometimes I forget, oh yeah, I'm not like allowed to go shirtless. I can't do that, right? And there have been instances apparently in which he almost did that, right? Because he forgets, oh yeah, I have titties, you know? Like, I don't think that that's uncommon for trans people.
Because mine doesn't look like a little Barbie pocket.
I wasn't gonna address this because I felt like it was a bit of a nitpick, but please
It is a nitpick.
just stop calling it a Barbie pocket.
Okay, I do agree. Yes, calling it a Barbie pocket is fucking cringe.
And I thought, okay, Dylan, you have some options here. Number one, you can stop wearing clothes that fit like this and just find looser fitting items. Number two, I can do a tuck, which is gonna have to be a whole other video, but it's very painful and involved of a...
I've never done a tuck before. I mean, I mostly just wear skirts and thigh highs, so I don't need to.
Number three, I just normalize it, and I wear clothes like this, and we all just normalize women having bulges sometimes.
You know what? Honestly, based, right? Like, this is, like, clearly, if nothing else, like, if you care so much about people that are gender dysphoric, then it should be the case that you are in favor of that, right? Because part of dysphoria for a lot of people is social dysphoria. Might be the case that Dylan has a lot of social dysphoria.
Because we're coming up on bikini.
And it could also be the case that the reason that she's medically transitioning has more to do with social dysphoria and wanting to be perceived and genuinely seen as a woman. Like, you know, obviously, it might be the case that, fuck, who knows? Maybe she doesn't have any dysphoria. I don't know. I can't speak for her. I can't read her mind. But what I do know is that the best thing you can do is, you know, make the lives of trans people a little bit easier, you know, especially, you know, if they haven't gotten, you know, if they haven't fully transitioned, and you know, especially if they want to, or they want to be perceived a certain way, right? Demon Mama is going live, so I will be in and out. So I will do my dono now. Oh, well, thank you for the $5, Manic Jackson. I appreciate that. Be strong in solidarity, comrades. Femyoz undefeated, Femyoz strongest. Hell yeah!
Bikini season, baby, and you might see a bulge or two. So normalize the bulge. We are normalizing the bulge.
I mean, obviously it's kind of cringe, but like, it's obviously not meant to be taken that seriously. Like, come on.
Oh no, we ain't! It is not that hard to tuck. This isn't a situation of
I don't know, I've never tried it.
something like, I have
It also depends on your dick size, so you just outed yourself as being a small PP individual.
haven't gotten to a point where I can pass yet, so awareness and acceptance of
You're just mad because Dylan Mulvaney has a big girl dick and you have a small girl dick. Imagine having a small girl dick.
trans people is important, so I don't get Mortal Kombat finished walking down the street to Food Lion. It's so easy to tuck that it's a non-issue. Also,
Okay, a woman having a bulge is also a non-issue. So you're Oh wait, I already read that donation out loud, but yes, thank you for the $5 once again. Girl dick, hell yeah. Femyoz, when I get a job, your wallet will be happy. Oh, hell yeah. I always appreciate people that are like, yeah, you know, I don't have enough money to pay you or, you know, help fund your estrogen addiction yet, but when I do, you better believe once I get the opportunity, you know what I mean? And it's like, hell yeah. Obviously, nobody is obligated to donate or anything. It's just like a nice thing you can do to support the channel. It allows me to stream more often. I might be able to order new equipment at some point. I'm gonna be ordering a maid outfit that somebody bought for me. It's like $50. You know, I wouldn't have been able to. I wouldn't have brought myself to buy that on my own. You know, I mean, I have a job, but it's an off season. Yeah, me too. I don't have like. I have to be I'm somebody that has to. Bitch tucking hurts. Yeah, that's what I understand. It's like it's very annoying to do apparently. Maybe it doesn't hurt if you're used to it or if you have like a really small dick, but what isn't as hard for me now? Yeah. Hell yeah. No, I'm yeah, it's but yeah, I always appreciate when people help, help me do this more often as like a job almost, right? Otherwise, it's like, oh yeah, I'm just, I'm doing a hobby, but I'm overly invested in it for no reason other than it's fun, which is still a good reason, right? But it's if I want to do this like as like a sustainable thing, then obviously I have to make some money, right? Like ideally, I would make enough money to have it be like a living wage consistently.
So people telling you that you have to like push your stuff inside your body is so extra. Just pull it all back and like double or triple up on tight underwear.
Yeah, but what if it's like uncomfortable and they just don't care if they have a bulge, but they just don't like it when people stare, maybe potentially, but also they want to wear certain clothing that makes it obvious, right? Again,
Water, lakes, I love them. Heels, they're my hiking heels. I love them. Bridges, love them.
damn, she do be kind of thick though, not gonna lie.
Like this one video is turf heaven. This is the exact
Like, why are you taking it? Everything involving any trans person being themselves is turf heaven and hell at the same time. They get cognitive dissonance. Femyoz bulge reveal when? Yeah, probably never. I don't know. Again, I don't. Do you seriously have to watch what you do so that turfs don't judge you? Like, no, that's fucking stupid. Who gives a shit what turfs have to say? Oh yeah, turfs are gonna be more sympathetic to trans people if I don't do this. Yeah, okay.
conservative stereotype of a trans woman.
Love ya.
Well, yeah, sometimes stereotypes will apply to certain people. Yeah. I don't see why everybody should be forced to avoid every stereotype at all costs as much as humanly possible, right? There might be some that you want to avoid, but it's not necessarily a negative stereotype, right?
Like, this isn't even something I know where to start with. You're hiking in high heels.
Yeah, obviously she's not gonna go hiking in high heels, like, off camera. Like, no shit, right? It's obviously a bit. It's like, it's not that deep.
I know your chiropractor is frothing at the mouth seeing this. Nobody has hiking heels because they aren't hiking shoes. Like, get some.
Do you seriously believe that off camera she goes hiking in heels? Come on.
Boots or something. Like, heels aren't even walking shoes. But also, like, Dylan is pretty tall and, like,
I don't know how tall Dylan is. I guess we can look that up. It could be the case that Dylan is, like, 6'4", and I just don't realize it. I'm gonna guess she's 5'9" and a half. That's my guess. Dylan Mulvaney. Oh, why is it set the browser to Yahoo? Hold on, I need to fix that. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Search engine. No, wait. Default browser. No, wait. Sorry, search engine. Manage search engine. Obviously, I don't want Yahoo to be the default. Go fuck yourself, Yahoo. Delete the search engine. I hate Yahoo. You suck. Alright? Alright? Eat shit and die. Alright? Anyways, now we can search Dylan Mulvaney height. Why doesn't it? Oh, she's 5'8". Alright, I was close. I guessed an inch too tall. So she's 5'8". That's not that tall. There's a lot of cis women that are 5'8", and guess what? A lot of them wear heels, and there's not a problem with that. But of course, there's tends to be the case that trans people aren't held to the same standards as cis people. I don't know, kind of weird, bro. Anyways, let's continue. All right, let's continue.
After a certain point, heels hurt your passing, and it's just something you have to accept isn't
Femyoz equals Yahoo of YouTube. Oof. Okay, that one genuinely hurts. That's too far, man. That's too far.
for you. Like, the girls who are 5'4" want to be 5'7" like I am. Those are the demographic of heels. Like,
So any woman that's above 5'7" is not allowed to wear heels. What the fuck? What? Okay, no. There's definitely not any cis women that wear heels. No, never. Sorry, not ones that are above 5'7". Yeah, no, they would never wear heels. That never happens. Fuck, there are women that are over 6 feet that still wear heels. Like, that's something that happens. They're like, you know, I want to wear heels, but I don't want to be taller than my boyfriend, type of shit. You know what that's a thing. Like, most women, maybe not most women, but a lot of women want to wear heels for the sake of wearing heels. Because they look nice. It's not about being a certain height.
being as tall as you
Like, it might be for... Like, I could understand why somebody who's trans might not want to wear heels, because it'll make them look taller or whatever, and, like, being tall is seen as, like, a masculine thing. I get that. But again, it's not going to cause gender dysphoria for everybody, right?
you are, and then wearing heels on top of that just ends up making you stick out like a sore thumb. And this is my problem with Dylan. I just don't believe she represents trans people very accurately or in a way at all.
No one accurately represents trans people, you fucking idiot. There is no single individual who can single-handedly represent the entire trans community. This would be like saying, yeah, fuck Will Smith. He doesn't represent the whole black community. He's a mockery of black people because he doesn't represent all black people. There's so like, this is just an inaccurate representation of what it means to be black. It's like, if anyone said that, like, literally anyone hearing that would be like, no, that's fucking stupid. This is brain dead. Like, he's not obligated to represent the entire black community because it's not a monolith. The same standard applies to trans people.
All that shows the general public that, hey, these trans people aren't so bad. These are just normal people. For whatever reason,
Yes, the you better fit in or else mentality.
the media is pushing Dylan so hard. I don't know if it's because they know Dylan is making trans people look bad.
How is she making trans people look bad? She is not every trans person. She's not obliged to, you know, have perfect optics or never ever be cringe or say something dumb, right? This is an absurd standard, right?
Or if the narrative has become so corrupted that people don't even know people like me exist and they genuinely believe
No, we're aware that people like you exist. It just tends to be the case that people like you, well, are gatekeepy. So, you know, tends to be the case that when it comes to trans acceptance, we're more likely to promote people that aren't gatekeepy, okay? And hell, there are people Blair White is fucking famous, right? Now, obviously, transmedicalism has kind of fallen off a little bit, but it's not like Blair White isn't famous.
Dylan best represents what a trans person is and doesn't see anything wrong with what she does. But this
What is wrong with what she does? Other than, and no, saying, well, she makes trans people look bad is not an answer, okay? You have to explain why it would be bad if a cis woman were to do the same thing, okay? If a cis woman did the same thing, why would you care? No, you wouldn't. Oh no, if there was a cisgender woman who's 5'8" wearing heels while hiking for like a skit or like a video on TikTok. No one would care. No one would talk about it. It would be fucking nothing. It's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything.
next part had me like Mr. Krabs in that one SpongeBob scene cleaning his eyeballs. Dylan Mulvaney, 6 months into her transition, was brought in to talk to the President of the United States.
Yeah, who fucking cares?
And, like, it's so sad to remember that Joe Biden isn't a soft twink gamer who plays Overwatch with Trump and Obama on the weekends, but is an actual person who's way too old to be leading a country and ends up getting shit for it.
To go deeper into this
I mean, I don't think that Joe Biden is the greatest leader of all time, but he's a lot better than I thought he'd be.
issue, here with us today is Dylan Mulvaney.
So we got girly teen girl, and we have the chocolate spine. Like, I'm
Okay.
excited for this new South Park episode.
who's welcomed us into her life.
I'm gonna pull a San, be right back, and I'll leave the video playing, and then I'll react to it.
By, showing on social media her girlhood series. Let's take a look.
My name is Dylan Mulvaney. I am a trans woman, and I am documenting my transition publicly on TikTok for the world to see. When people started watching and the numbers kept getting higher, I realized quickly how public my transition would be. Of course, I knew that there would be backlash and negativity. I try to not let the internet's words hurt me or my spirit. But do you know what does hurt? Seeing people in power and authority figures creating laws and bills that are actively trying to harm us trans humans, especially trans children.
There's really only like one argument you can make to justify transitioning minors, and that's if your dysphoria is so bad that you can't even function. But watch, it's gonna be completely absent from this discussion. I'm calling it now.
Mr. President, this is my 221st day of publicly transitioning.
God love it.
Alright, I'll let the damn video play. But like, why Dylan? I don't know, find someone who's on like day 40,000 of transition. Why does Dylan get to be the face of trans people when she has like zero nuance into the trans experience?
My son, my deceased son, used to be the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. He passed the broadest piece of legislation that he, as Attorney General, was able to convince the legislature and the governor to sign that dealt with all gender-affirming capability. I mean, there's a lot of, sometimes they try to block you from being able to access certain medicines, being able to access certain procedures, and so on. None of that should be available.
I'm sorry, I know he's old, his brain is like a Nerf football with too many bites taken out of it, but sometimes you can't help but giggle a little bit when he then says the exact opposite of what he's trying.
I feel very, very strongly that you should have every single solitary right, including use of your gender identity bathrooms put public.
If you pass. I never understood why the trans
Alright, we've got a lot to unpack here. W chair Hassan moment. Yeah, sorry. It happens to the best of us. What is this audio? I don't even know. But, anyways, where were we? Oh boy. Something. Oh, right. Why Dylan Mulvaney? She's not that far into her transition. That's kind of the fucking point. She's in the process of transitioning, right? So, one, when she was doing that interview, she was visibly trans. 2, she's literally fucking famous. 3, she's, at least in my opinion, incredibly non-controversial. Like, I could understand, not wanting someone like me, for instance, to represent all trans people or whatever the fuck, right? Sure, whatever, I'm abrasive, I can be an asshole, right? Maybe you don't want me to be the face of trans people. But Dylan Mulvaney, and to say that, she's the face of trans people is an exaggeration, right? But you gotta keep in mind that if someone is very publicly showing the process of medically transitioning, and they're famous, and they have, like, the most public transition out there, and they got famous from that, then, yeah, it makes sense that would be a good candidate for somebody to talk to about trans issues, because they're famous, and they're trans, and they're in the process of transitioning. So obviously, legislation is going to affect them and people like them when it comes to anti-trans stuff, right?
Such a huge problem, or why people care so much about what bathroom they have to use. Like, there wouldn't be...
You're fucking joking, right? You seriously want to tell... Oh my god. My ears fell off. That was such a stupid thing to say, that my ears fell off. First of all, when you're, somebody that dresses like me, and you go into the men's restroom, you are putting yourself at risk. Now, I still do this because I also am scared of being judged for going into the women's restroom, so I don't do it yet. But it's not because I think it's wrong, it's because I'm not confident enough. Like, sure, I might be confident and abrasive online, right? But in real life, fuck no. I'm awkward and kind of shy in real life, right? So, it's a lot different, right? That's one of the reasons I like being abrasive and really outspoken online, right? Is because it's something I would never want, I mean, not never, but usually I don't do it in real life. Unless I'm doing, like, a presentation for a class, right? Then it's like, okay. Then it's a performance art, and then it's different, right? But interpersonally, I'm not that confident, right? So I think it's good to have people like Dylan Mulvaney that, like, show, oh, hey, by the way, You know, you can do this. It's like, I don't know. It's like every time I go into the men's restroom, it's like, holy shit, this is terrifying. What if I'm alone, and then there's like either A, a man who hates trans people, slash gay people slash femboys, and assaults me, or B, there's a man that, you know, decides to rape me, right? That's something that goes through my mind every time I go in a public restroom now, right? It's not something that used to cross my mind, but it is now, right? Again, it's more, oh God. So it's not as simple as, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. It is. Being fucking terrified for your life is a big deal. Now, I would tend to agree with the proposition of just having unisex bathrooms in every facility, but we don't have that. There's so many buildings that only have public restrooms for men and women. Without any unisex ones. I also hate urinals, by the way. Urinals disgust me. No. I won't use them anymore. Especially not while presenting femme.
So many issues if you just use the bathroom you pass as. I always struggle with figuring out why this is even a problem.
Okay, but what if you're like me and you're pretty androgynous and you don't really, like, I'm clearly AMAB, right? I think, well, I mean, obviously my voice is part of what gets it away, but like, you can sort of clock me fairly easy, right? It's not that hard to clock me. But I also don't fit in, I don't fit in either restroom. It feels like I don't fit in anywhere. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
In the first place. Like, as an extreme minority, trans people have to blend in with society. That's just...
No, it is the opposite. You are retarded. If trans people blend into society, then no one will know we exist. And then it's going to be a lot easier to push for anti-trans legislation. Because no matter what, conservatives are going to be like, okay, we're going to create a caricature of what trans people are. And if we're just quiet and subservient, then it's like, it's going to be a lot easier for them to do that, right? But if there's people like me, even people like me that are assholes, that are abrasive, that talk about trans issues way too much, that's still a lot better than just letting conservatives control the narrative because we need to blend in. Like, no, bitch.
Just a fact, at least for the most part. I think waiting until you pass most of the time to switch over is monumentally more effective at helping the overall goal of trans acceptance than forcing yourself into a space you don't yet belong in. I mean, like,
But that's the thing, is I don't belong in either. And I feel like I'm risking my own safety every time I use a men's restroom. But again, I wouldn't expect somebody that's as early, that, you know, that's in the same spot in terms of their medical transition, or maybe even earlier, to do the same thing as me, right? Reason I do it is out of insecurity. It's not because I think it would be morally wrong for me to use the women's restroom. I'm just not confident in myself, you know?
Accept me! And, like, if you have dysphoria, your goal should be to not bring attention to your trans status and blend in with members of your experienced sex anyway.
No, it's no, it's not, that's not that simple. Oh yeah, let me just pretend to be, let me blend in with men until I've transitioned completely. What the fuck? No. What?
Because those are both things that alleviate dysphoria, which is the goal of transition. But, like, the rest of this discussion is one of the biggest nothing burgers I have ever seen. Dylan asked about what the president wants to say to parents of trans kids, and he talks about his son in Iraq, then a fundraiser for abused children, and then, like, don't be afraid of what you don't know. It just makes no sense.
I mean, I agree with what Biden is saying. I don't know how relevant it is, if that's the case, but...
But what needs to be said is we need to make trans healthcare more reliable. We need to have therapists who are going to consider all options without bias and look...
Like what? Conversion therapy? Is that, oh yeah. All of the options, yeah. There's so many of them.
Into someone's past to see whether or not they're making the correct decision.
Wait, you do realize that they already do that. There's too much gatekeeping, if anything, right? There's already a shit ton of gatekeeping when it comes to allowing people to medically transition.
In transitioning or not. And like I said, no talk of dysphoria. And honestly, no talk of like anything, to be honest. This
Okay, well, being trans and being dysphoric are not one and the same, okay? Being trans is not the mental illness. Dysphoria is, okay? So if you want to say that being trans is to have gender dysphoria, then you are saying that being trans is a mental illness.
This is like a complete nothing burger, like I said. Like, how can you have a discussion on trans people without mentioning dysphoria? There was so much.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is being trans is not a mental illness. Dysphoria is. Transitioning can be the cure to that mental illness, or the best treatment we have, at least. But not every trans person needs to have dysphoria. Like, these essentialist arguments are fucking brain dead.
So much potential to do good here. And it was just a giant bite of holographic meatloaf. But then Dylan Mulvaney, after everyone forgot about her, she came back out with a Bud Light sponsorship. Like, it's
Yeah, who gives a shit? Oh no! Her face was on a can of fucking Bud Light. The world's gonna explode. Like, it's like, again, I don't think it's her fault that conservatives had a fucking meltdown over it.
a massive scam, but the cans don't even have Dylan on it. What?
Okay, then who gives a shit? It's nothing. It means nothing. It was one can that was sent to her with her face on it. That was it. Who the fuck
A
cares?
scam! But like, imagine Blair White on the cans. I would travel the multiverse just to find the universe where they put Blair White on the fucking beer cans. But honestly,
Damn, that was really funny. You got the whole squad laughing.
I don't even care. But before, I thought Dylan was just a grifter troll who's doing this all on purpose, because there's no way someone can lack this much self-awareness. And I didn't feel bad about shitting on her, because like, oh, if she wants people to hate her and shit on her, then I'm gonna hate her and shit on her. But I think at this point, in doing more research and just re-going through everything, I think she's just a dumb baby trans whose cringe phase went way too far, and the media is enabling it further. But comment palm tattoo, and I'll try to.
You gotta realize that a lot of people, you know, the reason why a lot of trans people stay in the closet is because one of the main things they're trying to avoid is their cringe baby trans phase. Fucking hell. That was one of the reasons I didn't transition for the longest time, is because I didn't want to be in my, whatever, cringy baby trans phase, because I thought that's what I would be if I was trans, which I guess, sure, maybe I am. I don't fucking know, right? So I thought, well, that's not an acceptable thing to be. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, turns out that all trans people that transition and end up there at some point. It's inevitable.
hurt your comment, but yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Either way, this is, like, if it's seen as more acceptable to go through your baby trans phase, it's gonna, you know, make it a lot easier for people to come out, to start transitioning, right? But if people don't want to, you know, be ostracized from society, which is a reasonable thing, and then they, you know, it's like, obviously, if even trans people are trying to ostracize whatever, you know, what they would be in the first year or two of their transition, inevitably, no matter what, then it's like, why would you want to transition? You're just going to be ostracized, and it's like the few people that should be supportive of you are also ostracizing you. That's why I can't stand people like Blair White, Calvin Guerra, and now this bitch. OMG, the stream lag. No, is it lagging? Shit. No, don't lag. How far behind is it? Oh god. Like, what the fuck? Alright, I'll give myself a visual cue. Alright. Is it behind? Oh, no, it's not behind. What? It's not behind that. It's not lagging. Anyways, either way. This is why... Look. Oh, yeah. Look, here's the thing, right? I don't think this person is, like, evil or anything. But she sure as hell is fucking stupid. I'm not gonna lie. She's a dumbass. Genuinely. Genuine fucking dumbass. I mean... It's just... It's like, oh yeah, we needed another Blair White. You know? Yeah, that's what we needed. You don't need dysphoria to be transgender. is another video this person's made. Oh god, it's got shitty Minecraft gameplay. As somebody that used to make PvP montages, seeing this makes me angry. This is... Why are your renders so shit?
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna be roasting this 14-year-old girl over
Oh, this hurts to watch.
Transsexualism.
Ah! Yeah, let me roast a random 14-year-old girl.
She clings to so hard. And I wouldn't make a video on this if it wasn't such low-hanging fruit. But she's like trying to diagnose people in the Discord who are like obviously trans, and for some reason they're like actually working. It's so crazy. Like, the people in the Discord are like vulnerable people. It's kind of fucked up. But it's like,
why is it sped up and terrible looking? I'm sorry, I can't get over this.
it's like literally your average 14-year-old with the
If a trans person doesn't hate themselves, they're not trans. Yeah, exactly. It's like the most unself-aware, description of what it means to be trans based on personal experience. It's like, okay, so because you hate yourself, you believe that every other trans person needs to have the same experience as you and also hate themselves.
superiority
Because your experience of being trans is what everybody should experience in order to be trans.
complex who hates cross-dressers and is racist. Like, go figure.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, there's an edgy 14-year-old. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Wow, incredible.
So this person in the Discord, it's like a cesspool, garbage chute, dog shit trans Discord, has
I can't watch this. This is terrible. This isn't even like, I can't even watch this ironically. This is fucking awful. Holy shit. Oh my god. Ah. Ah. Oh my god. The trans community is in what's up with Chris Tyson? Oh god, she's made a video on Chris Tyson. Oh god, I don't want to watch this. Her commentary is so ass, like so boring. True! I'll play it a little bit faster. I have it at 1.1 times speed.
at a party yesterday and lost my voice, so yeah, just ignore that. 350 subscribers and I'll review Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light. Also, I was gonna tell the story about the fake phone number. Thank you for all the likes, but I need to stop gossiping, and also I figured it all out, so I can't make that video. So I've been catching up on my trans lore, and Chris from Mr. Beast...
Oh, yeah, what a great quality photo, by the way. There's definitely not one that's higher res that you could use.
came out as trans, and initially this was my reaction.
Oh, hell no!
Damn, bro, you got the whole squad laughing. That was such a funny edit.
What the hell?
Like, talk about Mr. Breast. And of course, the internet went crazy. You had some people abusing the name of Jesus to spread hatred as usual, and being like, this is the worst thing ever. And then you also have some people who are like entirely supportive, like it's the best thing ever. And I'm not trying to say that in a condescending way. I'd rather people blindly support Chris rather than blindly hate him.
Okay, based?
But there's some things that need to be addressed here. But at face value, my thoughts are that Chris is putting an actual effort to pass. Except you gotta get rid of the whole like pulled back hair. It looks so bad. And isn't making an ass out of himself and making us look bad, so I can't really get mad at him. Like, if you're not
Alright, I don't care. This is boring. I was hoping she would give some controversial take. Be like, how dare Chris Tyson exist? How dare she? But yeah. That's, yeah, okay. The trans community is in shambles. Alright, let's see why the trans community is in
I got a fake
shambles.
number from a girl who offered to give it to me first! So I'm gonna complain about the current state of the trans community. 10 likes and I'll tell that story. Okay, so as we all know, was/were over here opened a can of worms and let a bunch of people who know absolutely nothing about the trans experience except from the news speak out and spread garbage, and I'm going to respond to a couple of these things that people are saying.
How can you say that you feel like a woman when you don't know what that feels like?
Okay, so this is why I don't like it when people say
What?
I feel like a woman to justify them transitioning. Like, it's easily counter.
Well, yeah, obviously there's more to it than just feeling like a woman.
Well, you can be like, oh, I'm an attack helicopter. Like, without any actual thought, and it doesn't hold any substance.
Okay, so the argument you would use here, is, obviously the attack helicopter argument is fucking stupid. The argument you would use in terms of, why trans people are valid, but that's not, the symmetry breaker is that saying that somebody is an attack helicopter is referring to a physical reality, whereas somebody, referring to themselves as a man or a woman is literally just, referring to, like whatever, the masculine or feminine archetype in society that is, typically associated with males or females, but not always, right? So you would have to find some sort of symmetry breaker there, which is pretty easy to do, and then just use that as your argument, right?
And doesn't help push the idea that trans woman is just another type of woman, and also like it doesn't insinuate the seriousness and
okay, so yeah, she has a less well worded version of what I say, which is that trans women trans women are a subcategory of women broadly, but yeah, she doesn't have to use terms like subcategory.
innate biologicality of being trans. Like nobody ever talks about the biological aspect of being trans, how
Because being transgender is not the biological aspect, right? If you conflate sex and gender, you are doing trans people a disservice, whether you realize it or not.
our brains are hardwired for a specific set of hormones and sex characteristics, and when those don't match what your brain expects, it manifests into, at least in my experience, a sort of like, get me out of here, get it off me type of anxiety feeling in the pit of my stomach that
See, but this is not necessary for being trans. Again, you're just making essentialist arguments, which is not much better than what conservatives do.
becomes debilitating over time. But obviously these people wouldn't be so passionate about saying men are men, women are women, without a strong innate sense of self. And it doesn't occur
Like, for instance, if let's say, for instance, there was a magical pill that could make dysphoria disappear, I think that would be great. That I would love it if that existed, right? Just a magical pill that made gender dysphoria disappear, and it's free, anyone can get it, right? If that existed, I would still argue that it doesn't serve any utility to force anybody into, whatever arbitrary box, right? People should still be able to identify however they want, regardless of whether or not they have dysphoria, right? It's like, oh, well, there's a pill for this now, so now you're not allowed to be trans, right? Who the fuck would want that, right? Now, obviously, a pill like that is not going to exist, or it won't, at least for a very long time, but still. Either way.
to them that for trans people, we still have that strong innate sense of self. And our problem is that it doesn't match our biological sex. And just like yours, our sense of self developed as a baby before we were even sentient. Like, there is no...
I mean, if you want to make the hormone washing argument, I mean, that could be part of your dialogue tree, but you shouldn't rely on it exclusively, right? Especially, like, if you get into more philosophical territory, I think that it's a lot easier to thrive in a debate like that, because conservatives are incapable of thinking abstractly.
Oh, I'm a man, now I'm a woman. I'm a girl in a boy's body, but I have a boy's body. And that carries with you, even when you're transitioning. Like my body is still, unfortunately, assigned male. I still have male chromosomes. But honestly, it doesn't matter because I look like a woman, I act like a woman, I talk like a woman, I'm seen as a woman. I pull lesbians.
Why is gender everything but also nothing?
Okay.
I think this is referring to the whole 76 genders. You can be any gender you want. It's meaningless. Which is totally brain.
I mean, the point... So, I don't like the 76 genders thing because it's very arbitrary, and I get that that's, like, the point, but obviously it gets misconstrued very easily. It's like you're setting yourself up to get misinterpreted on purpose by conservatives in a way that centrists will, obviously see that and side with the conservatives, right? So I don't think that it serves very much utility to say 76. The much better argument to make is... not that there are 76 genders, but that gender is a spectrum, right? So there are two ways you can take this, okay? Depending on what the other person believes. If they believe that sex and gender are the same thing, bring up the fact that sex is a bimodal distribution, right? Meaning it is not a binary. A binary denotes only two possible outputs, okay? So if sex and gender are the same thing, then by default, what gender are intersex people, right? They can never answer it, right? If somebody is like a full-on hermaphrodite, right? They can't answer the question, because they don't have an answer, right? They're internally inconsistent. If they believe that sex and gender are different, then you would then ask them, okay, so give me a reason why it should be obligatory to identify as the gender that you were assigned at birth, if you acknowledge that this is a social construct rather than a biological one, right?
Dead. There's two genders and you can't move between them, and the idea that gender means nothing or is anything you want is...
Wait, you can't move between them and there's only two. See, this is the whole idea of gender and sex are the same is fucking brain dead. Okay, so what, how do you categorize intersex people? Because there are hermaphrodites with like, obviously not all intersex people are hermaphrodites, but there are genuine hermaphrodites that are able to I think predominantly I think there was a hermaphrodite that identified as a male, that got pregnant. That they had like a slightly more male. Well, you get the point. I could bring up the study, but this is, I mean, we're arguing against like a dumbass here. So I would wait for them to ask me for a study first.
So transphobic because you're erasing the struggle of trans people, making it all seem like a fun game.
Wait, erasing the struggle of trans people. Again, being trans does not have to be a struggle. It can be, and for a lot of trans people it is, but again, you cannot use that descriptive claim as a prescriptive one. It should not be the case that being a trans is a struggle. It should be easy. It would be much better if it was. And guess what? We can, maybe not make it easy for everybody, but we can make it a lot easier, right? Struggling and being miserable is not innate to being trans, right? Maybe it is for some people, but again, your experience is not the same experience as all other trans people's experiences, right? We're not a monolith, okay? You gotta understand that.
Which it's not. It's literally the opposite.
And if gender and sex are completely different, then how is a sex change gender reaffirming surgery?
So, again, this goes back into the whole idea of, okay, well, it could be the case that you identify a certain way, regardless of whether or not you have gender dysphoria. But if you do have gender dysphoria, then it might be the case that the only way to alleviate said gender dysphoria is to get bottom surgery, right? But that's not a prerequisite for being trans, right? So the response there would be, well, it depends on whether or not they have gender dysphoria, right? So a non-dysphoric trans person might not want to get surgery because they don't get anything out of it, right? But a dysphoric trans person might need their, a sex reassignment surgery in order to alleviate that dysphoria, right? Or maybe it just feels more correct, right? Maybe there's less of a disconnect, which is also dysphoria to an extent, right? So, again, it's really going to depend on whether or not you have, dysphoria in terms of, like, your body, rather than just social dysphoria, right?
Literally semantics and irrelevant, but your gender is how your
sex equals what you are biologically. There's only two sexes, male and female. Okay, all right, the average CEO. Then what sex are intersex people? See, that's the thing, right? Is I agree that gender doesn't equal sex, right? But if you presuppose that they are the same thing, then you have to acknowledge that there are more than two genders, even if you think that they're the same, because sex, once again, is not a binary. It is a bimodal distribution, which means spectrum, right? It tends to be the case that most people are on one extreme or the other, right? But those aren't the only two possible outputs. Intersex people exist, right? There's more intersex people than redheads, right? So there's going to be some in-between area, right? Same thing with gender. Most people identify one way or the other, but that's not always the case, right? So, obviously sex and gender are not the same thing, right? It could be the case that you have XXY, or maybe you have XY, maybe you're an XY female, right? You have Swire syndrome, or maybe you have XX male syndrome, right? These are totally possible things. It could be the case that you're intersex, where in terms of your external, your external sex characteristics are male, but maybe internally you have female characteristics, right? It's not as unambiguous as you might think it is, right? That's the point. And you can point out these internal inconsistencies when arguing with a conservative.
brain perceives your sex. Like, because my brain structure is close to that of a female, it was like, oh, I must be the girl. But since my biological sex, which is like chromosomes, primary and secondary sex characteristics, etc., is male, that caused a disconnect in my brain that, again, manifests into that sort of pit in my stomach anxiety feeling.
Yeah, but it doesn't manifest that way for everybody, right? A lot of people that are dysphoric don't even realize they're dysphoric until they start transitioning, because they think that, oh, I'm just transitioning because I want to, and it'll make me feel better, as opposed to something I'm already okay with. Turns out they do have dysphoria, and they just don't realize it, right? This is the case with me.
And I had to treat that to survive. So I believe that sex and gender are supposed to be the same.
Mind blown emoji, I never thought about that. Yeah, exactly. It's like these are things that aren't intuitive to everybody.
But for trans people, it's...
And you can take advantage of that.
Not. We need to stop saying that, oh, sex and gender are different, because they shouldn't be. It's an
Should they not be because you say so?
anomaly that...
Okay, if sex and gender are the same, then what gender are intersex people? Are they intersex gender? Like, what?
they don't match. Like, there's a reason why it causes so much pain. It's because it's not supposed
Not for everybody. Some people have more mild dysphoria. So even if you only care about gender dysphoric people, There are people that have mild dysphoria, right? I probably don't have as much dysphoria as this person, right? But I still have it to an extent. I didn't even realize that that's what that disconnect was. I didn't even realize there was a disconnect until I started HRT, and then I'm like, oh, now that I have hindsight, I can see that, right? But I didn't have that perspective yet. But like you're only able to put it into perspective like that once you start transitioning, and that's what I didn't realize.
Supposed to happen. But then again, actual trans people to the general public is Dylan Mulvaney. Like, he's looking at me like he's gonna
He? Really?
spin his head back and forth like Skull Kid from Majora's Mask, and I'm gonna wake up strapped to a chair, forced to watch his Day 365 performance over and over again for the rest of my life. And we also got Leah Thomas and Jessica Yaniv. Like,
Okay, Jessica, yeah, fuck Jessica and Eve. Yeah, fuck them. They can go fuck themselves. For those of you who don't know, Jessica Yaniv is like an actual, like, PDF file. Just saying. But again, the fuck did Leah Thomas do to you? Like, come on. What the fuck did Dylan Mulvaney do to you?
I don't believe any of those people are trans. The only one that I could believe is
The fact that you would put Dylan Mulvaney and Leah Thomas in the same category as Jessica Yaniv is fucking absurd.
actually trans just by looking at them, because she puts in effort to pass and passes decently, is that lady from the Hershey's commercial.
What? Oh. Okay.
Dylan is literally a one-to-one transphobic stereotype that I'd argue is trans acceptance's biggest enemy right now.
How? Like, this doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, she doesn't pass. It's like, I don't even know if she would admit to having this position, but she clearly only thinks that trans people are valid once they pass. Like, here she is blatantly misgendering Dylan Mulvaney, but in a later video, she genders her correctly. Why? Because she passes better. She looks more like a woman. It's entirely vibes-based. There's no consistent standard here, right? This is why it's a shit argument. It's based on emotion. There's no logic or reasoning behind it.
This dude is everywhere for some reason. 350 subscribers
Oh, come on. Hold on.
is every
Does that seriously? Does this look like a dude to you? Seriously, this looks like a dude. What?
everywhere for some reason. 350 subscribers, and I'll buy and review Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light. Like, you're what, 26? Stop.
Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light. Yeah, I'm sure it'll taste so much different from regular Bud Light. I'm sure it'll taste like Dylan Mulvaney's girl cum. Okay, that was too fucking far. Holy shit. That I don't know if that joke landed or not. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't.
Stop calling yourself a girl. Being trans is some baby game for fun. You're literally the man dancing around in a dress stereotype. Leah Thomas is just destroying the trans label to take advantage of sports, and Jessica...
You don't know that. First of all, Leah Thomas was successful when she was still, you know, but pre-transition. The reason why, she was on hormones for multiple years and competing with men for multiple years while on hormones. She had been transitioning for ages while competing with fucking men, like actual men, while being on estrogen for multiple years. So it wasn't that she suddenly became, like, super good. She was really fucking good before she started HRT. Like, she was competing just as well with men. Now, the trans sports thing, I think, is a very complicated discussion. I think that what it boils down to, or what it should boil down to, in my opinion, or at least what it could, is... Or at least my take on it is, as long as you have a consistent standard, I don't have an issue, right? So, for instance, it could be the case that let's say there's an AFAB person... And then maybe they're like a detransitioner, right? So she takes testosterone for 7 years, right? And then she detransitions, right? But that testosterone made permanent changes or whatever. If you don't want trans women, that have gone through male puberty to be in women's sports, then it must also be the case that if you're going to be internally consistent, that you also don't want a detransitioner, like a woman who's a detransitioner in women's sports either, right? And you would also have to accept the fact that, okay, if there is a trans woman who, never went through male puberty, just went on puberty blockers, and then when they were of the age of medical consent, went on HRT, that they should also be able to compete in women's sports, right? As long as you're internally consistent like that, I don't have that big of an issue, because I don't know too much about the actual science behind, how much of an advantage do trans people have in sports. So, but what I can judge is the internal consistency of any given argument. So that's what I'll sort of base my opinion off of whether or not somebody has a reasonable take. You can tell she hates herself. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's very obvious. Sex and gender used to be the same thing before the idea of genders other than simply male and female became a normal thing. Yeah, well, gender is derivative of sex, right? So gender and sex used to be used interchangeably just all the time whenever they were used, but they're not the same thing anymore, right? The meanings of words can change over time, right? It doesn't even have to be the word gender, right? You could use an entirely different word. Whenever somebody is like, oh, well, sex and gender are the same thing. If on one hand I might go, okay, then what gender are intersex people route? But it might be also be useful for me to go a completely different route and say, okay, well, words can change over time. So if you really don't like me using the word gender, then what word would you like me to use to describe the social categorization that is derivative of sex but also not sex, that refers to the way in which we socially categorize people? And it's like, well, they don't have a term for it. It's like, well, there needs to be something, right? If you want, I'll use the term penis cum fart instead of gender for the rest of the debate, right? And it's like, and then it becomes more abstract, and then it's harder to argue against, which works to my favor, right?
Yaniv is Jessica Yaniv. I mean, she's kind of irrelevant right now, but whatever. So this brings me to my next topic, trans sports. This has gotten way too much attention recently, like a ton of attention.
Yeah, I don't really like the trans sports discourse, but I already kind of talked about this already, so I'm not going to reiterate my argument.
And it's literally one of the stupidest, most avoidable issues, yet it's become the thing that gave these people who are like, trans women are overshadowing women, actual firepower.
Again, as long as you're willing to acknowledge that trans women who haven't gone through male puberty have the right to, be in women's sports, because there's obviously not really an unfair advantage there, fine, whatever. I don't care that much.
Like, what was Leah Thomas, like 400th? And bro is now one of, like, the top-ranked female.
The one she decided to gender correctly was the Predator Lamel. Oh my god, you're right! Holy shit, you're right! She misgendered Dylan Mulvaney, but she forgot to misgender fucking Jessica Yaniv. Like, okay, look, I might get canceled for this, but I don't care if somebody misgenders somebody like Jessica Yaniv or Chris Chan. Because I feel like the argument of, well, they make us look bad, okay, that's genuinely applicable there. I don't care. They're beyond moral consideration, right? Once you rape your mom, once you are like a genuine child predator, I think at that point, you're beyond my moral consideration. I don't care about you or your experiences. You may as well just not exist, right? Like, you're not sentient at that point, in my worldview.
Swimmers. Like, all these trans athletes who are destroying records are doing it on purpose. They know what they're doing, and it's all bullshit. They don't have dysphoria, because...
Well, first of all, you don't know that. Secondly, dysphoria is not a prerequisite for being trans, right? I used to think that I didn't have dysphoria, and I do, first of all. So it might be the case that dysphoric trans people who end up transitioning might not transition because of the shit you spew, right? Again, you're a fan of Calvin Guerra, but you have to keep in mind that even though I have gender dysphoria, it's more mild gender dysphoria, and people like Calvin Guerra scared me into the closet because I thought that it would give me gender dysphoria if I were to transition, not the other way around, because I didn't think I had gender dysphoria. I thought, oh, this is the default state of being.
Because it's all same shit, different asshole, how they describe their experience being trans. And, like, nobody is that actually dog-like retarded.
Wait, you do realize that different trans people have different experiences, right? That's what you're failing to understand. You categorize all of the trans people that don't have the exact same experience as you as not trans, which is fucking stupid.
Like, I thought of the average stupid person and then realized half were stupider. And not even the person at the end of that list would think there's no...
Okay. Alright, well, if you're watching this, you have to acknowledge that, if nothing else, I know more about this subject. I don't know if this is a baseless claim or not. I mean, it kind of is, to an extent. I mean, I'm only going off of, your intelligence based on your ability to construct good arguments. I would be pretty confident in saying that my fluid intelligence is also superior to that of this individual as well. So, I'd say I'm both more educated and have more fluid intelligence. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe she's like really good at math or something, or other stuff. I don't know. And obviously, intellect is going to be multifaceted.
nothing wrong with a big gap and obvious destruction between the trans athletes and the other women. And like, I used to be like, oh, a trans league would be force outing trans people. That's not the solution. But then I realized that if you're competing that high and out as trans with your dick hanging out, then being
dick hanging out? I don't think that anyone's dick was hanging out. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, why, wait, hold on. Like, is it, no, seriously. Like, you mean like there's a visible bulge? It's like, okay, why is that different from when, like, a man wears, like, a Speedo at a swim meet? I mean, there are plenty of people that do that, right? Again, I don't get the point being made here. Like, it's like, yeah, okay. Yes, a lot of trans women have dicks. Yeah, get over yourself. You as a trans person should know this.
Other than a trans league is not something you would care about at all. Like, why can't more people be like me? I'm into motorsports.
Yeah, why can't more people be like me? Why can't more people be like me? And this is the exact problem. It's the sense of innate superiority over all other trans people that are not like her. The validity of somebody's transness is contingent upon how similar they are to this individual. That is what they believe, whether they realize it or not, whether they acknowledge it or not, to themselves or to the world. I will say, though, that the 41 being on the side of the car on purpose is pretty based. I'm not gonna lie.
And it wouldn't be a big deal for me if I was to be out. I'm not, I won't, and I'll never be out because I'm competing against mainly men. So that argument is out the window. Plus, I get praised.
Okay, what about trans women in women's chess? Like, the only argument you could make against them being in women's chess would be that trans women are smarter than cis women. And I don't think you want to go down that route.
For beating the shit out of old men at tiny cars. Oh, get into motorsports if you're trans. Other sports are stupid. But yeah, it's time for me to make a comeback. The trans community is yet again in shambles, and we need any sort of voice. Comment thermometer, and I'll try to heart your comment, but yeah.
Any sort of voice? I don't think that's what you meant to say. I don't know. I think my voice is better than her voice, but, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just my objectively correct opinion. Who knows? What am I even saying? Oh my god. I would call Hitler a woman if she turned out trans, but she would still be a Nazi piece of shit who killed people. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. It's like, whatever. All gender people like Chris Chan or Jessica Yaniv, correctly or not at all, I might use they, them, not because, like, not even because I'm thinking about it, but because it's like, I naturally have the inclination to want to dissociate, right? And be like, well, that's like the neutral thing. You can use they, them for anybody, right? So it's like the neutral thing. It's a way of being a cringe, fucking centrist, you know? It's the enlightened centrist approach. You know what I mean? Neither affirming nor denying their gender identity. But yeah, no, if somebody misgenders Chris Chan, I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna correct them, that's for sure. But yeah. Anyways, I was just talking about Chris Chan when he mentioned it. Oh god. There's somebody spamming. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, I was talking about Chris Chan when he mentioned people who have intercourse with a particular family member. Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah.
See ya.
Alright, that's fucking awful. I want to die. I want to jump off a cliff. I hated watching every second of that. I'm tempted to join the 41% after seeing that complete cancer. I hate my life. Why did I subject myself to this? I have no idea. It works well for us all to just gender everyone correctly. I'm not opposed to it either. Right? I'm not gonna incorrect somebody if they correctly gender Chris Chan either. I just don't care about Chris Chan. It's like, I'm somebody that, like, believes, okay, maybe it's, like, whatever, internally inconsistent to an extent to be like, well, I believe in self-ID except for people I don't like, or whatever, right? But if they only apply a different standard to, like, really, really bad people, I don't really think it serves very much utility for me to go out of my way to correct them. Being like, yeah, we need to consider the feelings of Chris Chan as well. Like, I'm not gonna, like, say Chris Chan is a man, at least not anymore, but I don't know. It's like, I don't even, I don't know. I think it depends on who I'm talking to, right? So for instance, if someone were to like say that, okay, well, yeah, trans people are valid except for these few rare instances where they're clearly acting in bad faith, it's like, fine, whatever. It's like, I don't know, I'd be willing to throw someone like Chris Chan or Jessica Yaniv under the bus if it means that I benefit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Everyone needs a thneed, a fine thing that all people need. A thneed is good. Thneed is great. What the fuck does that mean? Anyways, yeah. How are y'all doing today? Hope you're doing well. Fucking trans medicalist propaganda is so AIDS. It's actually AIDS. What else do we watch? Lorax reference? Sorry, I'm retarded. Alright, let's watch something else. Alright, let's watch everybody's favorite YouTuber, Calvin Guerra. Oh boy, I'm so excited. It's my favorite.
Welcome to this.
Shut up, idiot. That's a relationship. Okay. How neopronouns hurt trans people. Let's see if they make a good argument.
What's up, you guys? Calvin here, and welcome back to my channel, where today I am going to finally be talking about some discourse that has been rampant on TikTok in the past couple months. Man, I never thought I was going to have to fucking talk about this whole thing again, because I feel like the trans community has like over and over agreed collectively that this is dumb and that we don't like it and that we don't support it, but somehow it's a huge thing again.
I think there's a difference between something being dumb, where you think it's illogical or whatever, versus actually decreasing utility, right? So for instance, if someone wants to identify with neopronouns, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that entirely. I think xenogender is fine, because it's somebody identifying themselves to be a certain way. Neopronouns, I guess at that point you're asking something from somebody else, you're asking somebody else to change the way in which they use language. But I guess you're also doing that. The counter argument there would be you're also doing that when a binary trans person, for instance, asks you to, you know, refer to them with their preferred pronouns, right? Is it really categorically that different? I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on whether or not, it's you have to measure it on a case-by-case basis at that point, right? You can usually tell if somebody's acting in good faith or bad faith. It's usually not that hard to tell. But I guess the way to measure it is, okay, how much do you lose from correctly gendering someone that uses neopronouns and using their preferred pronouns? How much does that hurt you versus the amount of hurt you would be causing them by not using their preferred pronouns? Now, I'm somebody that also believes that, okay, you can also use they, them for everybody. I believe that they, them pronouns are all-encompassing, so it's like, whatever, I don't care. I use they, them pronouns on cis men just as much as I would for anybody else. Other than non-binary people that only use they, them, then I would use them even more, you know? But other than that, you know...
This discourse pops up every, like, year, every 3 years, and then it eventually goes away, but it's been
Yeah, I debated Hunter Avalon on this.
Pretty big this time around, so I wanted to talk about it, and that is the idea of the neopronouns. Now, disclaimer, I am transgender.
I don't care. Whether or not, like, the correctness of your arguments are not contingent upon whether or not you're transgender, alright?
Someone who's new, so you know what that means? I'm allowed to have an opinion on it.
No, this is fucking stupid.
And actually, anybody can
Wait, is he about to say anyone can...
New, so you know what that means? I'm allowed to have an opinion on it. And actually, anybody can really have an opinion on anything. I hate this fucking thing that the trans community does, where they run around and they're like, well, if you're cis, your opinion doesn't matter at all.
Okay, based.
And I'm like,
Alright, okay, rare Calvin Guerra W.
I hate trannies. Really quickly before I start, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Adam and Eve. You guys know.
Yeah, I don't care.
But I personally think it's a great gift, and
I don't care.
They probably have something for you. So,
no, I don't
if you're looking for a gift to get your significant other, I think I give Adam and Eve for sponsoring this video. Also, disclaimer, I mean, Adam and Eve sponsors me all the time.
I don't care.
I'm grateful to them for that. Alright, neopronouns. Let's talk about it. Also, I'm filming my girlfriend's bathroom. Do we like this like cute little backdrop right here? Also, my hair. God, it's like grown back so fast. So, what are neopronouns? You might not know. If you don't know, you're very lucky. You've avoided the stupidity. I should probably get off TikTok, but it's kind of really addictive.
This guy looks like Doreen's chubby brother. True. You know you hit rock bottom when you start letting a sex toy company sponsor. Okay, to be fair, I would let a sex toy company sponsor me. All right, I would do the same. I'm not gonna lie. Money is money. I would let a sex toy company sponsor me.
Neopronouns. They're basically pronouns. Now, you thought the trans community...
Neopronouns. I mean, they're basically pronouns. Wow, what a great description. Thanks, Calvin.
...was done with they. You know, we fought hard for they. We normalized they, made it easier for non-binary people to have a wider range of people using gender-neutral pronouns. You think that that would be good enough, right? No. It's never good enough because the trans community always wants to feel oppressed.
No, not really.
Pronouns are basically this idea that people can go around using nicknames and other weird things as pronouns. I mean,
So I will say that the nickname analogy is pretty good, but I think that the way I would engage in this is yeah, if you're gonna make the comparison of you know, towards nicknames, right? If let's say there's somebody that has a nickname, you would respect their nickname most likely, right? It might be a little bit hard to get used to if you're used to calling them by something else, but you make the effort, right? But if somebody, like, so for instance, if somebody goes by, or sorry, they used to go by I don't know, let's say their name is Jonathan, but they want to go by John or whatever, right? You'd respect that. Maybe you're used to calling them Jonathan, right? So Johnny or John is new for you, right? But you'd be willing to accommodate that, right? But if somebody's nickname was Penis Comfort, okay, maybe you don't want to accommodate that, right? But there's not like a specific set of criteria for what nicknames are or aren't allowed, right? But I'm gonna guess he's gonna make a fallacious argument where he's like, okay, but like if neopronouns are okay, then can't people identify as like poopy comfort? It's like, well, no, you would treat it the same way you would treat nicknames, right? I believe that's what would serve the most utility.
I've seen everything. I've seen kittens, kitten, self, that.
I mean, to be fair, if somebody asked me to call them kitten as their nickname, I wouldn't, okay? Now, if somebody calls me kitten, I don't mind. But it has to be like somebody that's attractive and also, you know, yeah, it has to be somebody I like. All right? Otherwise, it's just cringe. All right? I would not, like, if somebody asked me, hey, can you call me kitten as like a nickname? Fuck no, right? So that's why I wouldn't use that neopronoun, because I wouldn't use it as like a nickname either.
I've seen emojis used as...
I'm not around people who have neopronouns, so IDK. Yeah, no, I get that. I think it really depends on yeah.
As neopronouns, and I've seen even, this is probably my favorite one that sparked a lot of not Tumblr, oh my god, I'm getting my apps mixed up, TikTok discourse, right? It was like, BLM self.
Alright, that's obviously taking the piss. That's obviously not meant to be taken seriously, okay? Again, right off the bat, he's failing to make a categorical distinction between people that do it in good faith and bad faith, right? He's treating them like they're the same. He's not acknowledging when there's an obvious joke. It's like, I feel like I can't use neopronouns as a joke because people are going to conflate it with actual neopronouns. They're going to think I'm being serious.
I'm literally looking at, when I saw this dude, I'm like looking at this person's bio who's like so dead ass about using this pronoun.
I would still use them. Yeah, I think it depends on the neopronouns, right? You got to judge it on a case-by-case basis, right? If somebody's pronouns are like a slur, right? I mean, okay, maybe, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind saying slurs, but like, come on, if you're out in public, you know, outside of, you know, being terminally online, really, who's gonna, come on. No, I wouldn't use that as a nickname, so I'm not going to use it as a neopronoun. I do like the analogy of, yeah, they're like nicknames. You judge it on a case-by-case basis. Oh, well, yeah, okay, obviously you wouldn't respect, you know, someone saying the N-word, right? But, like, what if somebody uses a neopronoun that's like 1 billion syllables? It's technically not offensive if somebody uses anti-disestablishmentarianism self as their pronouns. Okay, but if somebody used that as their nickname, would you respect it? No, you wouldn't respect it for the same reason, right?
I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, this is kind of racist. Like, don't you think this is kind of...
Well, no, it's not racist. It's just a fucking joke. It's not that deep.
Kind of fucking racist? Like, just you're using, like, the, like, movement for black people's rights.
Dude, it's a joke. It ain't that serious. Holy shit.
To, help stop police brutality for, like, your own fucking weird pronouns.
How was I ever a fan of this guy?
Like, what is that about? And of course, it was a white person that did it. Just saying. Not really
I don't give a shit. It's called a joke. It's not that serious. Holy shit.
trying to make any point there. I'm just saying, I knew it was a white person that did it before I even had to go to their page.
I don't care. It literally does not matter. It's irrelevant. It's a joke. Anyone can make that joke.
To confirm that. But anyways.
Okay. Yes. Oh wow, there's a TikTok of a black person not understanding the joke. That somehow validates your argument. I don't fucking care.
I hope y'all think this is a twerk song. This is for the banging niggas right here, baby.
What? Oh, alright, this is also a shit post. Okay, never mind.
I know a lot of times people will say, alright, Calvin, why do you care what pronouns people are using? Why do you care if people want to use emojis as pronouns? Why do you care if people want to...
Why do you care if somebody uses nicknames, for instance? Yeah, it's the same question. Neopronouns are not intrinsically good or bad. It depends on what neopronouns you're using.
Use ACAB as their pronoun. Calvin, why do you care? It doesn't affect you, Calvin. It doesn't matter. Like, why?
I think you should care as much as you would care if somebody used it as their nickname, alright? I'm just gonna say it.
Why do you care so much? What did they ever do to you? Can't you just respect people's identity, Calvin? You're such a piece of shit, Calvin. You hate on everybody. You bully children. Look, I've taken a step back from making videos, and usually when I see this discourse pop back up, I'm just kind of like, okay, this will go away soon. But my biggest thing that has been really bothering me and getting to me with this whole thing is people on TikTok, of course, normal cis people who, even trans people, who are just like, they'll make videos and be like, no, this is fucking stupid. I know that it seems like it's not a big deal, guys, or that I'm bringing it up, but if you don't have TikTok, you don't understand. If you
I don't use TikTok, to be honest.
you have TikTok, you understand why I'm making this video, because it's like all over the For You. All
Okay, but your first example was an obvious shitpost. It clearly wasn't meant to be taken seriously. Like, they're obviously taking the piss.
day long. I'll see just like this normal looking person.
Now, if let's say you were to find a TikTok that was like in response to that TikTok being like, this is offensive to people that actually use neopronouns, then I'd be like, okay, I agree with you, Calvin. It is stupid to get offended over a joke like that. But he's the one getting offended over the obvious joke.
Person like be like,
Anti-disestablishmentarianism is one of my favorite words. Yeah, I would respect that pronoun personally, but that's just because I like to say anti-disestablishmentarianism. How about microscopic silvacavacan non-noconiosis? What the fuck?
no, I'm not using your fucking weird ass kitten self pronouns. Go
Okay, alright. I don't blame him for that, okay? But I wouldn't use it as a nickname either.
outside.
Holy shit, go outside.
Right? Like, you would agree that not all nicknames are equal, right? So, not all neopronouns would be equal, right? They're like nicknames, but they're used a little bit differently, right?
No one's gonna call you that. We'll call you they. The point of a pronoun is to make a sentence easier, to flow better, right?
Like, would it be easier if, like, let's say somebody uses z, zer, zers pronouns, or whatever the fuck, right? Yeah. Like, would it be easier to think of it as, okay, let's say there's somebody that just doesn't want you to use pronouns, they just want you to refer to their name, and they go by 3 names, okay? They go by z, they go by zer, and they go by zers, okay? Those are their 3 nicknames. Okay, does that make it easier? Is, like, I don't know how else to explain it.
Right? So we're not just gonna go and be like, Calvin.
Like, I don't use neopronouns, so I don't fully understand it either. I don't understand why someone would do it, but if it makes them happy, then I would be decreasing utility by advocating for something that makes them less happy.
To the store because Calvin ran out of eggs because Calvin was trying to cook a cake for Calvin's brother's birthday. I don't have a brother. Anyways, you see how dumb that sounds, right? It's just you keep. So that's why I said Calvin
Sure.
goes to the store because he ran out of eggs and he has to make food.
Okay, but if you really want to avoid using somebody's neopronouns, just say their name over and over again. Like, just...
For his sister and he has to do, that's why we replace it with a pronoun. So,
No, I agree, and see, that's the thing, right? You gotta judge it on a case-by-case basis. This is gonna be the case that usually, if I'm just talking about, like, I don't know, because obviously you use pronouns when you're talking about somebody, right? So I guess it's going to depend on who's in on it, right? I see neopronouns as a very personalized thing that's very specific to any individual who uses them, right? So if I don't really know somebody, even if they use neopronouns, I'm probably going to say they, them, without even realizing it, just because it's like, it's like it's not a very personalized thing, right? But if you're talking about somebody that you're close to that uses neopronouns, and you're talking to somebody else that's also close to them, then I think it might be applicable, right? I don't think that neopronouns are like, I don't know, I haven't really seen anyone genuinely get upset over somebody not respecting their neopronouns or whatever, right? It's like, there's some that are, like, not intuitively obvious, right? Or, like, it's, I don't understand it's, right? But, like, even though it's difficult for me to get used to, like, I would be willing to use that. It's like, whatever. I don't know.
Like, let's say that my neopronouns were frog, frogs, frog self. Calvin went to
Okay, would you call somebody frog as a nickname? All right, that's the first thing you gotta ask
the store
yourself.
because frog ran out of eggs to make for frog's sister's birthday. Calvin went by frog self because, like, even I have to hesitate to do that because it doesn't make any sense.
No, look, I don't think that it necessarily makes sense, right? But I think that you have to judge it on a case-by-case basis based on, you know, what maximizes utility, right? So from at least a utilitarian worldview, or specifically an act utilitarian one where you judge things on a case-by-case basis, rather than a rule utilitarian where you judge it based on whether or not, judge an action as moral or immoral based on whether or not it adheres to a moral rule. That generally maximizes utility. Right? Like, it's if you're an act utilitarian, you got to judge it on a case-by-case basis. Like, that's just how it's got to be. If you want to maximize utility, the most morally good thing you can do, judge it on a case-by-case basis. I'm just saying.
You're making it more complex. You're completely diminishing the reason why we even have pronouns in the first place. That's one of the reasons we have pronouns. The second reason that we have pronouns, okay, is to denote gender. I understand, oh, we need to erase gender roles, and it's a completely different scenario. Like, let's take, for example, when I was pre-T, pre-transition, flashback to 2015, okay? Before I transitioned, most people were referring to me as she, using she pronouns. So when I came out, I started telling people, hey, I want to go by he pronouns, even if you don't look 100% like a he.
Yeah, you're telling people to use different language when describing you because it serves utility, right? There's a benefit to it, right? Now, it's not going to be as intuitively obvious when it comes to neopronouns. I understand that, like, okay, yeah, obviously, it's not going to be exactly the same, right? But at the end of the day, all they're really asking is for you to change the way you use language a little bit, the same way, you know, a trans person who hasn't transitioned yet would you know, like, how they would do it, right? Same thing with they, them pronouns, right? It might be intuitively obvious to just refer to them as what they look like, right? But we're past that now, right? Because obviously it serves more utility. There's much more of a benefit to just respecting people and their identities, even if they don't necessarily make sense to you.
He or one.
Like, if anything, like, even if that's not what they ultimately end up identifying as, it makes it a lot easier for them to find out what they do identify as, you know, long term, if you know, they're allowed some sort of leeway, right? But if, like, all you do is make fun of you know, whatever, baby trans people that don't really conform, you know, or somebody like me even, right? That's gonna, I mean, you can make fun of me for other things, right? But if you're, like, a trans person especially, and you're, like, you know, making fun of me for not being trans enough, well, then that's kind of shitty, right?
100% what we denote as a man. People are respectful and will use that pronoun while you're in the midst of transitioning, just to get more used to it, because eventually you are going to be presenting as that pronoun. You're going to look like how we denote that gender, you know? So it's different for trans people.
Well, okay, but why wouldn't you just wait for it to be when you actually look that way? Why wouldn't you just wait and be like, okay, now that I passed, you can, people will, like, if people see you that way, then they'll just do it if you pass, right? By default. Right? So, again, but again, the reason that you wouldn't be in favor of having to, you know, just, oh yeah, I'll let other people decide my pronouns for me based on what I look like, is because it obviously serves some sort of utility, right? By maximizing your preferences, right? And therefore, maximizing your human happiness, right? By, you know, starting to use different pronouns as soon as you come out, even, you know, before you look like a man, right?
People when they ask people to call them by a pronoun, and it's just respecting their identity, but these people don't identify as a frog. Even if you do identify as fucking frog gender, you look dumb as rocks. Like, it's as simple as that. I don't care how much people want to say this, pronouns are gendered. You know, it doesn't mean that if you look fully as a girl, people shouldn't respect your pronoun, because obviously trans people are pre-transition at some point. Trans people.
Okay, I agree with trans people being pre-transition at some point, but there might be somebody that doesn't even want to transition, right? Maybe there's medical complications. Maybe they just don't want to. Maybe they have social dysphoria, but not body dysphoria, right? Then it's like, then yeah, it's going to serve more utility for society to just treat them the way they want to be treated. Categorize them the way they want to be categorized, so that they don't have to medically transition to be categorized that way. So they don't have to do voice training to be categorized that way, right? Now I'm somebody that has like the opposite thing, where it's like I have mostly body dysphoria. I think I don't know. It's obviously for me it's gonna be a combination of both. That's why it started out with the cross-dressing, I guess, or being a femboy, right? Maybe queerness isn't always about gender. That's also true. Who even cares, lol? I barely use pronouns like he, she, they. I tend to use names instead. Yeah, I don't know. I use pronouns and not names very often because I don't remember anybody's names in real life because I get nervous. And I'm, like, pretty sure I know their name, and I, like, almost always get it correct if I say it. But it's, like, I'm scared. Like, what if I misheard their name? What if I'm, like, saying the wrong name? You know, it's like this terrifying, irrational... You get what I mean. If someone wants neopronouns, I usually just use their name. Yeah, I would probably do that too, but then I'd have to know their name, right? And again, this is why I say that, you know, it tends to be the case that you're not going to be using neopronouns for a stranger or somebody that you don't already know really well, right? And I think that most people that use neopronouns would respect that. And I think that it's also the case that a lot of people that use neopronouns, perhaps even the majority of them, I mean, I can't speak for them, but it seems like they're also okay. Like, there are a lot of people that will use neopronouns, but they're also fine with they, them, right? So it'll be like they, them, they slash them slash z slash zim slash zer, whatever, right? And if that's the case, then that's, yeah, or I've seen, like, he, they, z. I've seen shit like that. Those people technically use neopronouns, right? But you don't have to use them, right? So it's like a lot of instances, it's like, oh, you're just making fun of something where it's like, oh, it's not even, like, you know, mandated that you use them most of the time, right? Like, a lot of the time they're like, it's like their preference, but they understand, okay, not everyone really gets this, and, you know, especially if you're not close to me, I could understand not wanting to, you know, accommodate that, so I'll use multiple pronouns, right? It's like, yeah, like, again, the goal is going to be to maximize people's preferences, right? That's sort of my goal, at least. That's, like, the most morally good thing you can do.
People aren't always going to pass, especially right off the bat. If somebody asks you to use...
Now, obviously, you could argue, oh, well, I have the preference for not respecting people's neopronouns, right? But if your like, again, I would say, okay, but does your preference supersede theirs, right? That would be the next question, right? How strong is your preference, right? But then it would also be the case that, okay, would a transphobic person, you know, who has the preference for people being forced to stay in these boxes and never transition, I mean, sure, they might have really strong beliefs. They might have a preference for people not transitioning. You know, maybe they're hyper-religious, and that's why they have a really, really, really strong preference, because they think that anyone that transitions is going to hell for eternity, right? So they might have just as strong of a feeling as actual trans people on their behalf, right? Because they think, they genuinely believe, you know, like they fully and genuinely, unironically believe that they're gonna go to hell for it, for eternity, right? And they would be willing to be like, well, I you know, it's better if they don't, because then they have the opportunity to go to heaven, and, you know, life on earth is temporary, right? That might be their perspective, right? But that doesn't matter, right? Preferences that are used to negate the preferences of others and how they live their own lives, you know, those should not be seen as relevant, right? So, again, allowing for that does not maximize preferences in general. And this is also why I don't just do preference-based utilitarianism, right? I know I've been talking about preferences a lot. It's mainly because it's a simple thing to follow along with, but I generally believe more in like hedonic, like hedonistic act utilitarianism, mainly. But the reason I might bring up preferences is because it tends to be the case that maximizing preferences maximizes utility, usually, more often than not.
Just like he pronouns, even if they don't...
Zer is easy, though? Yeah, exactly. I'd have an easier time with that than frog/froggy. Yeah. No, I agree, right? Like, that's why I say judge it on a case-by-case basis. Like, would you respect this as a nickname is what the first thing I would ask myself, right? If I would, then I'd probably respect it as, like, a pronoun, right? If I don't, then I'm not going to respect it as a neopronoun, right? Like, I think it's very simple, right? You don't respect every nickname, right? Penis comfort. Oh, I'd respect the name penis comfort and the pronoun penis comfort, but that's just because I think it's funny. Because then it gives me an excuse to call somebody penis comfort a lot, you know?
Completely look like a dude yet. You know, that's a very different scenario than somebody going by these random, like, words. I've seen rot self, trash self. It even goes with, like, it pronouns. Like, what do you mean by that?
I don't have a problem. I don't see the issue with its pronouns. Like, what's the big deal? It's like, that's one that's not intuitive for me. That's one that I would struggle with. But it's like, who fucking cares?
That is so dumb. And because they say that the
yeah, but why?
Possibilities are infinite, you are never going to normalize it to a greater, vast majority of people.
Okay, but the possibilities for somebody having a certain, like, nicknames is also infinite, right? That doesn't mean that all nicknames are equal, or that all nicknames are to be respected under all circumstances, right? Again, this is exactly what I predicted he would do, is he would make this dumb, slippery slope fallacy argument, where he's like, well, if some of them are okay, then that means that all of them are okay, and it goes infinitely, and then there's no end to it, and then that means that people can identify as the N-word. It's like, no, you would treat it the same way you would treat nicknames.
People, meaning at the end of the day, all you accomplish by bringing up this neopronoun discourse and by saying that people are transphobic if they don't do that, you're setting the
So, okay, saying people are transphobic over that, I don't think it serves any utility, right? So, for instance, I don't call Hunter Avallone transphobic. I never have. Right? I mean, I would have, yeah, because well, I guess he used to be, but like, in terms of, like, you know, after becoming based, you know what I mean? After becoming a sock dem. Not as good as a libertarian socialist, right? But still pretty based, right? Being a social democrat is not too bad. You know, it's like in my debate with him, I'm like, he was getting, like, really defensive over people calling him transphobic, and I'm like, no, you're not transphobic. I'm not saying that. That's not my point. I don't think you're transphobic. I think that'd be unfair, because you generally advocate in favor of trans people, right? And it's like, I almost had to reassure him, because, yeah, obviously you don't want to call someone like that transphobic, right? It doesn't benefit anybody. It's just going to turn their brain off. You're not going to get your point across, because obviously you need to convince them with the actual underlying logic behind the argument, etc., right?
The trans community back. The trans community puts so much effort and so much work into normalizing they pronouns for non-binary.
Yeah, the whole concept of neopronouns is actually kind of old. You can just Google info on them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A lot of it's not intuitively obvious, right? I mean, I used to be completely against neopronouns, and now I'm more, you know, on the side of just judge it on a case-by-case basis, right?
Trans people. I have no problem with they pronouns. If you use they pronouns, that's super cool. I mean...
Okay, based?
I try to use they pronouns whenever I can if I don't know the gender of somebody until they specify what pronouns they go by.
Okay, yeah, I do the same thing. Okay, that's...
For pretty much anyone, but especially if I can't really tell what gender they are, if I feel like they might be a trans person, I will always use they right off the bat.
See, this is what I mean when I say that I think that Calvin Guerra genuinely believed the things he was saying, right? I don't think that he's, like, trying to be a bad person, right? I think that he genuinely believes the things he says. I don't think he was ever a grifter. I don't think he ever tried, you know, doing a conservative grift, right? He hasn't really moved with the Overton window, from what I can tell. Like, whatever, this is, whatever, like, 2 years ago, but still, right? Like, it's 2 years ago, but yeah, I mean, the Overton window had already begun to shift a lot, and he kind of stayed in the same spot, right? Or actually became more reasonable, right?
And that is becoming more normalized for almost everybody, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. When I was pre-transition, I would much rather have people refer to me as they than she. I don't like being called they. I don't feel comforted by that pronoun. Obviously my pronouns are he, him. But at the end of the day, yes, pre-transition, I would have rather had people call me they than she. So if we...
Oh yeah, no, well, yeah, I would absolutely agree with that, yeah. Just a way to respect people's wishes? Yeah, exactly. Maximizing preferences tends to maximize human happiness, right? You know, again, just do what maximizes human happiness. It's very straightforward. It's usually going to be very obvious.
If we normalize that actually does help.
Like, not as in, like, abstractly, but in your day-to-day life, it's going to be obvious more often than not what will, you know, maximize utility or what has the highest predicted utility, right? They're like, you can measure this based on intuition a lot of the time, right?
People's dysphoria. It's a gender-neutral pronoun. And they all say, oh, it's neurodivergent people using neopronouns. This is my issue with the whole neurodivergency being inherently correlated to being trans. There is a
I mean, yeah, there is a correlative factor. It's not necessarily the case that autistic people are trans or that all trans people are autistic, but yeah, there's a correlative factor. And it could be the case that an autistic person has struggles identifying as anything. And, you know, even non-binary is like, it doesn't describe them or who they are, and they want to create their own box rather than not having a box to fit into, right? Or having to conform to or fit into to an extent or interact with some other box that somebody else made. But yeah.
Correlation between ADHD and dyslexia.
But like, say for instance, what about in you know, in another language that doesn't really have they them pronouns, right? So what about, you know, if we're talking about trans people in Spanish, right? We would almost have to use neopronouns at that point, right? I specifically remember when I was like 8 years old, before I had even, like, I barely even knew what trans people were, and I think somebody brought up the idea of non-binary and they them pronouns, right? And I was like, but that's grammatically incorrect, because they is more than one person. Like, can't you just make, like, a new pronoun instead so it's not grammatically incorrect? It's like I intuitively understood. I'm like, so, like, what if I kid you not, I came up with, like, the first thing, I was like, okay, so what if you were, like, Zem, or something like that? I don't know. And then they're like, oh, wait, that's, and it was like, but then it sort of went nowhere, that line of thought. I think it ended up being proven to me at some point that they, them actually can be used singularly, and that it has in grammatically correct literature, and I'm like, okay, I guess I concede that. Then I hadn't really thought of neopronouns since. Then I almost fell down the right-wing pipeline a lot later, in my late, when I was like, you know, 11 to 13 or 14, like, in that age range, I was starting to watch a lot of Ben Shapiro, but yeah, it's actually pretty intuitive, if you really think about it. At least it is for me. I intuitively understand it to an extent, right? Now, because we have they, them pronouns already, I don't know what the... obviously, it's not going to serve nearly as much utility to create new pronouns, since we already have all-encompassing pronouns, but, you know, the same way that Calvin Guerra has a preference for being referred to as he, him, rather than they, them, even though he's like, I'm fine, sort of, with they, them, but I don't really like it. It's kind of weird. There might be people that use z, zer, zers pronouns that feel the same way about they, them pronouns, and feel the same way about z, zer, zers pronouns that Calvin feels about he, him pronouns.
I have both of them. There are a lot of
I can understand they, them well, but Zer is kind of something different. You know, I agree that it's different, right? I don't think it's exactly the same, right? But you can draw comparisons. You can make arguments in favor of it that I think are reasonable.
Divergent Cs and learning disorders and mental disorders that overlap. There's a lot of people who have anxiety and depression. The issue with the trans community is that when they go out and they run around, they're like, oh, there's this huge correlation between autism and gender, and if you have autism, you're probably trans because you don't experience...
I don't think anyone is saying that. Oh yeah, if you have autism, you're probably trans. Who is saying that? People say that there's a correlation, or that you're more likely to be trans if you're autistic, or vice versa. You're more likely to be autistic if you're trans. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It really depends on the context in which you say it and why you're saying it, right? So if you're saying it as an argument against trans people, then yeah, you're fucking, yeah, that's bad. That's not good.
Transgender the same way. The problem with doing that is that you're not saying that these two medical conditions overlap a lot. You're trying to make it seem like the reason you're transgender and the reason that you feel dysphoric is because of your autism. That doesn't help the trans community because there are a lot of trans people who aren't autistic. And it also kind of...
Wait, hold on, wait, let's go back.
Trying to make it seem like the reason you're transgender and the reason that you feel dysphoric is because of your autism.
The reason you feel dysphoric, here we are, once again, the presupposition that gender dysphoria is a prerequisite for being trans. This is fucking stupid. No, it is not a prerequisite, okay? The self-ID system serves way more utility. You gotta keep in mind that even when it comes to just dysphoric people as a category of people, right? A lot of them don't realize they're dysphoric. Even if they know what dysphoria is, they still don't realize they're dysphoric, right? I didn't know I was dysphoric till I started transitioning. I thought I was like, oh, I don't have dysphoria, but I have this preference, right?
Autism. That doesn't help the trans community because there are a lot of trans people who aren't autistic. And it also kind of invalidates your own identity because it doesn't make it feel like a real tangible thing in your brain. It's just that you have this one disorder or...
Well, both of them would be... Well, autism and gender dysphoria are real tangible things in your brain. I mean, they're tangible in a sense, right? Depending on the way you look at it, right? So if you have a purely physicalist worldview, right? Then it's going to be the case that, yeah, you're gonna think of it in terms of, okay, here's like the chemical reactions that occur within your brain. Now, I don't think that that's a good way to describe consciousness as a concept in like a philosophical setting or discussion, or you know, I think that there's like a time and a place to say, yeah, well, obviously in terms of your brain chemistry, that's gonna sort of denote to an extent who you are as a person without you even realizing it. You can use that as an argument against free will to an extent as well if you want, etc. Though it has its limitations and it's far more complex than that. I think that describing consciousness goes beyond that, right? I think consciousness is some, like, I don't know, consciousness could be some sort of energy that's created by your brain. It could be something else entirely. We don't really know what consciousness is or what causes it. We can make guesses. We can guess, okay, the fact that there's like this super complex brain structure that has all these chemical reactions that occur creates this sort of energy that ends up being your consciousness, and that's how you have. But it's like it gets very complex. And then it's like, okay, so what if there's an AI that functions the same way as a human brain? Is that just like a non-conscious entity that is replicating consciousness? Is it just mimicking it? Or is it genuinely consciousness in of itself if it's just as complex, right? We don't have the answers to this. For all I know, I don't know if Calvin Guerra would say, yeah, it's conscious, or no, it's not conscious. Or if he would even have a position, right? We are essentially wet AI running on wetware. That's, yeah, in a sense, right? But I think, I don't know. I like, AI is fucking complicated. I don't think, now, personally, in my own opinion, I don't think that AI can become conscious, but I could be wrong on that, right? I don't have proof that it can't be, right? For all I know, I could be the only conscious entity in the entire universe, right? You all could be, constructs of my imagination. I'm a brain in a vat. Who knows, right? I can't prove otherwise.
Neurodivergency. I don't really like to refer to autism, ADHD, stuff like that as mental disorders. It's way more complex than that.
Okay, I agree that it's more complex, right?
But at the end of the day, it's not.
See, that's the thing, is I feel like Calvin Guerra is capable of making non-essentialist arguments, and sometimes he does, but it's like he falls back on essentialist arguments and talking points when it comes to trans issues. And I don't know why he thinks that that's going to benefit anybody.
Not a good thing to run around saying that your gender issues are explicitly caused by being autistic or having.
Now, I will say that it's going to be a lot harder for somebody that genuinely believes it to sort of get out of there than somebody who's a grifter like Blair White. So somebody like Calvin Guerra, who genuinely holds these beliefs, might think that they're doing a good thing, right? They might see that, oh yeah, there's like some people in my audience that felt comfortable coming out as trans because of me, right? There might be people that say that. But for all the people that say that, I would argue that there are like fucking 20 times that number of people who used to be Calvin Guerra fans or are maybe currently still are. People like me who don't think they have dysphoria even after dysphoria has been described, because their experience of dysphoria isn't the same as what's been described. And also, the way, let's say somebody who's already transitioned describes dysphoria is going to be completely different, right? Because they have hindsight, right? So I'm going to describe my past dysphoria a little bit differently now that I have a different perspective on my past experiences than I would have when I didn't even know it was dysphoria. I would have described it as, oh, yeah, it's like occasionally I'm insecure, right? Or, oh, I don't really identify with any gender, really. I'm indifferent, That's how I saw it, right? But it was really just me avoiding, well, I think it's obvious what I was avoiding, right? And I think that I'm very glad that I started medically transitioning, right? So whatever, I've been on HRT for a few months. Why would they want to be called something that simply means nothing, though? Well, any word is just going to be a syllable or a series of syllables, right? So they might prescribe meaning to it that isn't described by any other word, right? Any given word, for the most part, is going to have some sort of connotation to it. It's gonna denote something, usually, right? So they might want to make up their own word that describes something else entirely, right? Like, have you ever noticed how, for instance, when you think of a name that somebody might have, you almost think of some sort of stereotype, right? So when you think of, like, how there are many instances in which it's like somebody will say their name and you're like, oh, they don't really look like that. They don't look like a Tim. They don't look like a John. They don't look like a Kyle, right? Or there are instances where they do. It's like, yeah, they really do look like a Kyle, right? They fit the mold. You know what I mean? It can be the same way with pronouns, for instance, right? So there's almost like something that it describes. Even they, them can there might be some idea that they have in mind for most non-binary people, and maybe they don't fit that idea and they want it to be their own thing that's like more specific. They want something that specifically talks about them as an individual. And I don't think that's like an inherently wrong thing, right?
ADHD or any of your neurodivergencies. The people that do that are always the ones who like to scream gender is a social construct. You should see some of these.
Okay, but what? Oh God. So something tells me, and this is what I used to believe, Calvin Guerra doesn't even think it's... So he doesn't think it's a social construct, okay? Now, saying it's a social construct just in of itself obviously isn't a good argument. You have to explain what that means, what that entails, why it's a social construct, right? Now, I'm going to be charitable and assume that Calvin Guerra doesn't think it's a biological construct either, and that he thinks that it's like a neurochemical construct. Because I used to believe as well that gender was a neurochemical construct. And in a way, you could make that argument to an extent, right? So there is a neurochemical element to it, right? But the way we interact with society is based on neurochemical reactions that occur within our brains, right? So you would have to be consistent there and say, okay, yeah, but that the way we interact socially is determined by, you know, some sort of neurochemical reactions that occur within our brains. That's sort of how we interact with people. So you would have to do that to be internally consistent, right? And it's not an efficient way of describing something, right? It's a bit redundant, right? There's a more efficient way of describing it. Just say it's a social construct. Okay, but what does that mean, right? You can't just say it's a social construct and not elaborate, right? So when we describe a social construct, what we're really referring to is the way we categorize ourselves and the people around us, right? So there are ways in which we socially categorize people, you know, based on gender, right? Now, there are expectations that are associated with any given gender, right? So, for instance, there are expectations associated with men, expectations associated with women. It's going to be the case that no matter what, if you identify that way, you're going to be interacting with that set of expectations whether you like it or not, right? So if you identify as a man, even if you're a femboy and you're sort of going against the expectations, by going against those expectations, you're still sort of interacting with them. And maybe you don't want to interact with them, so maybe you don't want to be in that category at all, right? Maybe you don't want it to be in any category. Maybe you want to be in the opposite category. Either way, I don't see what the point of policing people's gender is, right? I don't think it serves any social or moral utility, right? I don't think it serves any utility in a social or in a philosophical sense, right? Oops.
These comments I see on TikTok. This is why I stay off the internet. Let me find these comments for you, dude. Colonialism definitely is the cause of dysphoria.
Yeah, that's definitely not a joke.
You guys want to see like my favorite one though? This actually made me have to get off of the internet for a while. This is why I don't talk about dysphoria to trans men. They have no idea what dysphoria really is.
Okay. So, I actually agree with this to an extent. I actually agree with this. Because, I'm gonna go on a limb here and guess that this person is like me. They have a different experience of dysphoria than what, say, for instance, Calvin Guerra or Blair White describe, right? They were more repressive about it. They didn't realize who they were until way later, right? But something tells me that they're like me, where they have more mild dysphoria, but it's still dysphoria. And dysphoria is bad no matter what, right? Even if you think it's neutral, because it's the default state of being for you, you don't realize that it's actually a bad thing until you realize what you're missing out on, right? Sometimes you literally have to transition to realize that you're dysphoric, right? There's a reason that like, you know, the term egg exists, right? Cracking out of the egg requires you to be, well, self-aware to an extent, right? In a way that maybe you're not. Maybe you're too repressive for that. But I feel like non-dysphoric trans people, in this case, in terms of what this person is describing, are probably going to be a lot more accepting, on average, than trans meds, right? It tends to be the case that people that don't have dysphoria that are trans are going to be accepting of people that don't really fit the mold, whereas trans meds tend to advocate for you know, oh, you have to fit the mold to be trans, you have to be dysphoric, right? It's like you don't even know what the fuck dysphoria is. Even if you know what it is, you don't know how it would apply to yourself. You don't even know if you have dysphoria yet, right? But the easiest way to tell is based on intuition, not based on other people's descriptions of what they think dysphoria is, right? It's gonna be different for everybody, right? Again, I didn't think I used to think definitively, I don't have dysphoria. I know I don't, for a fact. 100% certainty. No dysphoria here, right? This is just normal, right? This is the default state of being, you know? It's not like I constantly want to chop my dick off, therefore I don't have dysphoria, right? But it's not like that. It's not as simple as that.
I've had better conversations with non-dysphoric trans. I'm so sorry. And this video is getting way more complex than I'd like it to be, but I think it's an important thing to say that...
I like complexity, but I think that it's actually the opposite problem. I think that Calvin Guerra doesn't engage in enough complexity. I think that if Calvin Guerra you know, at any point wants to have a debate with me or discussion with me or talk about this shit, obviously, I don't really like him very much. I kind of hate him, to be honest, because, you know, again, Calvin, if you're watching this, you saying shit, like the thing that stuck with me, that you said, and I know for a fact it was you that specifically said this, if a cis person who doesn't have dysphoria transitions medically, they will get dysphoria, right? And I thought, well, I don't have dysphoria. I do, by the way, but I didn't know that. I just thought it was the default state of being, despite having dysphoria be described to me by a billion trans med YouTubers. Not a billion. Mainly Calvin Garrett and Blair White, but still. I was like, well, okay, I don't want to have really bad dysphoria, so I guess I'll never transition. Because you know, it's like, I don't have really bad dysphoria right now. So, you know. So if I base whether or not... So again, that's the reason it's harmful to base whether or not somebody's trans, you know, off of whether or not they have dysphoria. Because it's not just whether or not they have dysphoria. They have to be self-aware enough to know they have dysphoria. You know, again, even if they have it described to them in 1,000 different ways, it might take them transitioning medically to realize that they have dysphoria. Okay, the reason I ended up transitioning was not because I thought, okay, I know I have gender dysphoria, right? I mean, that was part of it, right? I'm like, okay, if I became more masculine, that'd be really bad. I don't want that. I want to look feminine. I don't know if I would consider that gender dysphoria or insecurity, but this is my preference, so I'm going to do what I prefer, right? And I did what I preferred, right? And now I look back and I realize, okay, that was gender dysphoria. But I didn't know that. And I think that this is something that's very harmful to trans people. The trans medicalist talking points of you need to have dysphoria. No, I don't think most trans people even know whether or not they have dysphoria, even if they do, until they start transitioning. That's what was never described to me in my early teen years. And it's like, you know, it's like I belonged to the two most insecure categories of people at the time, okay? Trans femme people, and also people in their early teen years, okay? Those are the two most insecure categories of people, and I guess I was both of them. I only realized I was one of them at the time. Now I'm kind of out as the other one. And I'm not the yeah, you get the point. Either way, it's just the whole idea of gatekeeping, I think, is really shitty, right? It's something that, like, Calvin, if you're watching this, once again, your content scared me out of being trans. And I have dysphoria. It's more mild than, say, your dysphoria, for instance, based on what you've described, but it's still dysphoria, right? The idea of, like, my face structure changing and becoming more masculine, like, once I started thinking about the future and what I would look like in the future, I was like, if I become any more masculine than this, and like, I start having, like, a really bad 5 o'clock shadow, like, I don't want to live like that, right? And, you know, it's like, it had to, and then everyone's like, oh, it's so obvious you have dysphoria, that you're trans, it's obvious you're trans, and it's like, oh, it's not, right? From my perspective, it wasn't, right? Because I didn't understand what dysphoria even was, truly. I mean, I had it described, I understood it in, like, an intellectual sense, I guess. I didn't understand what it was, what that would entail in terms of what you feel like, right? There's no way to truly describe that. To truly describe what that disconnect is like. I knew I had gender dysphoria. Yeah, some people do, right? But I didn't. What's their sexuality? I don't even know anymore. I'm retarded sexual, okay? I'm too retarded to even know what my sexuality is anymore. Gonna just be that you're having aging anxiety? No. That's what I thought it was too. Because of retards like Calvin, right? I'm like, well, what if this is aging anxiety? I mean, part of the reason I started transitioning, ironically, was I was afraid of twink death, right? But eventually I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I don't want twink death. I'm gonna start transitioning. Fuck this. I don't care. I don't care, you know. There's nothing worse than twink death, okay? And then I realized, oh, wait, this is what I needed. I needed a transition. I was just, like, not aware of it. Because, yeah, twink death is real. Not for me, bitch!
Gender is not a social construct, and then people are going to say, well, you should take psychology. You should take sociology.
Well, no, saying you should take psychology and sociology is not an argument, obviously, right? That would not be my argument. So, Calvin, once again, if you're watching this, fucking debate me, please. Holy shit. I really want to debate you. Like, once again, I, of all people, know why your content is harmful because I experienced it firsthand. I know why your arguments are shit because I've changed my worldview after watching a lot of people debate, as well as doing my own analysis of these issues. And I think that we'd have a good discussion, right? Even if I dislike you, I'll be charitable, okay? For all I know, you could be based and socialist pilled now. I don't know. You know, maybe you are, maybe you're not. I couldn't tell you. You know, you haven't really posted very much in a while.
I've taken all those classes. I'm a social science major, I'm a pre-law major, well, I'm a crim major, but pre-law. To do that,
yeah, I don't care.
You have to take a lot of psychology, sociology, things like that. And in any of those classes, anytime we've gone over gender, the way that it's formatted is talking about it in the sense that gender expression is socially constructed,
Which, yeah, it is. Well, yeah, gender expression is a part of gender, right? So if you look at gender as like this broad category, right, and then you break it down into subcategories, you can break it down into gender expression and gender identity, right? Obviously, these are both things that exist. But gender expression is going to be part of your gender, and it usually tends to be the case that most people want their gender identity to align with their gender expression, right? And vice versa. I mean, yeah, vice versa. Mostly, really, they base their gender expression off of their gender identity. It can go both ways, right? They're intertwined, but they're not the same.
Which is true. The idea,
and there are many instances in which they can actually be the opposite, right? Take femboys, for example. I'm non-binary, and I never had what they describe as gender dysphoria, which is actual dysphoria. I've always been a cheerful queer, basically. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I didn't realize that I had dysphoria because the way they describe it is completely different from my experience. Only with hindsight in mind, do I now know, oh, what I experienced before was dysphoria. I thought it wasn't. I thought it was just normal. This is what it's like to be normal and, like, depressed. Because I also had other mental illnesses. So it's like, well, it's the least of my worries. Just learned what twink death is. I had the same reaction when I learned what cancer was when I was 6 years old. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame you. But a lot of people that are scared of twink death, are closeted trans women, to be honest. Or closeted trans femmes, whatever. Right? It's sometimes, for a lot of people, I think it's a wake-up call to go on HRT. Right?
women
I'm not saying that anyone that's scared of twink death ever should go on HRT, by the way. That's not what I'm saying.
need to wear dresses, and that women need to wear makeup, and that men need to wear suits. All that's made
Twink death is hitting me, and I'm hitting my mid-20s, and I'm physically more masculine than I wanted. See, but that's the thing, is you can always go on HRT if that's making you dysphoric, right? If you're physically more masculine than you want to be, that's not just about aging, right? It's not just about aging. It's also about gender and sex and whatnot, right? If you look too masculine, that's for your own liking. It's not because masculinity is bad or unattractive. It's because it's probably gender dysphoria. Look, I hate to be the fucking armchair psychologist here, telling people whether or not they have dysphoria, right? But I think that it's definitely something you should look into. And I'm not saying this to make you anxious or whatever, but there's a good chance you have dysphoria without realizing it, right? So if you are afraid of becoming any more masculine, right? Imagine yourself currently, and then imagine becoming even like a lot more masculine than that, and then compare it, and then after, and just take note of how you feel, right? Afterwards, think of yourself as like you currently are, but a lot more feminine. What route would you take? An alternative explanation that I found really helpful for myself, and this is a hypothetical I created for myself, really, on my own. I know, I'm so proud of this one, is, let's say you stopped naturally producing hormones, right? And no matter what, unless you want to die or something, yeah, you have to choose between estrogen or testosterone. They're the same price. It's not harder to get one over the other, right? You're at the doctor's. They're like, okay, what do you want to do? Testosterone or estrogen? Well, if the obvious answer is estrogen, or you even lean that way, or you struggle to make that decision, then chances are estrogen is the way to go. If that's the way you lean, or if you already experienced what it's like to be on testosterone, but you're not sure what estrogen would be like, and you're like not sure what decision you'd want to make, there's a good chance it's worth a try, right? Like, I got to a point where I'm like, fuck it. I can't, no, I'm not doing this whole decision paralysis bullshit, alright? No more decision paralysis. I'm just gonna go take estrogen, okay? And see what happens. And guess what? I'm so fucking happy I did it, okay? Femyosicus, philosopher of ancient Twinkia, of Twinkology, true. So true. But yeah, I again... yeah, I mean, and it could be the case that you're genuinely, like, non-binary without even realizing it, in terms of, like, at least in terms of where your gender dysphoria would be at, right? You might have really mild gender dysphoria because you're okay with being slightly more on the mask side, but not entirely, right? Again, it becomes really complicated once you get to dysphoric non-binary people, not just non-binary people, but dysphoric non-binary people specifically, a subcategory of non-binary, if you will. It becomes really convoluted, really complicated, really, like, and because you deviate from binary trans people that have dysphoria, like Calvin Guerra and Blair White, you think that you don't have dysphoria, because it's not what they described. It's entirely different.
It up and constantly changes, and that is societally constructed. And some parts of dysphoria are correlated to social dysphoria.
Yes. See, here's the thing. Calvin is able to make certain nuanced arguments, right? He understands the difference between gender expression and gender identity to an extent. He understands that there's social dysphoria and body dysphoria. He makes that categorical distinction, and that's a really good start. But again, it's just some of the other shit he said that's stuck with me. That's, like, terrified me out of ever pursuing medical transition, or even social transition, because I thought, well, if I socially transition without medically transition, then I'll just get made fun of.
For example,
and then I realized that femboys were a thing. I'm like, oh, okay, I can just have this gender expression, and then I'll be seen as, like, a cute, submissive, and breedable femboy. But imagine if I started out as like a 6'2" linebacker. I don't think I ever would have come out. I would live with dysphoria for the rest of my life because I would have been an insecure trans femme that didn't realize I was trans femme, and then my life sucks, and I never do anything about it.
If you don't go out in public, you're not getting misgendered. That's social dysphoria, okay? But any dysphoric,
But that's the thing, right, is I have mostly, I don't know, I think I want to say, I don't know if I mean, I guess it's not just body dysphoria, right? It's also social dysphoria, in that the way in which I present, I'd much rather present femininely, right? So I guess I have some level of social dysphoria. But I also have body dysphoria because it's like, okay, if I physically looked any more masculine, but maybe that's because I know that socially I would be categorized as more masculine in like a social sense rather than just a physical sense, but also I wouldn't like it even in a vacuum. Like, even if I was on an island by myself, I wouldn't want to look masculine, though. I wouldn't care that much. Maybe I just have social dysphoria, actually. I don't fucking know. Look, it's complicated. See, here's the thing, is even now that I know I have some amount of dysphoria, I don't even know why I have dysphoria or what's causing it. Fuck, for all I know, it could just be social dysphoria, even though, like, 2 minutes ago I was describing it as body dysphoria. But I don't know, maybe the body dysphoria is only caused because, or only exists because I have social dysphoria that causes me to perceive masculine-looking bodies and feminine-looking bodies in a certain way, and socially categorize them by default, but it's actually a social thing. Look, it's so fucking complicated. It's not as simple as, you know. Technically, transitioning relieves dysphoria, but if it goes away, doctors are supposed to stop prescribing HRT? That's fucking brain dead. It's like, if you stop experiencing dysphoria, it means it's working. Moral of the story is, don't tell your doctors your dysphoria went away unless you want it to stop. Oh, yeah. For me, what I did is I exaggerated the symptoms of dysphoria that I think I probably had. I'm like, okay, but I'm not sure. So I was like, okay. Or, no, actually, I went in there with the mindset of, okay, you know, if they ask me if I think I have dysphoria, I'll say yes. Or, you know, if they ask me if I experience this and this is, like, dysphoria, then I'll be like, yeah, I think I have that. Or, I'm not sure, you know, would be, like, the least I would say. But then once I was actually in there, I was just describing my experiences. And I'm like, wait, my experiences are gender dysphoria, what the fuck? Because I realized, like, while I was in there, like, these dysphoric experiences are basically not that far off from what I actually experience, right? So, like, I went in with the mindset of, okay, think of it as, like, a test, right? If you want to get HRT, if you want it to be guaranteed, think of it as like a test on whether or not you know what gender dysphoria is, okay? If you know what gender dysphoria is, you pass the test and you get HRT. That's how I saw it at first. And I'm like, but then I was in there and I'm like, first of all, I don't like lying to people. Secondly, once I was in there, not that it would be wrong for me to in that context, right? Secondly, I'm like, wait, this is like what I experienced. What the fuck? It's like I had thought about it before, but I'm like, I don't think that's dysphoria. It's pretty lucky that you at least figure some of these things out at an early age. Some people accept themselves way later and it causes problems. Exactly. I would have come out earlier if it wasn't for pieces of shit like Calvin Guerra, right? Pieces of shit like Calvin Guerra are the reason it took me so long. Pieces of shit like Blair White, right? Because it was like, oh, but like, that's the thing, right? Is I look more like a woman than Blair White did pre-transition, right? Before she went on HRT or any of that, I by default, before I went on any HRT, now I'm only 3 months on, but even before, I don't look much different, by the way, than I did before I started, right? Before I started HRT, I looked more feminine than Blair White did before her transition, before she started medically transitioning. And that was me comparing me without makeup, by the way, to her with makeup pre-transition. Now, I will say that, okay, in terms of, like, the voice, whatever, I naturally have a deeper voice than she does. She got lucky with her voice, I think. It's pretty lucky that, or, wait, I already read that. Sorry, I'm stupid. Dementia be like.
For a trans person will tell you that, oh my god, like, there's a 16-year-old on TikTok that, like, if I could delete anybody's account in the whole world, it would...
Is it wrong that I like femboys with micropenises? No, that's just your preference. Wait, are you... You're not implying that... Alright, let's just continue. I hope you're not implying anything about me. And for the record, no, that doesn't describe me, okay? I'm a femboy, but the other thing doesn't describe me, okay?
Would be this person's. I'm not going to say who they are because I know people will tell me that I'm attacking a child, but gender dysphoria is not caused by society. There is an inherent biological factor there. I 100...
Well, sure, yeah, there's a biological factor, but that doesn't mean that it's the sole factor, right? Social factors can exacerbate... Fuck, I can't speak, I'm retarded. They will, I guess they increase the magnitude of dysphoria if there is any, right? There might be people that only have dysphoria because of the way that they're perceived socially, right? But if they let's say looked masculine but and looked like a man, but everyone perceived them as a woman, and they identify as a woman, they might not even have dysphoria, right? It depends on who it is.
100% think that there's some sort of psychological...
Is it wrong that I like you're a bottom? No. I'm just glad that, like, alright, like, all jokes aside about me saying I'm not a bottom, alright? I'm glad that there's, like, at least some people that, like, don't think it's, like, weird or, like, cringe or, like, unappealing or, oh, you're not a real man, so you're unfuckable or something. I like, I mean, I'm fine with the you're not a real man part, but, like, the, you know, if I was unfuckable, then that would be bad.
Biological, neurological factor that goes into people developing dysphoria, and there's some sort of, like, predisposition to eventually develop it. Okay, I'm not gonna get into that, this is a whole tangent. Let's focus on...
Got him. Shut up.
Neopronouns, my brain, come on. How am I this fucking, like, rambling when I literally took Adderall, like, an hour ago?
Alright, I'm the same way. See, this is the thing. Is Calvin Guerra is, like, stupidly and annoyingly kind of similar to me, to an extent. And I don't like that. I don't like that I relate to him. I don't want to. I don't want to relate to him. I think he's, like, I don't think he tries to be, but I think that, he is kind of a bad person based on his actions, or at least his past actions. Maybe he's changed, but, like, I hate that I see myself in him. Oh, God. He looks like the Chad right now. Who, me or him? That frame you paused on? Yeah.
Neopronouns. Step back.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah. Oh, he looks like a chud? Cum face? Yes, this is the cum face. Welcome. Welcome to the cum zone. Yes.
Step back for the trans community. We already have a gender neutral pronoun. You're not even...
Chud lives matter. Oh my
using
God.
it to denote your gender. I saw this one TikTok today. Let me put it on the screen right now.
So I really like neopronouns and I want to try them out, but I don't want them to be super common. So y'all can drop some unique ones in the comments. Okay, someone's experimenting. Oh God, the horror. It's like, first of all, like, it could be the case that, like, 2 weeks after using neopronouns, they realize, this isn't for me. Or it could also be the case that it actually makes them really happy, in which case it's like, why not respect it, right? If it makes them really, really fucking happy, like, who cares if it's logical or not? If it maximizes utility, that's what matters, right? There's nothing internally inconsistent about having a moral framework that denotes that it is the most morally good thing to do when you maximize utility, right?
Like, this is what I'm talking about. You're just, like, using it as an aesthetic.
What?
As a trend. That's so stupid. These are all, like, low.
Wait, as a trend. Also, nice double chin. Nice double chin. I'm sorry. Now I feel bad when I say mean things about him, because it's like, fuck. I see myself in him way too much, more than I'd like to. Like, on my Calvin Garrett stream, where I was, like, reacting to some of his other videos, I was, like, roasting the shit out of him, but it's like, God, now I just feel bad. Look, I can fix him, okay? I can fix him. Alright? I can fix him, I swear. If he lost weight, he'd look like a fucking Chad with his face structure. Okay, true. Unironically, yes. If he lost weight, he would look like a Giga Chad. For all I know, he has lost weight. This video is 2 years old, right? So he might not even be overweight anymore.
Low-key, these are all low-key turf rhetoric. It's all just turf rhetoric. It's like you went so far left that you started to go back right.
No, not the horseshoe. Oh, God. He's unironically doing the horseshoe meme. Oh, my fucking God. No, this isn't how leftism works. This isn't how this isn't, oh my God. This isn't how the Overton window works in terms of where you are relative to it. This isn't how politics works. This isn't how leftism versus mental retardation works, because that's what rightoids is retarded. You know, it's, oh my God. No, he's unironically doing it.
You circle back around.
You can see he has the shovel chin under there, yeah.
You made, like, a huge circle, dude. Holy fuck. Here's why I really decided to make this video. I've seen these people, these, like, children, and mostly children, so I give it a little bit of a pass, because when you're 15, you don't know fucking anything about the world. You don't really, you're in this bubble.
Yeah, how do you think you figure it out? Do you figure it out by being ostracized by the real trans people like Calvin Garrett? No, that's not how you figure it out. That prevented me from figuring out who I was. I still don't know, right? Like, I'm still insecure as shit about some things, right? Not based on anything anyone else will say anymore, really. But based on things that I've heard in the past when I was more impressionable.
Bubble, you didn't get.
Like, you gotta keep in mind, like, if a 13-year-old trans femme who doesn't know they're trans femme sees your content, Calvin, they're not gonna ever want to come out ever or experiment with anything ever. You have to realize that. Like, I mean, at that point, you know, you gotta keep in mind, okay, could be the case that the most insecure category of people is watching my content, and that content could be really harmful.
Get to have Tumblr, so TikTok.
Far left people are more likely to own guns than centrists. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. On some issues, I guess you could make that argument, right? Far left people are also more likely to be, like, super, super free speech. Far right people don't even claim that they are anymore. There's some that do, but, like, the difference between left-wingers and right-wingers that say they care about free speech is left-wingers are usually telling the truth, and right-wingers are just saying that, but what they actually believe is what Elon Musk believes, which is free speech for me, but not for thee, right? Because fascists don't actually care about free speech, right? They only care when they get censored.
Like the new Tumblr, telling people that they are transphobic for not wanting to use your ridiculous, nonsensical, non-logical,
See, here's the thing, right? Is calling somebody transphobic without supporting or substantiating that claim in any way is useless. I agree with that, right? It's not good discourse. You're not gonna. Oh, it's like, imagine, like, if in my discussion with Demon Mama, if I had been like, I don't think it makes any sense to use neopronouns. Aren't we, like, why don't you just go by they them instead of, like, neopronouns? And then her only response to that was, well, you're being transphobic for not respecting neopronouns. Like, you really think that my perspective would have shifted at all? Fuck no, it would have solidified my perspective. I would have been like, oh, well, shit, this person who does debate, you know, it was whatever, my first week or two of debate, this person who does debate, you know, can't even give me, like, an actual explanation. I'm here in good faith, trying to argue my position in good faith. I'm willing to change it if they make a good argument, and they're just labeling me as this awful thing. It's like, obviously, yeah, you're not gonna change your position, right? So I don't disagree with that aspect of it. Oh my lord, you'll never finish this vid, Femyoz. I'll get there eventually, okay?
Inherent neopronouns.
Worst cock meme, real. I don't want to be a woman anymore. I don't want to pee out of my butt. Oh my god.
That are made up. By the way, gender is not made up. Gender expression is made up. Gender is not a social construct. Gender expression is a social construct. They're two different.
Wait, the way in which we categorize people is a socially constructed concept, right? So if you categorize somebody as a man or a woman, or the pronouns you use for somebody, right? You're not born with he, him pronouns inscribed on your Y chromosome, right? That's fucking stupid, right? It's not a biological construct. It's a stupid one. Now, it may not be intuitively obvious, but it is the case that, yes, when somebody uses a certain set of pronouns, that is socially constructed. We have arbitrarily decided what pronouns are, what they mean, what they refer to, who they refer to, and when any given pronoun is the appropriate one to use, right? That is socially constructed. We made language. We don't find language in the wild, okay? We make language. All of it is socially constructed. All language, I mean, right? So the way in which we use language should be based on what serves the most utility, right? Not based on what people thousands of years ago decided it should be, right? Because chances are they're not actually right about everything.
Different things. And by saying that gender is a social construct, you completely invalidate the idea that having gender dysphoria is inherent and it's something that you're born with.
No, you are wrong. Now, this is, once again, also, this is a really good frame to be paused on. But Calvin, you are wrong here. The reason being, because, well, first of all, okay, I think that it should be called sex dysphoria, right? Because it's, or at least that should be like a subcategory of it, right? Because, or whatever, right? So if you're dysphoric in terms of your body, or like in a biological sense, then it's probably sex dysphoria, really, would be semantically more accurate. Gender dysphoria would be dysphoria based on the way you're socially perceived, and that not aligning with your gender identity, right? So I think that those should be categorically distinguished, right? The same way that I would categorically distinguish between transgender and transsexual, right? So being transsexual is more of like a biological thing, right? You're changing your biology to an extent, right? It's also a physiological thing in terms of the way in which your brain is structured, right? Whereas you know, fucking being transgender literally just means that you identify with a different gender from what you were assigned at birth. That's literally all that means, right? These are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they're complementary positions. And, I mean, it took me a while to realize that, but once I had a more fully fleshed out worldview, then it's like, yeah, this makes more sense, right? When you bust, but she keeps sucking real.
And that completely takes away from the validity of trans people.
No, it doesn't. Not if you make the correct categorical distinctions and describe it correctly.
It takes away from the validity of medicalizing aspects of being trans, which is not.
No, it really doesn't, right? So when it comes to not transmedicalism, but like medical institutions that give gender affirming care, for instance, or medically transitioning, right? You're not taking that away. In fact, but I think that the best arguments you can make. Also, this is really another really good thing time to pause. Yeah. Anyways, where was I? Oh, right. I was saying something, fuck, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. What was I saying? Oh, right. The best argument you can make for the medical process of being transsexual is through, you know, peer-reviewed research. I mean, all of the data and statistics are in favor of my position, right? That people have the right to transition, especially, but not only if they, like, obviously if they have gender dysphoria, then obviously it is the most beneficial thing for them to transition medically. If they don't have dysphoria, then obviously they should still have the option. It could be the case that they have dysphoria without even realizing it, right? Again, I would say that, in terms of, say, for instance, the way, like, a philosophical argument about gender. I think it goes beyond just, well, you have to have gender dysphoria, otherwise you're not trans. Like, that's not a... This hasn't, you know, I don't know, this doesn't work within a utilitarian framework, right? Either way, I don't know. These are not mutually exclusive, right? You can still be in favor of trans people having the option to medically transition while still acknowledging that not all trans people have dysphoria. And obviously, if it's the case that it's a social construct, that doesn't mean it's not real or that gender dysphoria doesn't exist, right? Again, these are not mutually exclusive.
Necessary.
Right, but there are ways in which this is also another really good frame. I'm so glad I paused on this. Holy shit, I'm taking a screenshot. Alright, sorry. Anyways, fucking hell. Where was I going with this? We're never gonna get through the video at this rate. Holy shit. But yeah, it can be the case that yeah, there's trans people that don't have dysphoria, right? That doesn't negate the people that do, right? It doesn't take away, right? It's not a zero-sum game for all trans people where the non-dysphoric ones are somehow taking something away from the dysphoric ones.
Telling people that they are transphobic for not using your neopronouns. Almost 4 years on T and I'm still voice cracking. You're taking...
You know what? Fair enough. Either way, no. Obviously, you have to substantiate your claim.
Taking away from what actual transphobia is. My friend Sasha said this the best. If you're posting about neopronoun discourse 100 times a day, you better be promoting 100 GoFundMes for black trans women of color that have been victimized. You better be posting GoFundMes of trans people who cannot afford medical care. You better be actually contributing to the issues that are actually very prevalent and serious in the trans community instead of just talking out your ass about something that's fucking stupid.
Wait, hold on. These are not mutually exclusive, first of all. Secondly, I don't think it's any more morally obligatory for them to do so than for anybody else to do so, right? So, for instance, it could be the case that somebody, like, I don't know, Calvin Guerra, who talks about trans issues, doesn't, you know, link GoFundMes and for shit like that in every description of his video. But I don't think that deducts a value from the actual validity of his arguments. But I would apply that same standard to everybody, right? Whether or not you link a GoFundMe to help trans people in need, again, that's not what the validity of your arguments is going to be contingent upon, right? That's fucking stupid. It's a good thing to do, don't get me wrong, and I think it serves utility, but that's not a part of the discussion, right? And you can also talk about stupid things that are inconsequential for the most part, like neopronouns, and have a philosophical discussion about it, right? You don't have to immediately label somebody as transphobic, and you don't have to immediately write it off as stupid. You can actually have a nuanced discussion.
And it does no good in the for the trans community longer. You guys just want to feel like you're involved when you're not. You're not.
But it's not just about feeling involved, right? And and let's say it's just about feeling involved. Okay, well, if that's what serves the most utility and that's what benefits them and maximizes everybody's well-being, then I don't see what the issue is.
You don't have dysphoria. Most of these people, you don't have dysphoria. You don't transition. You're just...
Trans community isn't a cool kids club or anything. Yeah, no, like, we're like the social reject. So you think I belong to the cool kids club? Are you No, I'm a fucking social reject. You kidding me? Not as much anymore because society has advanced, right? But it's not because of people like Calvin Guerra that society has advanced. It's quite the contrary. It's in spite of people like Calvin Guerra that society has advanced. It's because of people like Vosh. Fucking people like me even, right? Femyoz, am I allowed to say edgy stuff since I'm your mod? Everyone is allowed to say edgy shit. Don't ban people who say edgy shit, by the way. Only ban people that are, like, spamming or something, you know? Alright, since Femyoz is gonna take, like, 2 hours to finish the video, neopronouns aren't this bad, this dude needs to eat a salad, true. Trans community is, I'ma trip you and make you fall down this... Yeah, it's like, being trans is not something that I do because I think it's cool, right? But I don't think it would serve any harm to make it something cool, right? We kind of decide as a society what is or isn't cool, right? So if people all collectively agree to treat something like it's cool, then it becomes cool, right? But that requires there to be some, you know, the first few people who are willing to do that, right? So again, Calvin Guerra is not one of the first few people to do that, right?
Just looking for any way, shape, or form to be part of the LGBT community.
Let's say it's just about making my femboy harem play with my bed dragon. Oh, hell yeah.
And through identifying as some silly gender that appropriates what being non-binary is, and by using pronouns.
No, you're doing the appropriation argument. Oh, it's like cultural appropriation, but with gender. This is a fucking terrible argument. You look like a cuck, alright? This is like the most cucked out thing you can say. It's, you're appropriating an identity. It's like, shut the fuck up. No one cares. Get the, like, you may as well start whining about how there was a a white kid with blonde hair wearing dreadlocks. Oh, you're appropriating black people's hair. It's like, shut up. Who cares? My pronouns are cuck/cuckold. Yeah, Calvin, you should use neopronouns, okay? Your new neopronouns are cuck/cuckold, okay? For saying that dumb shit.
And calling people transphobic for not using those emoji pronouns that diminish what actual transphobia is.
Again, it's not about whether or not people label you as transphobic, right? Whether or not people label you as transphobic is not what dictates the validity of neopronouns as a fundamental concept, right? Is it wrong that they call you transphobic on the sole basis of not understanding neopronouns and saying that you think they're stupid? Sure. I don't think it serves any utility to say that, right? It could be the case that you're a big trans advocate, right? But that, I don't know, you are not in favor of neopronouns. Again, this would be like Hunter Avalon, for instance, who I've debated in good faith, right? But whether or not people label you as transphobic for not recognizing their neopronouns is not what dictates the validity of their neopronouns, right? They could be wrong about something like saying you are transphobic. They could be wrong about that while still being correct about using neopronouns, let's say. Even if they're correct about it for the wrong reasons or can't provide a good reason, right? It doesn't mean as a fundamental concept it's bad or that it serves utility to just disregard them immediately, right?
You're sending the trans community back instead of pushing it forward. So no, I personally don't give a fuck what you identify.
I think that people that immediately label anyone who doesn't understand neopronouns or whatever the fuck as transphobic immediately is sure that can hold the trans community back, but I think that people like Calvin Guerra also hold it back. I don't think that these are mutually exclusive, by the way. I think people like me, or hell, people like Vosh. I keep bringing up Vosh as an example, and sure, I might be a fan of Vosh. I think he's like one of the best debaters, and has really good opinions on most things. But it's like people like me and Vosh are the ones that are actually making good arguments here, that are based on logic, reasoning, actual philosophy, to an extent at least. Okay, sometimes Vosh's ethics can be a little bit lackluster, but fuck, sometimes even mine can be as well, right? There are people that are like big philosophy nerds in the debate sphere. And I can't compete with them in philosophy debates. But generally speaking, even if I'm just using intuition-based arguments, I can still generally win.
As. You have the right. You can identify as a fucking tree.
Talking about white people wearing dreads, there's this blonde chick in my school who has crown rows. Yeah, exactly. It's like, is it a good look? No, it looks stupid. Sure, it's not very attractive. Like, obviously, it looks way better, right? It's way more attractive if a black person has dreadlocks or whatever than if a white person does. It doesn't look right when a white person does it, right? But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing for them to do, right?
For all I care, okay? But I'm not going to support it.
Dreadlocks are Viking culture. That's also true. But even if it wasn't, I don't think it would be relevant. Even if it was, even if there was only historical precedent for black people wearing dreadlocks, right? I don't think it would matter.
And I have my right to not support that and to not like it. I have my right to not use your tree self.
Okay, but again, this is a conservative talking point, whether he realizes it or not, right? So a conservative can be like, well, you see, I have the right to not use your preferred pronouns. I'm going to use she, her, because you're a biological female, right? It's the same fucking argument. Now, you can make an argument for why, again, if you want to make an argument against neopronouns, you need to find symmetry breakers and explain what they are. Especially if you want to convince, the conservatives in your audience, because obviously there's going to be some of those, right? If you want to convince the conservatives, you have to explain what a symmetry breaker is, right? And not just convince them, but convince them to have the correct opinion for the correct reasons, right? So that, because again, they might be like, oh, well, intuitively it makes sense that this guy would be a man, but not a tree, right? But I think it's a better argument if you go beyond just basic intuition, right? I think you can go beyond that. I think it's just a starting point.
Pronouns, and I have my right to tell you that your identity is fucking stupid and makes the trans community look bad. And you have the right to tell me that I'm...
Yeah, but this is the same argument that gay people used to use against trans people is, well, you see, the reason we want LGB and not LGBT is because the trannies are making us look bad. It's the conservative, like, I don't want to get lumped in with these fucking delusional weirdo groomers who want to mutilate their genitalia, okay? They're delusional. They think that women are men and that men can be women. They cut off their dicks. They're forcing their kids to transition. It's the same fucking argument, right? This appeal to optics is like one of the worst arguments you could possibly make. It's stupid. It's illogical. It's irrelevant, etc., right? Again, it's not any different as like an argument. That doesn't automatically mean that that's not even an argument in favor of neopronouns. It's just, oh, this is a really bad argument against it, right? There are decent arguments you can make against it, actually. That's why I haven't really come to like a very strong, conclusive position, right? I'm willing to play devil's advocate on both sides, right? Because I'm not sure yet. There's decent arguments on both sides.
I'm being transphobic. But at the end of the day, I can still come back and tell you, and I will tell you, and I will tell everybody else, that you are a joke, and you are diminishing what actual transphobia looks like, in my opinion.
See, this also isn't an argument. This is just as fucking brain dead as whatever the people that are using neopronouns are arguing. Oh, the reason neopronouns are valid is because you're transphobic if you say they're not. Right? That's fucking stupid. That's a bad argument. But this isn't much better.
I think that the people that are using neopronouns and trying to say that you're transphobic for not using them and doing all these things that...
Okay, I don't care. Whether or not people say you're transphobic for not using them is irrelevant. That doesn't... Again...
Just make the trans community look bad. You are being transphobic.
Just because something makes something else look bad in your opinion does not automatically mean that thing is bad, right? Trans people used to make gay people look bad, okay? That doesn't invalidate trans people.
Because you are directly doing something that causes a mass amount of people to look down upon trans people and think we're stupid and think our...
You seriously believe that a conservative is going to... Yeah, you think a conservative is just gonna warm up to trans people if there wasn't anyone using neopronouns? No. Like, they'll use made-up examples all the time, right? So even when talking about binary trans people, it's like, well, if a woman can identify as a man, then why can't I just identify as a TI-84 CE plus calculator? It's like, well, because there's a difference between a physical reality and a social construct, right? That would be the best argument against it, right? It's like, well, so that's the thing, right? Is an argument that I can make that Calvin Guerra really can't. That gives me an advantage over him when it comes to arguing against people like conservatives is, the whole idea of, okay, well, when a trans woman refers to herself as a woman, what do you think she actually means? Do you think she means that she, thinks she is born as a biological female? Well, no, of course not. She's not even saying that she's 100% biologically a female, right? But she identifies a certain way, right? That's the way in which we categorize people, right? And if you can't explain that, then you're not gonna make very good argument. Like, you might convince some centrists or people that don't have that strong of positions, or like young people, but that's about it, right? And in that case, if we're dealing with those people, they're going to be just as persuaded by my arguments as yours, right? Except my arguments are more correct. They last a lot longer to the trial of time, whatever the fuck. That sounds retarded. To the test of time. Fuck, that's what I meant to say, right? Optics don't matter very much when anyone can cherry pick a negative from extreme for any group. Yeah, it's like, okay, what do you want? Like, it's like, yeah, there's going to be the Jessica Yanivs of the world for any category of people that's large enough, right? It's like, whatever, trans people are like 1% of the population, but that's still millions of people. Some of them are going to be bad apples, right? No matter what, conservatives are going to point to the few bad apples that there are.
Identities are a joke and think that this is all a joke. So you are doing way more harm than anybody else. These are the people that say that I do all this harm, that I do all these things that are awful. But what gives me...
Well, you do. It's not for the reasons that those people necessarily say. It's for the reasons I've laid out.
Soulless, and what makes me feel better is I know at the end of the day, I have changed hundreds of thousands of people's opinions on trans people.
Yeah, you have, but in a lot of instances, it's for the worse, right? You gotta keep in mind that while it might be the case that you've convinced people that were either indifferent, or like maybe they were center-right, to be more sympathetic to certain trans people, like you, Calvin, you sort of threw other trans people that are less gender-conforming, basically, under the bus, right? And you've made it very difficult for people like me to come out, right? Because I thought, oh, well, it's... Because I thought of any, like... Because you gotta keep in mind, when it comes to, like, whatever, baby trans people that are just starting their transition, that don't even know who they are, really, right? It's like, why would you even bother trying to figure yourself out when it's like, okay, well, that's what a transtrender is, right? Is the people that look like this and act like this. But it's like, any baby trans person, even binary trans people, when they're just starting out, look and act this way. But it's like Calvin Garrett would just bully the shit out of them. And it's like, well, fuck, I don't want that. I don't want people to bully the shit out of me. So I don't want any part in that, right? Like, ridicule is a powerful thing, right? But that goes, I mean, that it can be used for good or bad. In that case, it's used for bad, right?
I have helped normalize what trans people can look like. That trans people...
But you've also made it clear what you think trans people can't look like. And that includes people that are early in their transition, whether you realize it or not.
Are normal people who walk through life, and you probably know a trans person, and
yeah, that's the problem. Is yes they can be normal, but it's not obligatory. You don't have to be normal to be trans. This is fucking brain dead, right? And nobody who's just starting out in their transition is going to be normal. Okay? Am I normal? No, I'm wearing fucking cat ears. Okay? I'm wearing a choker and cat ears. Okay? I'm wearing the femboy fit. All right. Even though I'd, at this point, consider myself to be trans femme as well. But I'm also a femboy. It doesn't even have to make sense, right? It's just figure it out, okay? Just figure it out along the way, okay? And then eventually you'll come to understand yourself if you try different things, right?
And you don't even know they're trans. But you, neopronoun users, neopronoun supporters, have done far less good in advocating in the trans community than I have. So
depends on which neopronoun supporter we're talking about, right? And whether or not a supporter of something does good or bad is not really what the goodness or badness of that thing is contingent upon. Once again, right? There could be a bunch of people that advocate for trans rights that are fucking terrible advocates, right? But that doesn't mean that trans rights aren't valid, right? The same standard would apply to neopronouns, right? Again, I'm not like the biggest neopronoun defender of all time either. I just think these are terrible arguments that can be reused against trans people broadly a lot of the time, right? These are not good arguments. It's just entirely an appeal to optics of, well, this will make us look bad, turder. I'm from Europe. I can guarantee you that we knew how to braid hair here for thousands of years, and people among Germanic tribes had dreads as early as Christians. There's a lot of proof here for that. See, but that's the thing, is I don't even bring up that argument. I mean, it's true. It's true, but I don't even think it's relevant, right? If I'm talking about the fundamental concept of cultural appropriation, even if that wasn't the case, it would still be a stupid argument, right? It's like, oh, you're culturally appropriating. It's like, black people own this. It's like, no, they don't. Nobody owns culture. It's fucking stupid. It's like, fuck off.
That's what helps me sleep at night. I know for a fact that I have done good for the trans community. And you probably...
But you've also done a lot of bad. Are there like, whatever, some people that used to be center-right that saw your videos and they're like, I used to be transphobic, it didn't get trans people, but now I understand them thanks to you. Yeah, there's gonna be people that comment that. There's gonna be a lot of people like me who stay in the closet for a long time. Because, and that never pursue medical transition or don't pursue it for a while because they've had it ingrained in their brain that if they transition, they're gonna get dysphoria. Because Calvin Garrett himself said, oh yeah, if you don't have dysphoria and you transition, you're gonna get dysphoria. And it's like, I have dysphoria, but I didn't realize it until I started transitioning. And I never would have found out I had dysphoria if I never transitioned. Or started whatever, I'm a few months on HRT, but still.
Probably have not, if your only way of advocating is calling people transphobic when they don't.
No, it's not. It's far from it. I'm the complete opposite of that, right? I make the most logical arguments. Even when people get annoyed, they're like, can you just start yelling at somebody or like not talk this in depth? And I'm like, nah, fuck you. I'm in an in-depth kind of mood today, and that is why I am going to talk about it extensively in depth, okay? Whether you like it or not, all right? Fuck you. I'm talking about it in depth, all right? There you go. Again, okay, we gotta get Calvin Garrett on stream at some point, okay? We gotta get him on stream. I wanna talk to him, right? I would rather look as I would honestly prefer talking to him over talking to Blair White. Even though I would get more clout from having a debate with Blair White, and I would also love to do that. I would be willing to do both. I feel like Calvin Garrett genuinely believes what he says. And I maybe I'd be able to change his perspective on that. Right? By giving arguments that changed my perspective. If I had retained a transmedicalist worldview, I never would have started HRT. Ironically. It's like the cruel irony of being a transmedicalist, closeted trans person. Something tells me that Calvin Garrett didn't really have that much of like an ideological inclination before transitioning in terms of trans people, right? Something tells me he wasn't like a staunch trans medicalist before he started transitioning himself. I mean, maybe he was, but I don't know. I think these are arguments he created after he, had already been transitioning for ages.
Use neopronouns. And if you're transgender, you're allowed to say whatever you want about the trans community. Don't let people make you feel bad for having an opinion on a community you are part of. I'm trying to think.
No, you're doing it. You're doing it again. Don't let them make you feel bad about having an opinion over a community you're a part of. No, whether or not you're a part of a community does not dictate whether or not your opinion is valid, or it doesn't increase the validity of your opinion, right? So for instance, if somebody says kill all Jews, right? It's not any better if a Jewish person says it, okay? It's still a bad thing to say. I know, it's crazy. It doesn't matter if you belong to that group, okay? Self-hating trans people exist. There's literally one of them on screen right now, okay?
I think if there's anything else I wanted to say about this. I really think I hit on all my points, bro. Neopronouns are stupid. They've been stupid for years. I thought this discourse was done in like 2015. Apparently not. I don't support them. I've never seen the point in having all these different types of gender-neutral pronouns when you only really need one set, which is they, them.
Well, no, neopronouns aren't necessarily gender-neutral, right? They describe completely different categories, right? Not the lack of a category, but their own, like, they describe their own separate categories, if that makes sense. Again, I'm not like a staunch neopronouns advocate, right? But these are terrible arguments. You'd have to present better arguments than this, right? Hunter Avalon presented way better arguments against neopronouns, and even those weren't compelling enough, right? I still won that debate. Right? My position was, well, I don't know how they would cause harm, right? That was the main thing I was arguing against. I got him to concede it, right?
Which is what we're...
Whether, it's like, I mean, to be fair, part of it was due to the way I framed the debate, right? It was just neopronouns in general was the debate, but what I really wanted to concede was him saying that it's harmful, and I got him to admit that it wasn't harmful, which is really all I wanted. Why do you consider yourself to be a debater when you look like a Paul's wannabe sister? What the fuck does that mean? Also, my ability to make compelling arguments is contingent upon my physical appearance? Like, what kind of fucking point is that? You may as well become one of the feminists that says, you're not allowed to have an opinion on this if you're a man. It's like, well, that's fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. That's illogical, right? You should base the validity of an argument or an opinion based off of the actual logic and reasoning behind it.
We're working to normalize. So I'm going to continue to do that. I'm going to continue to support non-binary people who are actually non-binary, who actually have dysphoria.
See, oh my, he's so fucking close. He recognizes non-binary, which is great. I'm glad he does. But then it's like he goes back to the essentialist arguments of you have to have dysphoria. Which, even for people with dysphoria, once again, that's harmful. Because they don't think they have dysphoria, okay? They're in denial, okay? Why do you think that the r/egg IRL subreddit, or whatever the fuck it is, or is it r/egg IRL, whatever it is. Why do you think that's so popular? It's because trans people are usually in denial about being trans before they transition, right? They don't think they have gender dysphoria, even if they know what gender dysphoria is, okay? So making these essentialist arguments about, oh yeah, you have to have gender dysphoria to be trans, it's like, well, I don't think I have gender dysphoria, you know? And it's like, you can't, and some people just don't know. I've only pointed out your appearance because it shows your logic and opinions very well. Really? Okay, so what logic? What logic am I missing here? r/egg space girl, yeah.
Who actually need to transition in some way, shape, or form, and who require the normalization of they, them pronouns.
Wait, transition in some way or another? So, first of all, what about, like, a non-binary person that doesn't do HRT? Like, is that fine? Like, because, like, if a non-binary person that is born as a biological male goes on, say, HRT, and goes on estrogen, right? Would you immediately categorize them as, oh, okay, well, then you're a woman then? No, that's fucking stupid, right? It's like, same, this surface intensity guy is so cool? Really? Source?
In society to not feel dysphoric every time they step out of the door. So hopefully...
See, this is what I mean. Hold on, let's replay that.
They, them pronouns in society to not feel dysphoric every time they step out of the door. So
to not feel dysphoric every time they step out of the door. Okay? If you have gender dysphoria, you're not going to notice it every time you step out of the door. You're not going to notice that something is off every time you step out of the door. It was little things he said like this that made me think that I'm not trans. Okay? It just made me not want to transition. Hop on mineage? I don't wanna. I might later, okay? Look, I'm not rejoining or unquitting Minecraft PvP, okay? I know I was, like, the best in the game. I was the best legit. I was, like, destroying closet cheaters on a daily basis. I know. I was, like, the best at jump resetting and critting at the same time. I know I was, like, the best at, with auto sprint when it came to jump resetting diagonally while landing a crit. Yes, I know, I was, like, the best, but, I was a 10 CPS warrior. I was, like, the only person that clicked that was good, etc., yada, yada, yada. That doesn't mean I want to unquit, okay? There's just not enough competition, okay? That's the real issue, alright? I'll unquit if there's actual competition. And no, closet cheaters don't count. Alright, anyways. I never stepped out of the door and was like, OMG, dysphoria. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it was shit like this that he said that made me think, oh, well, I don't have gender dysphoria. Even though I literally do.
So, hopefully, y'all will follow suit. I hope you've enjoyed this video. I love your face. Thank you for watching. Let me know.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. He loves my face. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you love my face, Calvin Guerra. Aw, that's so heartwarming. I've always wanted that affirmation from Calvin Guerra himself, saying he actually loves my face. Yeah, that's crazy. It's very epic.
Let me know what you guys think about this all in the comments down below, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace!
I think ContraPoints made a really good video about transmedicalism, too. A couple of years ago or something. I watched it kind of recently. So now, maybe, you know what? Maybe the next thing I do, is a transmedicalist arc where I argue against trans meds. You know? I've been arguing against conservatives for a while about trans issues. Alright? Like, I've been, but I think I've already had my traditional transphobe arc. You know, maybe we need to move on to a new arc. The True Scum arc. You know what? Since we just finished a video, L Pigeon, alright, we'll have a short debate, okay? I'll go in the Discord, I'll start a live stage. You have like 3 minutes to get in there once I start it, okay? And then if you don't join, fuck off. Eat shit and die. Start the stage. Hold on. Alright, I started the stage. Alright? Alright, you have 3 minutes to get in. Alright? I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna, and if I, alright, yeah, so it's that time. Okay, be right back. Gotta pull a Hassan. Alright, okay, I'm about to invite you to stage. Alright, hold on. I see you got your hand raised. Okay. Invite to speak. Congratulations, you've been invited to speak, El Pigeon.
Yo, what's good, Femi Bunches of Owits? Thank you for finding balls to debate me.
Yeah.
You know what I think is so funny? You know what I think is so funny, though? You keep going on about how, oh, I'm so irrelevant. Nobody cares about me. You got 5 people in your chat. Like, dude, the only reason you have any relevance whatsoever is because you like to start drama.
What do you want to, hold on, first of all, what do you want to debate? Secondly, yeah, it tends to be the case when you stream later at night on a weekday that there's less people watching.
I was with you. I like watched like a bunch of your stream at a bunch of different times, and like it was range from like 12 to like 8 viewers. So
no,
I don't know what you're talking about.
There were quite a few times. There was a lot of instances where it went over 20, but either way, this is irrelevant. You're wasting.
Okay.
All right. Sure. So how about instead of wasting my time, how about you actually talk about the thing you want to debate me on rather than dumb shit?
I don't know. You were just talking a lot of crap in my comment section, so
so I assume you want to debate me, right? So typically, when you want to debate someone, there's something you disagree with them on that you want to debate.
So for the most part, there isn't like, sure, you're like a lame femboy. I don't really care about like any position you have, because arguing with you really wouldn't go anywhere, because you just keep saying, well, actually, and just
wait, isn't
that
the point?
Argument.
Wait, hold on. I thought you said you wanted to debate, and now you're saying you don't want to have an argument?
Okay.
What?
Okay. I wanted to have a conversation with you because I thought it was funny.
You said debate. You said the word debate, not conversation.
Well, apparently you have a problem with me. Apparently, okay, so why were you making fun? Why do you think it's okay to say the N-word? That's what we'll debate on. Why do you think it's okay that you, as a Caucasian white male, think it's okay to say the N-word? Okay, so would you say the N-word in front of a black guy, a big muscular black guy? Would you say the N-word in front of him?
Online, yeah, in person.
No, in person, because I know you'll do a lot online. I know you won't do a single thing that you do online.
Hold on, wait. Whether or not something is considered socially acceptable does not dictate its moral value or moral weight, right?
Do you know the history of the N-word? Do you know why it's considered disrespectful to black people?
I'm aware of the history.
And you're still willing to say it.
Hold on. History is one of many facets of its context, right? So, for instance, are you against iDubbbz saying it?
I don't care about iDubbbz.
Okay, so all right, fair enough. A lot of commentary shitters love old iDubbbz, so I had to make sure that you weren't actually inconsistent.
I don't think that anyone should say the N-word, to be fair, but especially white people, because that is such a negative.
So do you think it would be wrong for a black person to say it then, or?
I mean, I think it's disrespectful in general, but it's more acceptable for them to say it because they turn the word into something to kind of get back at them. Like, do you not know the history of it?
No, I know the history. I just don't think it's relevant.
Well, if you don't think it's relevant,
I don't think that whether or not. Hold on. Wait. I don't think that whether or not you look a certain way is what dictates whether or not you should be allowed to say something. Like how like where's the cutoff? First of all, like what if you're like?
I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed to say it, but I'm just saying it's disrespectful. It would be like
so
if I said that I hate trans people.
Okay,
First of all, that's like that's disrespectful.
Sure, but that's a false equivalency, right? That would be more equivalent to saying that I hate black people. So that's like that would be the equivalency.
Well, it's pretty much like you're saying it's a way of disrespecting black people.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is disrespecting black people.
If
you wouldn't say
hold on,
black man,
shut the fuck up.
It's disrespecting.
So for instance,
shut up.
No, if you say the word tranny, I don't give a shit, right? I don't care if you're trans or not. I think everybody has the right to say it. It is the context in which you say it that actually matters, okay? I apply the same standard to all slurs equally, okay? I don't care who says it. I care, about the way in which it's used, right? So if you use it to demean somebody or use it derogatorily, then I think it's wrong. If you say it as a joke or like in an edgy, disaffected way, I don't give a shit.
I guess I just disagree with you on that. There's really no way to like say
you're
right or you're wrong because.
Do you have like an actual reason or?
Because it's disrespectful to black people.
Is it disrespectful because you say so?
It's disrespectful because of the history behind it. And if you said it, you wouldn't have the balls to say it in front of a black person.
Hold on, do you think that context doesn't matter?
I think it matters to a degree, but
Really?
no
To a degree?
matter
To what degree? Wait, hold on. To what degree?
No, not with like when it's blatantly disrespecting somebody. I
Wait,
don't
wait,
think
wait,
that the
wait, wait,
context
wait, hold on,
matters.
hold on. So, have you decided that have you arbitrarily decided that there's some sort of line you have to cross for it to be disrespectful, or is it just disrespectful no matter what?
You are so stupid. Okay. If a word is disrespectful, it is disrespectful no matter the context. If I said...
Wait, hold on. So then if a black person says the N-word, they're disrespecting black people?
No, because it's somebody...
Wait, you just said... Wait, no, you just said... You literally just said that it doesn't matter the context. Part of the context that makes it obvious as to whether or not...
I'm saying if you're a
shut the fuck up, I'm not done making my point. I don't care.
You are stupid.
Hold on, alright, I'm just gonna talk over you, alright? So, essentially, part of the context, okay, is as to whether... That gives context as to whether or not, you know, you're saying it in bad faith because you hate black people... is going to be your skin color. Now, the reason that in of itself is context is because it tends to be the case that black people don't usually hate other black people. All right? I'll let you respond. Okay?
I don't, like I said before, I don't think that anyone should be saying the N-word. But
okay, so like once again, okay, but you literally just said that it's not disrespectful if a black person says the
No, I think it is disrespectful.
So it is disrespectful?
Yeah, I think it is
would you be yelling?
To say the N-word.
So would you be yelling at a black person? So hold on. If a black person said the N-word, would you be yelling at them because it's disrespectful for them to say the N-word?
Okay, let me try to explain this to you.
Yes or no?
I think that the N-word is a disrespectful word, no matter the context. But if a black person, it is somewhat more acceptable because they kind of flip the word. Do you not know the history?
No, hold on. You said you are saying that context does matter as one of your arguments while also saying it doesn't matter, okay? So on one hand, you're using historical context and the context of who's saying it as an argument, but you're ignoring all other possible forms of context, right? And saying that it doesn't matter the context, it's disrespectful no matter what. And then I ask you, okay, so if a black person says it, would you be yelling at them for being disrespectful? And then you say no. But it's like, I thought it was disrespectful no matter what. Well, but that's different because of the history, bruh. And then it's like, okay, so it's different because of context that you have selectively decided to hyperfixate on and say that's the only context that matters. For whatever arbitrary reason.
Okay, I'm just going to talk over you. With some words, context does matter. For example, when you say, let me think of an example. I killed this person the other day. Without context, that might sound really bad until you realize the context. They were referring to a game of Fortnite. So, yeah, context does matter with certain words. But
wait, that's the point. It matters with every word.
Yeah, so the context, of course, matters. But when it's something
that's my argument.
Respectful.
Wait, hold on. You said it was disrespectful even if a black person says it, which completely destroys your entire argument. Because you said that the reason it would be wrong for a white person to say the N-word, under all circumstances, would be because it's disrespectful. But if that's your standard,
it's disrespectful
so if that's your standard over whether or not you know, you would go out of your way to yell at somebody for saying it, then you would yell at a black person for saying it, right? Or is that not your standard? Do you have a different standard that you would like to use?
Saying the N-word is disrespectful because it was used as an insult for black people.
Okay, so what if it's not being used as an insult? What if you're just saying it to be edgy? Okay, what if you're an edgy 14-year-old just saying it for the sake of saying it because you're being contrarian? Then what? Are you saying it to insult somebody?
No, you're saying it because you're uneducated and you don't understand.
No, I have a perfectly fine understanding of history, okay? So how about instead of you don't understand shit, LOL, how about you make an actual counter-argument, right? That's the point of a debate, right? Rather than being like, well, you probably just aren't educated,
I said that it was disrespectful.
Okay, but you said it was disrespectful even if a black person says it, right? So it's not a matter of whether or not it's disrespectful.
It's like impossible to have a conversation with you because you bring up all of these things that are just
I bring up all of these things?
And yeah,
are they brain dead because you say so?
You play all these word games, like isn't
that what a debate is? Is like a word game where you know, the winner of the debate won the word game by being better with words than the other person. Now, obviously, it's easier if you have the correct position, but still.
Okay. You just say all of these words that don't really have much of like a meaning or anything, and then if you say haha, you just say all these things that they don't mean anything just to sound smart. I just
What are you
find
talking about?
Like you just play all these word
This is the
games.
biggest non-argument.
Okay.
Like, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. Like, this is fucking... This is sad.
Okay.
Like, you were hyping yourself up, being like, yeah, you're too much of a bitch to debate me. You won't debate me. And then now you're just, like, embarrassing yourself in front of...
Yeah, I'm embarrassing myself.
Yeah. So, like, it's... Yeah, you haven't made a single argument. It's like you're not internally
That's because I'm not
consistent.
trying to argue with you. There's nothing...
Wait, you're not trying to argue with me in a debate?
This isn't a debate, it's just...
You said you said you wanted to debate me! Make up your mind!
Well, it isn't a debate, you're just saying, I said the N-word is bad, and you're like, no, it's not.
No, you said you wanted to debate me, I asked you, what do you want to debate me on, and then you brought that up as the topic. So, again, you said you wanted to debate me, okay? You were begging me for a debate, and now that you have the chance to debate me, you're backtracking and saying, oh, no, I actually didn't want to debate. I was just saying stuff that I think, but I wasn't trying to make an argument, even though I literally begged you for a debate and then agreed to having a debate right now.
This isn't a debate because you're just... I bring up something and you say, actually, I disagree with you, and then you play...
Wait! So wait, what do you think a debate is? Please, explain your definition of what a debate is.
Well, it's where you have a constructive conversation, like a disagreement, but this isn't like...
So wait, I'm not allowed to disagree with you in a debate where the point is to disagree with the other person and make counter-arguments?
Dumb. You're just being dumb. You're not bringing any good arguments. You're just saying, this is dumb because it's dumb.
No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm the one that's internally consistent. You have not been able to point out a single internal inconsistency in any of my arguments. Why is that?
I feel like I'm losing brain cells with you right now.
I think that if anyone's losing brain cells, it's me, alright?
Okay.
Does he have any more to lose?
Exactly. I don't even think he has brain cells, if you want the truth.
Then why are you losing the debate? Do you have, like, negative brain cells? Or your brain cells made out of antimatter? Do you have anti-brain cells? Because if I have no brain cells, then it must be the case that you have a negative number of brain cells. Because holy shit, you are actually so fucking stupid.
Okay.
It's like you have anti-intellect. Like nothing at all is more intelligent than what you have.
You're so funny. Like I'm dying of laughter right now. Your insults
Alright, make a joke
so
then.
Good.
Wait, you were the one that started insulting,
funny?
making the least original, least funny insults imaginable, and now you're complaining about me insulting you?
How did I say anything how did I insult you in any way?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, if you even have any brain cells to lose to begin with.
That was my brother. He's sitting right here listening to me. Yeah, he's listening with me. Say hello.
Hello.
He thinks it's funny. He's been with me throughout this entire drama. He thinks it's hilarious.
Okay. Either way, I don't think you've made a single good argument, so...
Okay, so let's talk about the whole Cheeto drama, because I find that so funny. You're, like, so desperate for attention from him that you'll joke about him getting hurt, and like, you'll say, my defense for this is that I made $2, and I'm gonna buy a bag of chips with this.
Yes, because that was definitely a real argument and not just a shitpost. Glad we're on the same page there.
I just think it's funny that you, like, embarrass yourself so badly with that.
Source?
Your defense... This is exactly what you do. You say all of this retarded stuff, and you... It's like impossible to have a conversation.
I'm the one that says retarded stuff?
Yes!
Really?
Yes.
Okay, what did I say that was retarded?
I showed you,
what? Huh? What? You showed me what? Hello?
I told you that you made an embarrassment out of yourself, and rather than
Wait, hold on. Did I make an embarrassment out of myself because you say so?
No, because you said all of this retarded stuff on that guy's...
Okay, what retarded stuff? That's what I asked you, okay? You're saying I said retarded stuff. Can you explain what I said that was retarded, explain why it's retarded?
Okay, you're stupid, okay? You are
Wait, hold on, am I stupid because you say so?
I've ever heard. Oh.
Hello, would you like to make an argument?
Have you ever, like, been outside? I'm like...
No, never, not once, not a single time.
Have you ever felt the touch of a woman? Because...
yeah, I fucked your mom. So yes,
oh, really?
I have.
Oh,
yeah.
that was so funny.
Yeah, I know, I know.
It's
like, yeah, exactly, exactly.
Are so, like, mature.
Bro,
yeah, exactly.
You are
wait,
19.
wait, hold on.
19.
Wait. You cannot be the one complaining about whether or not I'm mature, okay? You came on here, hold on, you came on here begging me for a debate, then as soon as I give you a platform to debate me, you don't even know what you want to debate me on, then you finally decide, okay, I'm gonna debate you on the ethics of saying the N-word, and then I start debating you, and then you're like, no, I actually didn't want to debate, it was just a discussion.
No, I did want to debate you, but shut up, okay? You're
but then you were like, I want to debate you, but I don't want you to make... No, you were saying, no, I want to debate you, but I don't want you to make any actual arguments. You're not supposed to make arguments in a debate. Yeah, okay.
You just said, I think the N-word is okay because I don't think it's disrespectful, and I said I disagree.
No, wait, I didn't even say, take a position there. You were just being internally inconsistent. I said, okay, is it or is it not disrespectful if a black person says it? Okay, and then you said it is, and then I'm like, okay, would you yell at a black person for saying the N-word? Obviously, the answer is no, because that would be fucking insane. So your standard isn't actually whether or not it's disrespectful, right? Again, context matters, but that includes the context of why you're saying it, how you're saying it, etc. So if you're saying it non-derogatorily, that is context, okay? Historical context and, the context of, what you look like, because obviously black people are, on average, way less likely to hate black people or be racist. Not impossible, but still. That's only some of the context. That's not the only context that exists.
It's, like, almost impossible to, like, have a conversation with you because you, like, don't really seem to process what I'm saying, and you kind of twist my words, but...
I don't twist your words. I take what you say to its logical conclusion and explain why you're wrong. You just don't like it because you look like a fucking retard right now, and you're getting shit on, you're getting bodied, and you're a fucking embarrassment.
Yeah, okay. Whatever makes you feel better, you little princess.
Okay.
So what I was explaining before was that I think that the N-word, and I said this from the beginning, I said that the N-word is disrespectful. I mean,
yeah, but that's not why. Yeah, but that's not what you're basing this argument.
I think it's
right?
disrespectful.
So wait, hold on. You said that it was disrespectful, even if a black person says it. So again, this is a non-argument because if at the end of the day, if you wouldn't,
okay, so if you understand the history,
hold on, if you wouldn't, wait, no, shut the fuck up. If you make this argument against a black person saying it, right, and then you make this argument against a white person saying it on the basis of whether or not it's disrespectful, and then you say that it's disrespectful if a black person says it, then it would logically follow that you would also be just as against a black person saying it because it's also disrespectful. So obviously that's not your standard because you're not against a black person saying it, right? You don't give a shit. You wouldn't yell at a black person for saying the N-word, right? Again.
That person says, I don't think anyone should say it. I said this from the beginning. I don't think anyone should say it.
Okay, you can think that if you want, but again, that's not an argument. You can think that Hitler was the greatest leader of all time. That doesn't make it any more true, right? You have to make an actual argument, right?
So it's understandable if black people want to say it because they switched the word because originally it was an insult towards black people.
Okay, how often how often did white people use the soft A ending to insult black people? Never, right? So again, how often do you hear black people using the hard R word?
But you've
not
said
very
the
often,
hard
right?
ER. I've seen comments where you say the hard ER, and you know exactly.
Did I?
I've seen comments. Yes,
it could be the case.
You said the hard
yeah.
ER.
Yeah, in the context of somebody telling me not to say it. I'm contrarian. Sorry, can't help it.
So you don't think that's the least bit disrespectful? Because if you say the N-word ending with an A, if you say the N-word ending with an A, it's not that big a deal because yeah, it's a little bit disrespectful. But saying the hard ER,
I'm saying it, wait, hold on. If I'm using it in the context, in like an editorial context where I'm quoting somebody else, or if I'm saying it like referentially, or if I'm saying it as like I'll say the word, but I won't use it derogatorily, right? I, you know,
But you weren't saying it in like a context like you were reading, oh, the
right,
whatever.
but I wasn't using it right. But I didn't use it derogatorily. So again, this is a non-argument, right? So if I'm saying it in the context of someone saying you won't say the word, it's like, yeah, I will, right? The only reason I won't right now is because I don't want people to report my streams for violating TOS, right?
No, because you're scared.
It's mainly because I don't want people to
say it. Just say it. Just say it. You know you want to. Just say it. I know you don't have the balls to say it. Please say it.
I've said it before. There's clips of it. You can find it. Right?
Okay.
Look, here's the thing, right? It's not gonna have as much of an impact if I say it too frequently, right? It's gotta be really tactical. It's gotta be I gotta be debating. It's gotta be like if I was like on the kill stream, right? If I was like you know how Vosh said the N-word very tactically and it was very funny. I gotta save it for shit like that, you know?
But you're not funny.
Source?
He's hilarious. He's hilarious. Like, can't you just hear us like dying of laughter right now? Like he's so funny.
Well, the goal here isn't to be funny. It's just to clown on you, right? The main butt of the joke right now is you, right? You're the joke. You just don't think it's funny because you're the butt of the joke, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So would you agree
like
that
if I was seriously trying to debate you like on something, I wouldn't approach it like this. Like,
okay, but
the thing is,
you literally said, wait, you literally said you wanted to debate me, and now you're backtracking.
No,
you're saying, I don't want to
debate
you.
I wanted
you. It's Schrodinger's debate. I want to debate you, but I also don't want to debate you. You got to make up your fucking mind.
I more wanted to talk to you, but I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't accept my call if I said I just want to talk to you and make fun of you. So I said, let's debate because you're a big debate me, bro.
Yeah, and yeah, if you say you're gonna debate somebody, that tends to be that tends to mean that you want to debate somebody, right? It just seems like you're backtracking. It just seems like you're being a cuck.
Okay,
you're not willing to defend any of it. You're not.
I was able to defend my position, but let's just ignore that. Okay, I didn't defend any of my positions. Okay, let's debate something else then.
Oh
so
God,
let's talk about because I'm sure you're very anti-God. So let's talk about why you don't believe in God. Let's hear your explanation for that.
Yeah. Basically, I don't think that there's sufficient evidence to not only conclude that there is a God, and not only has that God miraculously been very extremely accurately depicted by humans, but it also just so happens to be your God that's the correct one.
So you don't think that there's like a God at all?
I think that there could be. I think there could be a God. I don't know. I don't have enough evidence to say that there's definitively no God and that there's a 0% chance of there being one, right? But I think that if there is a God, it's not very likely that it's been accurately depicted by humans.
Okay, that's a fair position to take. I thought you were like anti-God and like there's no God because I don't think so, but I guess that's an understandable position.
I might say that I don't think Jesus was divine. I don't think there's evidence of that, right? But it's like usually when I say something that's like anti-religious or whatever, it's mainly just to fuck with people, right? It's like I don't actually care that much.
I mean, don't you think that's kind of immature? Like, because like people have their own like personal beliefs. I know you have your own personal beliefs with your like. You know, don't you think that's just a little disrespectful to make fun of them just because?
Wait, that's the point. The point is to be disrespectful. That's like the goal. So I'm doing my job correctly.
So then why do you have a problem with them making fun of you for your lifestyle?
I think that they can make jokes about it as long as they're not like genuinely transphobic. I don't give a shit.
But are you genuinely like anti like Christianity?
As a fundamental concept, I wouldn't say I'm like anti religion in general, right? But I would say that it tends to be the case that people will use their religion as like a justification to say or do genuinely bad things, right? So then I make fun of their actual reasoning behind, you know, saying whatever dumb shit they're saying or doing, right? So at the end of the day, it's not even about like there are plenty of Christians that are decent people, right? And when I'm talking to them, I'm not gonna make fun of them for being Christian, right? I don't care. It doesn't benefit like having a belief system, right, is like or like having a state of mind does not have any moral weight to it in my worldview, right? Like I'm a utilitarian, right? I'm a consequentialist. I believe that the morality of any action is determined by the action itself, not the mindset, right? The mindset is only a predictor for future actions, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I disagree. I don't think that religion should be like an excuse for people to do like bad things. Like,
Okay, good.
yeah, I more hold the belief that like I like believe in a God. I try to like follow God. I don't try to follow like all these random religions. I try to like
Yeah, no,
follow
that's
the
fine.
Bible for the most part.
So, okay, yeah, the issue with the following the Bible, even if you take a fundamentalist approach, this still doesn't work due to the fact that you don't even have the original manuscript. It's been translated hundreds of times, right? Take anything, take any paragraph of information, regardless of how simple or complex it is, right? And then translate it 100 times in Google Translate and see what the final result is, right? It's not close to being the original. It's incoherent. Obviously, it's not going to be nearly as bad. People are translating it, but you have to keep in mind that if something gets translated 1 billion times, it's like, it's not even, like, we don't have the original manuscript, even. So
yeah, I think the closest we have is like people translated it directly from Hebrew, and like the closest to that is I think the King James version, but like a lot of these modern versions have gotten so diluted and they've switched up a lot of words.
Yeah, well, and the thing there is having to know language should not be a prerequisite for understanding God, right? So, for instance, if you are the Christian God, if you are the Judeo-Christian God, why is it the case that you would need people to either read or understand language to believe in you, right? Wouldn't you want it to be the case that people, including, like, wouldn't you want to, like, inscribe the Bible?
I mean, who doesn't?
Hold on,
doesn't
wait,
read
hold on. Wouldn't it be the case that if you were God and you wanted people to know that you exist, wouldn't you want to inscribe the entire Bible in people's minds so that they intuitively understand him and so that there's no miscommunication there, so that people interpret what he says for what it is?
So that's not exactly like what the Christian beliefs are. Like,
no, I know that's not the Christian belief, but
yeah, I know.
But wouldn't it be the case that this would be like a more logical decision from God?
I don't think if he wanted us to like truly love and accept him, if we like automatically just knew that he.
Wait, but he can do that. He's God. He can do whatever he wants, right? So if he wants us to accurately understand him, then why would he want us to read, a book that was written thousands of years ago that's been translated a bunch of times? So either you have to, it's like you don't even have access to the original manuscript. Why would he want there to be this miscommunication? Why would he want it to be really difficult to understand him? How would that benefit him or anybody?
I don't think he wants it to be that way.
Okay, but it is that way, right? And he's God, and he can change that.
I mean, it really just comes down to faith. And I know a lot of people like you are like, oh, faith isn't enough. And like,
correct.
At the end of the day, in order...
It's not, faith isn't evidence, right?
Right, but
it's like I can have, like, for instance, I could have faith that Hitler is the greatest leader of all time. That doesn't mean it's true. Right?
Okay,
you can have faith for anything.
Blind faith. That's blind faith.
And why is your faith not blind?
Because I mean there is historical evidence. It's not like there's absolutely no evidence for
really.
Yeah, you can look up historical evidence for events in the Bible.
Pretty sure there's more historical evidence that's contrary to what's in the Bible, but either way, it still doesn't make sense from like a philosophical perspective, right? Another thing is, do you believe that people, that there are people that go to hell to suffer eternally, for infinitely?
Yeah, but I've got a different view on hell than other than what some people presented as. Can you just listen to me, but because I know where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Hell is not hell. I don't view hell as a punishment. I view it as giving people what they want, because God is everything good. And if people say they don't want like to be with God, then to be separated from good, you'll be where like the opposite of everything good is.
So why does this dichotomy have to exist? Why can't God just make their souls magically disappear so that they don't have to experience unnecessary suffering? Why is it the case that anyone would deserve to experience infinite suffering for their finite actions?
But it isn't infinite suffering.
Wait, it is.
It isn't infinite.
Okay,
it's people that choose to.
Wait. So if it's not infinite, then what is it? How long do they suffer?
No, listen to me. It's people that choose to. It's not like God's creating this thing to punish everybody because
Wait. You seriously think that people are like, yes, I want to go to hell? I'm making this conscious decision? No. It could be the case that
people, if you choose to reject God, then
okay, what if you decide, oh shit, the reason I rejected God was because I didn't think he was real, but now it turns out he is. Like, what if you change your mind? Then what?
Then it's too late.
Then it's too late. Wait, that's not a forgiving God. That's the most unforgiving shit imaginable. Why is it the case
he gave you an entire life to...
Oh my God. An entire life that is infinitely small and insignificant in comparison to eternity, right? So you are suffering for eternity for your finite actions on earth, simply because what, you didn't believe in God and now you have to suffer infinitely because now it's too late? That's cruel and unusual as like a punishment.
No,
yes, it literally is.
You're being
It is a punishment. No, it is a
No, you're
punishment.
being
If
separated.
God
You're
wanted,
being
no,
separated.
shut the fuck up. No, if God wanted to just to separate, the humane, compassionate thing to do is, if that was genuinely the logic behind it, then he would just make it so that the souls are no longer conscious, so that they don't have to experience any unnecessary suffering. That is what a just God would do. A tyrannical, cruel God would be like, no, it's too late. I'm not going to forgive you anymore. It's too late. That's cruel, right? You have to experience infinite suffering for your finite actions, right? He's God. He doesn't have to do that. He is choosing to.
I'm trying to explain this to you. So,
okay, I don't think you're listening to
if
what
you
I'm saying,
choose,
though.
yes, I hear what you're saying, and I've heard
do
this.
you?
Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna, because like, look, I don't want to have this drag on too much longer, but at the end of the day, I just think that this is something you should think about, right? Why is the case that you know, despite being a fair and just God, why would it be the case that he, you know, deliberately obfuscates the truth, right? As in, you know, it's the truth that he exists, but he wants to obfuscate that by not making it intuitively obvious that he exists, and requiring blind faith, essentially, right? Not giving very much evidence. Well, hold on. Not giving very much evidence, and then he punishes people infinitely for their finite actions. You can say it's not a punishment all you want, but that is the result of it. He doesn't have to make people suffer. All he has to do, if he really feels so butthurt.
But if you choose to be separate,
I'm not done yet. So if he really is that butthurt, if he is that, if he is that butthurt over people, you know, rejecting him or whatever, couldn't he just be like, okay, unreject me now, or I make your soul disappear, right? Why would he induce unnecessary suffering? Why is that logical or just? It's not.
Because it's separation from him, and
wait, why does separation require?
Because God is everything good. So if you separate yourself from everything good, you get the opposite of that.
Hold on, wait. Is the earth everything good or bad?
But God is in it. Like
yes or no? Yes or no? Is the earth everything good or bad?
God lets sin.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Is the earth either all good or all bad?
It is. There's good and bad.
Yeah, exactly. So there's not this dichotomy, right? For instance, it's the case that, so before you're born, right, you're not sentient, you're not conscious, right? So why couldn't it be the case that he could just make that be the case after you die, instead of inducing unnecessary suffering that he could easily prevent because he's God? Also, thank you for the...
because...
Hold on, I need to read a donation. Thank you, Hoopty Scoopty, for the $2. Having faith in the Bible, because some of it is historical, is like believing everything Plutarch wrote, because some of it was historical. Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe there's some accurately depicted details, but most of the time it's going to be the case that, yeah, okay, those accurately depicted details are going to be based on, oh, yeah, it's the case that, oh, wow, there's, like, sand in the desert, you know, and this book was written by somebody living in the desert. It's like, okay, that doesn't mean that it's, like, completely 100% accurate, right?
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go. Oh, I'll be right back.
Can you make it
talk
quick?
to him? Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right, yeah, because I want to end this discussion soon. I don't want to drag on, right? But at the end of the day, Femyoz, hell yeah, Femyoz W, you better believe it is. OMG, a kitty, hell yeah. God gave the chance for free will because he wanted people to serve him through faith. Insecure for God is insecure. Right? So the existence of God isn't subject to change based on whether he's nice or mean. Oh, well, no, I don't. But okay, but might does not equal right. So it could be the case that the Christian, if the Christian God exists, then it's the case that 1, he's hypocritical, 2, he's tyrannical, and 3, he's not a good, loving, just, forgiving God. Right? If it's the case that you have to meet his standards to an extent, at least within the first however many years that you're alive, based on which is going to be heavily influenced by your circumstances, by the way, right? So if he gives you the brain of a psychopath, and that's the brain that your soul has to interface with, well, then you're fucked, right? You're way more likely to go to hell, right? Because whereas, let's say, the same soul is put in a different body, then it might be the case that they live a godly life, right? So either way, and what if there's people that never learn about God? What if they're never taught God? Then do they have to go to hell?
All right, I'm back. All right, so I brought my dad. He's more knowledgeable about all this stuff than I am because I don't study up on like all this stuff as much. So you can because you do have some good questions.
Yeah. So where do you want to start?
Yeah, you want to here, just put your button.
Yeah. So one of the issues I have with Christianity is that the Judeo-Christian God is unjust. Now, the reason behind this is due to the fact that he inflicts infinite suffering upon individuals for their finite actions. Their finite actions are obviously infinitesimally small, and if they change their mind, it's too late. They can't do anything, which is obviously the opposite of forgiveness. It's too late, you fucked up, you don't get any second chances after you live your life, right? That's the opposite of forgiveness, right?
You're talking about God sending people to hell? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Infinite suffering for finite actions. It's not even proportional.
Well, how would you define finite actions?
Actions that occur within on Earth, right? They're finite, right? You're not on Earth for an infinite amount of time, right? But you would go to hell for eternity, for an infinite amount of suffering, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so why is that just?
Why is it just?
Yeah.
Well, I would ask you, what do you base what is right and wrong on?
Utilitarianism, right? So maximizing good outcomes and minimizing bad ones, right? Maximizing human happiness, minimizing human suffering, right? So it would be the case that God is causing as much human suffering as possible for specific individuals on the basis of what? They were atheists for 100 years or less, and now they have to suffer infinitely? Like, this is not just, right? This is not proportional. And again, this is... You can make the argument that, well, God doesn't have to be just, but then if that's an appeal to authority, okay, might equals right, and that's kind of a bad argument, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, God has to be just. I mean, he doesn't have... I mean, it would go against his nature to not be just. I think...
Okay, but then why is he unjust?
You said he was unjust. I didn't.
Yeah, because he is. Okay, can you explain why he's just without making an appeal to authority, saying he must be just because you say so?
Well, it's not because what I say so. I mean, the Bible declares God as holy, right?
So if
he's perfect in all his ways.
So the problem there is that, one, I don't believe in the Bible, and two, if just because the Bible says something doesn't automatically mean it's true, right? So for instance, it could be the case that that there's some piece of literature or book or whatever that you have faith in, maybe the Quran. Just because the Quran says that Allah is real doesn't mean that he is. Just because the Quran says that Muhammad is the one true prophet doesn't mean that it's true, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I base my case off of the Bible because as a Christian pastor and a follower of Christ, I base everything off the Word of God. So if I can't quote the Bible, well, then I don't have any.
So how did you conclude in the first? Wait, hold on. How did you conclude that the Bible was worth following in the first place? Because you had to use your own cognition for that to get there.
Correct.
Yeah. So
because it's the Word of God.
Okay.
Because so far,
isn't the Quran? So why is that categorically different from
the debate strategy is?
Hold on, wait.
Let you say like two words and over talk you with a bunch of random nonsense.
Hold on. So if I say that if I say that the Quran is correct because Allah said it's correct, why is that categorically different? What is the symmetry breaker here?
Well, I don't follow the Quran, so I can't speak for the Quran.
Wait,
but
why don't you?
Why
don't you follow the Quran?
Can you like shut up and like give him a chance to speak? Like
no,
you're not really being fair.
It's okay. No, I'm just telling you, I'm basing off of the Word of God. I can't speak from knowledge from the Quran because the Quran contradicts the Holy Bible. And I have studied the Word of God, and so far I haven't found any contradictions in the Word of God to make me question whether it's the Word of God or not.
So wait, you don't think that it's a contradiction for somebody to say that they're completely, all forgiving, all loving, omnipresent, and just, while at the same time giving people punishments that don't fit the crime at all, that are infinitely far greater in terms of their magnitude than the reason that they were given?
Yep. Can I ask you a question though? What do you understand about the Christian faith?
Could you be more specific?
Well, that's pretty straightforward question. What do you understand about the Christian faith? I mean, what do you know about Jesus? What do you know about the God of the Holy Bible?
So I used to be Christian, right? I used to a Lutheran, to be specific, right? So I know
Okay.
that according to the Bible, that okay, yeah, Jesus died for our sins, blah blah blah, all that shit. I actually do like a lot of the stuff in the New Testament in terms of the moral framework it lays out. I think that Jesus, was a good guy if nothing else. But I also remember specifically the idea of hell fucking traumatizing me. It's like, holy shit, like. It's like you can go to this awful place and be tortured for eternity. That's fucking terrifying, right? It's like that's tyrannical, right? That's not just, right?
Well, the thing is, I mean, if God gave everybody justice, everybody would be in hell right now. But the fact that
wait, why is that just?
you didn't let me finish my statement here. Now, the thing is, well, it's okay. Well, the thing is that back in the Garden of Eden, and I'm probably rehashing some stuff that you already know, God created Adam and Eve, right? He created man, perfect fellowship. God told them, do not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He was testing them. He gave them an opportunity to obey or disobey. What did man do? Disobey.
Wait, am I personally responsible for them disobeying?
Are you personally responsible?
Yeah.
No, but you unfortunately, like me, also felt the effects of sin.
Okay. Can you explain why it's just for? Wait, can you explain why it's just for me to suffer? Hold on. Wait, I want to know why it's. Wait, hold on. I want to know why hold on. I want to know why it's just for me to suffer the consequences of other people's actions. How is that? That's not within my control.
No, it's not within your control. But you're dealing with a realm that's outside of human understanding, and by that I mean we're dealing with the holiness of God. Okay, God can't change that. God can't say, well. Adam and Eve sinned in this.
Wait, yes, he can. He's God. He can do whatever he wants. Wait.
Well, he
God
can't
can do whatever he wants. Isn't he all powerful and omnipresent?
No. God can't go against who he is.
Okay, so he's not. So he's not all powerful.
Well, he can't go against his nature. Okay, God cannot lie. God cannot sin. Okay, no, God cannot do that.
Wouldn't it be the case that wouldn't it be the case that he can, but that he chooses not to?
What's that? No, God is incapable because of his holiness.
So then he's not all. So he's not all powerful.
Just can I finish what I was saying before earlier? Now, the fact that God is holy, okay, that God is just, that there is no sin found in God, okay, he can't choose to say, well, Adam and Eve sinned, so I don't want to pass on sin to the rest of mankind. It just, the sin nature was inherited in man. Now, what I was trying to get at with that is that it's the mercy of God. If you understand the Bible and understand that from the beginning all the way through the book of Revelation, it's God's redemption story. Now, God sent people to Israel, the prophets, to get them to turn back to him. He sent Jesus to bear our sins on the cross. He sends Christians. He's sending me right now to talk to you. And it's his redemption story is getting people to turn back to him. God doesn't want to send people to hell. People go to hell because they refuse God's offer through the Lord Jesus Christ for forgiveness of sins.
Wait, hold on. Why is it the case that God can't just make their souls magically disappear if they reject him or whatever? Why can't he just minimize suffering by doing that? Why would that, like, what would the downside of that be?
You mean annihilation?
Yeah, why wouldn't he just just get rid of the souls so that they don't have to experience suffering, right? Especially if that's the preference of the souls.
Yeah, well, it's because of eternal suffering. I mean,
no, that's like the
our
merciful
souls are
thing
eternal.
To do. Yeah, but that's the merciful thing that he can do. He's God. He can do whatever he wants. He's all powerful.
Our souls are eternal. And
yeah, but why?
That's part of the
why do they have to be? Can't he change that? Can't he just be like, okay, you don't have to suffer infinitely for your finite actions, because that's a more fair, just thing to do that doesn't cause unnecessary suffering. Because causing unnecessary suffering is illogical, inhumane, and frankly quite tyrannical.
Well, I mean, that's coming from your opinion, right? I mean,
okay, but
we don't make the rules.
Okay, all you are saying is that God is right because God said so. That is your entire argument. That's not an argument. You have to explain why.
It is.
Okay.
Well, I'm not God.
But okay, so again, I can make the same argument, okay? So why is it the case that, you know, so let's say I believe in the flying spaghetti monster, okay? And and my reason for believing in the flying spaghetti monster is because I haven't found any contradictions in the gospel of the flying spaghetti monster, okay? And the flying spaghetti monster says he's real in the gospel of the flying spaghetti monster. So why is that categorically different from your argument?
Because you'd have to show me some shred of evidence that there's a book that talks about a flying spaghetti monster.
Hold on. Why is your standard of evidence for Christianity low? Hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on. Why
I'm
is
not
your
saying this there?
Hold on. Why is your standard
No,
of
I'm just saying
evidence?
it's really
Hold on.
hard to like have a conversation with
Okay,
them 'cause it's,
no
like,
one
always
cares. No one
interrupting you and
cares.
coming
No
up
one
with
cares. No one cares. No one cares.
weird, like-
Just go on.
Yeah.
Word game.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
So why is your standard of evidence for the Christian God lower than the standard of evidence for any other religion, whether it be Islam or the flying spaghetti monster?
Well, we can probably pretty much abolish the flying spaghetti monster thing because we don't have a. But I understand what you're saying. But like I'll go back to again is I've got the Word of God, and I haven't found contradictions in the Word of God.
Okay, I've got the Word of Allah, and I haven't found any contradictions in the Quran. So why should I convert to Christianity?
Well, where is the prophets of Allah right now?
I don't think it. Yeah. So
Dead.
So what?
In the grave.
That's not a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. I'm not saying it's a contradiction. But
Well,
you're
you said
asking me
a
what's
standard-
different.
Wait,
But you're asking me what's different.
No, I'm asking you why I should convert to Christianity, right? Why is Christianity better than Islam? Why is it the case that there's somehow more evidence or more logical reasons to be Christian?
I'm not comparing what's better or what's more interesting or more fun.
No, it's not about whether or not it's interesting. It's about why have you set a different standard for what you should or for Christianity and every other religion? Why is it the case that without even knowing anything about Islam, you have automatically decided that Christianity is the correct religion and not Islam?
Because Christianity is the only religion that has a risen Savior who died for the sins of the world, who has an empty grave.
So?
Also,
has it even been... Also, I don't think that whether or not somebody is whether or not the Bible says that oh, well, you see, the Bible says that Jesus rose from the dead. Again, that's not evidence, right? You have to presuppose that the Bible is correct, right? I don't make that presupposition because there's no logical reason for me to. All you are doing is presupposing that the Judeo-Christian God is the correct one and that Jesus rose from the dead because you said so and the Bible said so. That's your entire argument.
Okay, well, let's look at the Book of Mormon. We'll look at the Book of Jehovah Witnesses. Okay, the Bibles that they stand on are full of contradictions, and those I have read, those I've looked into, and like I said, I haven't read the Quran. I don't know, about the Quran.
So wouldn't you? So why would you make that conclusion then? Why would you conclude that it's wrong without even reading it?
I didn't say it was wrong.
Okay,
I just said I can't make an argument.
Well, obviously, having an Islamic worldview and having a Christian one are mutually exclusive, right? So you would be, whether you realize it or not, saying that Islam is incorrect by saying that Christianity is correct, but you don't even know what Islam is. For all you know.
Well, I know what it is.
Right.
I mean, I know what they believe, and I know what it is.
Hold on, your standard of believing something is not being able to find any contradictions, but you haven't found an actual contradiction or anything like that in the Quran. So, again, if
well,
that's
have
your
you
standard,
found one
then,
in the
then
Bible?
Yeah.
Have you found one in the Bible?
Yes, I already explained. And
well, no.
Hold on,
You explained.
I explained the contradictory philosophy of an all-forgiving God. Hold on, an all-forgiving God being the most unforgiving entity in the entire universe is
that's
a
not
contradiction, right?
But then,
hold on. The reason you say it's not a contradiction, the only reason you say it's not a contradiction is because it's in the Bible, therefore it must automatically be correct, right? But that's not an argument.
No, you're telling me it's a contradiction that all-loving God could send somebody to hell, right?
For eternity? Yeah, that's not a very loving thing to do. That's what you do to somebody you hate, not somebody you love.
Well, what about the fact that he did send his son to die on the cross? Now, you're forgetting that. Well, what about that? I mean, what do you consider that?
Wait. So wait.
Is that an act of hatred?
Wait. Him doing one act of love automatically justifies all of his acts of obvious hate and blatant hatred, right? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
One act of love? That is one act of love I'm talking about, but the Bible is full of many acts of love that God has done.
Okay,
well, you keep stopping me.
Hold on. Why is it the case? Because you talk a lot slower than I do, right? So
what's that?
Because
what'd you say?
Well, hold on. You talk a lot slower than I do, so I'm obviously going to be able to get a lot more information across in the same period of time. So that might be the case. So just talk faster if you want to say more.
Plus the fact I can't get 2 words in without you talking over the top of me. I need to finish what I'm saying before I can move on.
Right? So I'm giving. What difference does that make? Well, hold on. If I give you the same amount of time that I give myself, then I'm going to say a lot more because I talked at like 2 times the speed that you talk at, right?
Yeah, you do sound like you're in fast forward mode.
Sure. Yeah. So again, you have just randomly asserted that it is somehow a loving thing to cause somebody infinite suffering, to be tortured for eternity. Would you do that to somebody that you love?
No,
Why not?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said,
wait. Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I what?
Why wouldn't you torture one of your loved ones? If they reject you, why don't you torture them? They shouldn't have rejected you, right?
God doesn't torture his loved ones. He tortures those he sends to hell. People who reject him. People.
So wait, hold on. If somebody rejects me and I torture them, is that a morally justifiable thing for me to do?
Can you just let me finish? Just let me get to the end of the sentence.
So I asked you a question, and this.
But you haven't. You don't let me finish it. Okay.
Because you don't let me finish the question. And you go on a 40-minute tangent.
I'm not going on a 40-minute tangent. I'm trying to answer a question. You ask me a question, I get 2 words, and you start on another one. Let me finish the question. Okay. Let me finish. Okay.
That's his debate strategy.
What?
He can't actually argue, so he has to interrupt people.
Like what I was trying to tell you is the fact that you're looking at the angry, wrathful side of God. Okay. And you're building your case of who God is, who the Christian faith is, on the fact that all this God is a God who sends people to hell. Right?
Well, that's not all he is, but that's a big characteristic of him, is it not? That's like a big part of him.
That's a big characteristic in your mind. In my mind, it's not.
Hold on. If I was God, I would do things better, right? I would cause way more human happiness. I would decrease suffering. I wouldn't cause unnecessary suffering infinitely for finite actions.
But can I ask you something?
Wait. Why is it the case that I'm more compassionate than your God?
Can I ask you something?
Answer the question first and then ask me.
What would you think of God if he made everybody mindless robots? See, God gave us free will to choose to obey or disobey him. Otherwise, we would pretty much be mindless robots, right?
I would think, well...
Then what would you think of God then?
Well, I wouldn't think, because I would be a mindless robot. But in that case, from an outside perspective, I would say, I guess it depends on whether or not it maximizes utility, right? So if it's the case that it decreases the net happiness minus suffering, then that would be bad. If it increases it, then that would be good.
Okay, I'm still trying to finish my answer to your.
So I already answered. I already answered your question just now. So I'll go on. Actually, go on.
Yeah. So okay, there is that side. You got to understand the attributes of God. Okay, God is a just God. God is a holy God. God is a righteous God. God will punish sin, but he doesn't randomly, enjoyably punish sin and just throw people into hell for fun. Okay. So God gives everybody. Wait, just let me finish. God gives every person an opportunity to repent, to turn to him, spend eternity in heaven through the Lord Jesus Christ. When Jesus died on the cross, salvation was open to whoever would come to him.
Okay, so let's say
people reject God, people curse God, and people. Why would you want to spend eternity in heaven with a God you hate? And then you turn around and tell me how awful God is because he sends people to hell.
Hold on. So all right, I'll give you a really straightforward example, okay? See if you have like some semblance of common sense. So if somebody is let's say you take an atheist, okay? This person is a staunch atheist, but they do a little bit more good than bad. They're not a bad person. They help people. They've donated to the poor sometimes. They're a decent person, aside from whatever, them not being Christian. And then, do you think that after 2 billion years of them being in hell for not believing in God, that it is just for them to stay in hell?
Yes.
That's a fucking insane position. That's genuinely insane.
It's not my position. It's what God said.
Okay,
and it's because people reject him.
All you are doing is doing an appeal to authority. You are saying that God is right because God is the most powerful entity in the universe. That is your entire argument, and that is not a good moral argument, okay? That's
but
just
on the
asserting.
other end of it...
So, for instance, do you believe that Hitler was more morally correct than all of the Jews he killed on the basis of him having more power?
It doesn't matter who's morally correct.
It
really doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. It does, right? So
if you want
to argue about the morality of God, then you have to explain why he is morally correct. You can't just assert, well, he's God, therefore he must be correct, right? You have to make it like an actual argument.
I'm trying to, but it in God's eyes, because God is holy, it doesn't matter if you're Hitler, a Jew, if you're a little granny who sinned once. It's one sin that will keep you out of heaven, because God is a holy God and a just God. It doesn't matter where you come from.
No, that's not just. That's the opposite of just, right? Again, this whole idea of, it's like, okay, so if God deliberately went out of his way to make humans imperfect sinners, because obviously he knew that was going to happen because he's omnipresent. So when he created Adam and Eve, he
God made imperfect sinners?
Hold on. Yes, he made sinners. Yes, he knew exactly what was going to happen consequentially when he created Adam and Eve. He knew they were going to sin. Hold on. Wait, if he is omnipresent, then it must be the case. It must be the case that he would know that Adam and Eve are going to sin and cause all this shit, right? So why is it the case? Yeah, so if that's the case, then he deliberately created humanity to be imperfect, right? So based on it's by default we're not worthy of going to heaven, even though he's the one that created us this way. This is fucking stupid, right? It doesn't make any sense. It's illogical, right?
Your reasoning's kind of twisted around there. God didn't create mankind in a sinful condition. Man chose to sin and rebel against God.
He knew that was gonna happen, right? So
all he had to do. Have you read the book of Revelation?
All he had to do was not unnecessarily create a temptation that not only was there a temptation of eating the fruit, but he also had the devil manipulate them. So obviously they're victims of the devil's manipulation, and then because they are victims of the devil, that automatically means that humanity has to suffer forever, all because of one thing that the devil manipulated a couple dumb people into. Like this is a completely illogical stance, right? You have to acknowledge that.
It's not illogical. I mean, man sinned against God. I mean, that's just the way it is.
I didn't know initially, right? But it's not my. Well, hold on. It's not my fault that Adam and Eve sinned, and it's not my fault that I was born as a sinner. Okay, that's not within my control. So, again, this is completely illogical.
Well, that's why God sent Jesus. Okay, I know it's not your fault. It's not my fault. But I tell you what, if Adam and Eve wouldn't have sinned, do you think somebody else would have? I mean,
I don't know. It depends on whether or not God made humans perfect.
You know, the question I asked you just a little bit ago, have you read the book of Revelation?
I might have.
Do you know much about it?
I might have read bits and pieces of it. I used to go to church a lot.
Would you ever be interested in picking it up and reading the last couple chapters?
I suppose I could do that. Do you want to briefly explain what you're trying to get at, though?
Yeah. I'm gonna back up, and you gotta let me finish here, though. Okay.
All right.
Okay. In the beginning, God created, and we talked about that, right? Adam and Eve. He made, they were without sin at the time, and he gave them opportunity, obey or disobey. They disobeyed. Sin entered the world. The curse entered the world. God's redemption story right through the Bible. He sent Jesus. And the book of Revelation, the last 2 chapters, talk about how God is going to restore the new heaven and the new earth back to those conditions. So a loving God, or let me say a hateful, revengeful, wrathful God wouldn't do something like that. A hateful God wouldn't have said Jesus. He would have said, Adam and Eve sinned, I'm done with them.
Okay, so do you think it could be the case that he's neither completely loving nor completely hateful, and that he's somewhere in between?
I wouldn't use the word hateful. I would use God as all loving, and I would use the words, right? And God is all holy and all righteous. Okay. The fact that if you think of it this way: if you're standing in a courtroom and the judge is going to pass a verdict, you know the guy's guilty, right? He's committed all these crimes, heinous crimes. I'm not talking about traffic tickets, heinous crimes. The judge says, you know what? I'm feeling good today. I'm just going to let you go. Would that be a just judge?
Well, the reason that would be
absolutely
unjust...
not.
Well, hold on. Wait, the symmetry breaker here is if you just let them back into society, they're going to cause more harm, which would decrease utility, right? But
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the judge at the time here.
Wait, hold on. If the judge does that, then they are increasing the amount of harm that would be caused because that person... Because if people commit crimes, it tends to be the case that they're more likely to commit crimes in the future, right? However...
But you didn't answer this.
Hold on. If somebody is sent... No, I'm answering it right now. If somebody is sent to hell, then it's going to be the case that no harm is being prevented.
But would they be a just judge?
No, because they would be causing harm. That's
absolutely not. No. And if God just let everybody go, would he be a just God? No.
Yes, because it no. Wait, no. I already explained the symmetry breaker here, right? The reason it's categorically different is due to the fact that sending people to hell doesn't prevent harm.
God isn't out to prevent harm. He's out.
But why is he in favor?
Punishment.
Yeah, but the punishment doesn't even fit the crime. So even if you wanted to take the eye for an eye approach, it still is illogical, right? It's like, oh yeah, how about 1 billion eyes for an eye? No, that's fucking stupid, right? But
so let me ask you
this: that's what God is in favor of.
You think people deserve heaven?
I think that. Wait, hold on. I don't think people deserve hell, right? There's a distinction there. This dichotomy doesn't exist, right? So it could be the case that they deserve nothing.
It kind of does, though. If they don't deserve heaven, then what do they deserve?
Nothing. It could
be
the case
they don't deserve hell.
Wait, hold on. It could be the case that they deserve neither. This dichotomy is false. It doesn't exist.
So you don't believe in heaven or hell?
Right. Well, obviously, no, I don't. Well, obviously, no, I'm not religious.
Well, it's not really obvious. I don't know that.
Okay, so for instance, well, if I'm doing an internal critique here, I'm going to, yeah. So if somebody is a bad person, for instance, I don't think it serves any utility to send them to hell for eternity, right? Even if you want to take the... Hold on. Even if you want to take an approach of retributive justice, even if that's something you believe in, then you would have to acknowledge that if the punishment doesn't fit the crime, then it's not fair, right? So, for instance, if somebody steals a candy bar and you chop their hand off, that's not a fair punishment, right? But in the eyes of God, it would be, right?
Can I just ask you something? This is more on a personal level. How come you're so stuck on the wrath of God and sending people to hell, and you just you don't really acknowledge
because it's wrong.
Well, how come you don't acknowledge at all the fact that what God did do to save you from hell?
To save me while sending, millions and millions and millions of innocent people? Or
No. That wasn't the question. The question was, why are you breezing over what God did for you specifically?
For me specifically?
That you wouldn't have to go to hell.
Wait, hold on. First of all, it could be the case that the reason that I'm an atheist is due to the fact that I have a certain brain chemistry that God created that causes me to think in a certain way, right? And because the chemical reactions within my brain react in a certain way with the environment around it, and because I was deliberately and meticulously placed in that environment by God, he is setting me up for failure. He knows I'm going to go to hell before I even exist. How is that just?
99% of people that I talk to who claim to be atheists are actually just mad at God. It isn't that they don't believe he's there.
No, I'm agnostic.
I'm just telling you.
First of all,
I'm just telling you.
Hold on. First of all, it's agnosticism, and secondly, it has more to do with the fact that I have way more compassion for sentient life forms and conscious entities than
Wait a minute.
God does, right?
Wait a minute. How many of your kids did you ever send to die for the sins of the world? You've got more compassion than God.
Wait, hold on.
No, you answer me that.
Wait. For people that go to hell, yes, I do.
But
the fact that God causes infinite. Hold on. The fact that God causes infinite suffering is reprehensible. But let's say tomorrow morning I woke up and I was God, and God was less powerful than me. guess what? I would not send him to suffer for eternity. No matter how despicable I might think that he is, no matter how bad I think it is that he sent people to hell for eternity, I wouldn't send him to hell, and I would release everybody else from hell, okay? Because why? Because I'm more compassionate. I actually care about conscious beings.
You're more compassionate, but you're also not a holy God.
I don't think it matters. Your definition of holy is just based on what the Bible says. No, it doesn't.
Well, yeah, it's based on what the Bible says. What else would I base it off of?
Okay.
I mean, so what's happening right now is
you could base it off of intuition, logic, reasoning, anything. Right? It doesn't matter, right? So for instance, if you don't believe that your say your cognition is a worthwhile means of obtaining truth, you are aware of the fact that your cognition is what you use to determine whether or not Christianity was worth following, right?
But you haven't answered my question, and the question is an answer to the question you asked me.
Okay, what's your question again?
How come you? Well, why did you breeze over the fact of what God did to keep people from hell?
Because there's plenty. Wait. Because there's plenty of things that there's so many things that he did that were bad, right? So just because he did some good things doesn't automatically mean that all of the bad things magically disappear, right? So just because Hitler did a few good things for the economy doesn't automatically mean that he was a good guy, right? It doesn't, reduce the amount of bad that he did. Okay, the same logic applies here.
You think God has done a lot of bad?
Yes, causing infinite suffering for many individuals is bad. I know, it's crazy.
If I went out and I ran in front of a truck and got hit, can I blame my family for that?
What?
And why I'm saying that is because you're saying God is causing
hold on. If your family pushed
but you didn't let me finish.
Whoa, hold on.
No.
If your family was all powerful and could stop you from being hit by a truck, and they shoved you in front of a truck, then yeah, that would be pretty fucking bad.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're kind of saying God is doing, and he's not. He's not shoving people into hell. Right now, listen, hell was created for the devil and his demons. It wasn't intended for people, but people rebelled against God.
Hold on. Obviously,
people rejected.
Whoa, hold on. It obviously is the case that it is made with humans in mind, because if God is omnipresent and all-knowing, then he knows everything that has happened, that is happening, and that is going to happen. Therefore, when he created hell, he knew exactly who was going to be in hell and who was going to be in heaven. This is something he's always known because he's omnipresent, right? You wouldn't disagree with that, right?
But what I'm trying to tell, God is omnipresent, all-knowing. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
But what I'm trying to say is that God gives every individual an opportunity to repent and not go to hell. And this is what I'm trying to ask you is why won't you acknowledge that?
Because if the consequence for not taking a finite opportunity is infinite and there's nothing you can do to go back, that's not forgiveness. That's just, I'll give you wait. I'll give you an infinite.
Let me ask you something.
I'm not done yet. I will. This is equivalent to being like, here, let me give you an infinitesimally small window of time that you can use to obtain forgiveness. And if you don't use this infinitesimally small window, when you're a dumb human who doesn't know what the fuck is going on, then you have to suffer for eternity, no matter how much you fucking regret it, no matter how much forgiveness you want, you don't get any, and I will just disregard you no matter how much you change, how much your soul changes, etc. That's what that's equivalent to.
Your soul isn't gonna change in hell. But what I'm trying to tell you is, right now, if I said, what's your name again? What's your first name? Callie?
Mm.
If I were to tell you right now, if you trusted in Jesus Christ as your Savior, repented of your sins, asked God to forgive you, that you could be guaranteed to go into heaven right now. You don't have to live this infinite small life like you said and wait.
Wait, hold on.
This moment, you could know if you're going to heaven.
Wait, no, it would just be a presupposition, right? I would just be presupposing that the Christian God is the correct one, right? But you haven't given me a...
I'm just telling you. But I'm just telling you,
you haven't given me a logical reason. Wait, hold on. You have not given me a logical reason to believe in God, nor has anybody, right? Why? Because there isn't definitive evidence or proof that God exists. It's entirely faith-based, which is inherently irrational.
You live in the evidence that God exists. I mean, how do you think this world got here? No, this is not evident.
Wait.
Well,
randomly, because I don't know exactly how the universe was created does not automatically mean that it must be the Christian God, right? It could be any God, not just the Christian one, not to mention the fact that it could be something else entirely, right? It is not logical.
What other God claimed to create the universe? There isn't another one.
So wait,
unless you believe in aliens.
Yeah, maybe aliens created the universe. There's no proof that they didn't, right? So,
Well,
again,
yeah, Genesis
so-
1:1 proves they didn't. In the beginning,
no, it
God
doesn't.
created the
No,
heavens
it
and
just
the earth. Well, it
wait,
does.
no, it just says that they didn't. It doesn't mean that it's proof, okay? I can say anything. That doesn't automatically mean it's proof.
But you see, you kind of skirt over my questions. And the
No,
one I asked you,
no,
about
no.
Jesus.
I
Yeah.
didn't. No, I answered your questions.
The one I asked you
just
about
didn't- no,
Christ is if
no,
you trusted
no,
him,
I
it's
answered,
in a matter of
I
seconds.
answered your questions. You just didn't like the answer.
Oh, it doesn't affect my soul. I mean, you're the one who's rejecting God. But what I'm telling you is,
Do you
I'm on
know
the
how-
phone
okay,
right now.
So let's say,
because
let's say God.
can you just let me finish
Wait, hold
this
on. Let's say
question,
I
this sentence really quick?
Let's say I rejected God. Okay, well, why did he reject the thousands of people that want forgiveness after they're already in hell?
Can I just finish what I was going to say to you?
Answer the question and then finish.
John, what was your question again?
Okay, so why would it be wrong for me to reject God, but not for God to reject the millions and millions and millions of souls that want forgiveness once they're already in hell?
Well, it's too late once you're in hell. God gives you the opportunity when you're on earth. I mean, who wouldn't repent when they're in hell? I mean,
but wait,
God wants
wait.
you to trust him here.
Wait, that's the fucking point. That's why it's unjust. You're not understanding. That is literally the argument against God.
You, it's not
because
just.
obvious. No, it's just not just period by any reasonable, consistent moral framework.
Right, and that's why you're not God, because you're making up the rules here, and God makes up the rules. But what I was trying to
wait. Aside from an appeal to authority, why is it the case that God's rules are somehow categorically better than mine? Because saying that, oh, well, he's the most powerful entity in the universe is not a good argument. You have to explain why his are more logical than mine. You have to explain the logic behind them and why he is a not only a God that exists, but also why he is morally correct, perfect, and just.
Because the word of God says he is.
Okay, well, I say I am. So it's a non-argument.
You say you're perfectly just?
Yeah, what if I say that?
And all-powerful and all-knowing?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm a different God that's possessing the body and voice of another human being.
All right,
that's
what's
to you
my
right
birthday?
now.
What's my favorite color? What's the name of the flea on Napoleon's
you
cat's
see, you're
back?
supposed to. You see,
then you tell me you're God.
you're just supposed to have faith. You're supposed to have faith. Shouldn't you just have blind faith that I'm God?
Well, I'm trying to get to this point where
isn't it funny how if I say hold on, isn't it funny how if I say that I'm God, that you ask me for evidence? Isn't that crazy?
I didn't ask you for evidence.
Yes, you did. You literally did. You said, okay, what's my birthday? That is asking for evidence, right? So if I am God, then surely I would know what your birthday is. That's a reasonable question.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for evidence,
by your own standards, right? It would be the case that it would be reasonable for me to say, okay, God, if you exist up there, wherever the fuck you are, come down to earth and like reassure me that you're real, and then I'll follow you. Otherwise, I'll assume you're not.
What
real,
about the
right?
prophecies in the Bible that have come true? The 300 and some prophecies.
How do you know
just
that
about Christ alone?
Wait, how do you know
because they were fulfilled in Jesus?
How do you know they were fulfilled in Jesus?
I mean, even
how do you know? How do you know?
Well, I'm trying to answer. Even the atheists acknowledge the fact that Jesus was a real person.
Right, but that's not relevant. Wait, hold on. You can acknowledge that Jesus is a real person.
Jesus was born.
Wait.
Jesus
Hold on. I never argued that Jesus wasn't a person that ever existed, right? I just don't think that there's sufficient evidence to automatically come to the conclusion that he's divine.
Okay. But you're still haven't answered the question when I ask you, why do you skirt over the acts of love that God has done? Why do you skirt over the fact that God,
because he's done acts of hate?
That God has me on the phone with you right now, telling you about the redemption story, what he did in Jesus.
He causes so many souls infinite suffering for their finite actions. Once again, I don't think that is just. Okay, I don't care how many good. Hold on, I don't care how many. Hold on,
you're the one talking about.
Hold on, I don't care how many good things your God does. They also do infinitely bad things. Okay, if they cause infinite suffering for when it doesn't actually prevent any harm and it only causes harm, that is a bad thing. Okay, I don't care if you do other things that are good. Okay, if you're doing something that is infinitely bad like that, yeah, that's a bad thing.
So you don't think God should punish sin?
Not infinitely, no.
So what do you think would be a good amount of time?
I think that the maximum would be they experience the amount of suffering that they caused. That would be the absolute maximum.
The suffering who caused the people?
Yeah, so let's say you take an individual, okay? And they caused X amount of suffering, okay? And okay, then it could be the case that if they cause X amount of suffering, then they experience X amount of suffering, right? So someone like Hitler might be in hell for like 1,000,000 years or something, right? But that's not infinite, right? So, and it might be the case that, oh, okay, I caused like a little bit of suffering, you know, I've been an asshole to people that didn't necessarily deserve it before, you know, I've lashed out at people, I've had anger issues, okay, maybe I experienced the other end of that, before either my soul disappears or I go to heaven, right? I would be okay with that, to at least to an extent. I wouldn't like it, I would prefer it if people didn't experience any unnecessary suffering, but at least then it's like, okay, there's some logical basis behind it, right? But experiencing infinitely like an infinite amount of suffering for your finite actions is just mathematically illogical.
So you would like a God on your terms.
Wait, hold on, wait.
You would like a God who's on your terms, right?
What do you mean on my terms, right? Like, again,
well, you just explained to me. You just explained to me what
I explained to you a logical, a potential, like if you really are in favor of retributive justice, that could be, you know, like if I just pretend
I'm not
like
in favor of it. I mean,
well,
I didn't make up the rules. I didn't make up hell.
Okay,
I just follow what God says in His word.
Okay, so why is what God says right? Again, you're just going in circles. Oh, well, it's correct because God says it is. Okay. Yeah, so what if God says it is?
Because the Bible says it is. I mean, that's my basis.
So wait,
wait,
hold on. If you used your own cognition to determine whether or not the Bible is worth following, couldn't you also use your own cognition to determine whether or not the morals of the Bible are worth following?
My own cognition to determine that?
Yeah.
I mean, do I have an opinion on whether I like people going to hell? Absolutely not. I mean, that's why I'm here telling you to repent of your sins and trust in Jesus, because I don't want to see you go to hell.
Okay, but I don't trust you know, gods that are, you know, obviously tyrants, right? So let's say that your God is real. Why the fuck would I trust, you know, somebody that threatens to send me to hell for eternity? It's like, I don't want to believe that that's a real God that exists, right? I don't want to believe that there's the amount of, well, hold on, I don't want to believe that there's like some I mean, I would consider it to be evil entity out there that has deliberately designed everything in a way that causes infinite suffering for so many souls. It's like, whatever, what are these, lost souls that you know, didn't know any better? I mean, yeah, basically. So like, what if let's say there are two possible scenarios, right? Okay, let's say that in one scenario I'm an atheist for my entire life, and then I get hit by a car when I'm 40. But if I don't get hit by a car, I become a staunch Christian when I'm 42. Why would it be the case that, you know, me dying when I'm 40, that extra 2 years would make it me experience infinite good or whatever instead of infinite bad, when in reality I would have done the same thing no matter what if I didn't die, right? Like, again, this is completely illogical.
Well, I keep coming back to this, but again, why do you refuse to see the other end of the coin?
Wait, I've seen the other end of the coin. It's not enough. So unless
really
you can
haven't.
Hold on, can you provide me with a new argument, because I'm about to end stream soon. So unless you can say something revolutionary that I've never heard before, I'm just going to remove you from the call and end stream.
I mean, unfortunately, the gospel is pretty straightforward, you know, and what Jesus did. I mean, just, well, I mean, understanding.
So is the gospel of the fly. So is the gospel of the flying spaghetti monster. Very straightforward. Clearly depicts the flying spaghetti monster being correct. Holy shit! That was fucking AIDS. Oh my god. I think I have AIDS now. Maybe God gave me AIDS because I was arguing against him. You know what? Yeah, maybe that's the case. Anyways. I don't know. Anyone? Oh my god, this random is saying dumb shit in chat. But I could have kept going, but we weren't getting anywhere. Right? It's just Oh boy. Bro, you are so brain dead. Why? Because you say so? Most logical theist, true. You need to watch Matt Dillahunty sometime. Yeah, I don't know anything about them. Oh, here's another random spamming. Okay. Get rid of all the randoms. Every religion has a creation story. He's wrong. Fake pastor alert. It could be the case that he's wrong about every religion while being a pastor. It's not impossible. I mean, I wish you debated an actual theologist. I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I missed the first 4 hours. Yeah. Pastor was an embarrassment. Yeah. Those were, like, such bad arguments. Like, I don't... You would think that a pastor would, like, say something smart, right? Give a good argument. I mean, hell, I remember having a, I don't know if I'd say it was a debate or more of, like, a discussion. But I had, like, or at least it started out as, like, a similar discussion with somebody way closer to my age. Not like a pastor or anything. College student that's a Christian. Way smarter. Way better arguments. Now, I still ended up disagreeing with them, right? And I still had better arguments than they did. But, like, they were able to present some decent points, if nothing else, right? You know, in terms of their actual ability to argue, they were decent, right? Say Sir Femyoz? Thank you, Sir Femyoz. That bloody spammer was lagging my tablet. Oh, damn. Good thing I banned them. They sound like Baptist arguments? Yeah. You made an absolute fool of yourself? Oh my god, you're actually delusional, Mr. Pigeon. Mr. Pigeon, you're delusional. I'm sorry. That's a fact. You're very delusional. You made a fool of yourself, and then your dad also made a fool of himself. Not nearly as much as you. At least your dad was, like, not schizo. You know, your dad wasn't nearly as much of a schizoid as you. But, it's like, I don't know, I feel like your dad wasn't able to engage with any of the actual questions. All you would do in response every single time I brought up a good point or argument is, well, it's just because God said it's just. And it's like, okay, so you're just saying it's just because God said it's just because God is real, because the Bible says God is real, because the Bible is somehow a reliable source even though there's no evidence, because there was a guy named Jesus one time, and you agree that there's a guy named Jesus, right? So that automatically means that he must have been divine. It's like, okay... Yeah, okay, that's totally a logical argument. I sent something relevant in the VC chat. Actual meaning of hell is the destruction of a soul. The pit of fire was in reference to a real-life pit of fire in Greece or Rome. It was mentioned to explain that bad souls are like garbage being destroyed in the fire. Yeah, that would be a more reasonable take than anything the pastor said. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that the souls should experience suffering as they're being destroyed either. Even if he had just conceded and been like, okay, maybe it should be the case that they experienced the amount of suffering they caused. It's like, we could have gotten somewhere, right? It's like, nah, he's too far gone. It's like, I mean, he's not nearly in flat earth territory, I don't think, but, kind of hard to talk when you kept interrupting him. Really? If I already know what he's gonna say, and then occasionally I interrupt him and argue against what he's already said and what he's gonna continue repeating himself by saying, because I let him... There were instances where I just let him keep talking, and then he added nothing of value whenever I did that. So I was like, okay, I'll let you talk for around the same amount of time that I talk, and I'll be the one controlling the conversation, because if I don't, it's just gonna be him talking at me, right? Whereas I'm way more engaging, right? I engaged with his questions and vice versa, right? But he was being evasive, right? And then asking me questions that were not relevant. Where do they find you? Is it Cheeto's Audience Bible Thumpers? Yes. Not really sure. He kept talking about books or something. Yeah. He's like, oh yeah, the Bible said that the Bible is correct. That's how you know it is. It's like, yeah, okay. And I said that I'm correct, and the Quran says that it's correct. It's not a fucking argument. You really are a lost cause? That's all I have to say? Yeah, okay. Neither you nor your dad, who's a fucking pastor, made a single compelling argument. It's just might equals right but only sometimes. It's like, okay, like, if, like, I tried giving the example of, okay, let's say that me and God were equally powerful. Why is your God more correct than me if I was God, right? Like, that there's not, like, no, there's no logical response given. Cheeto scammed the Cheeto, true. El Cheeto, also true. Oh, man. That, I haven't done a, like, I haven't done a debate on religion in a while, but, oof. I mean, it could have been worse. Could have been worse. I don't know. I mean, the fact that, like, that's, like, the extent of his worldview, he basically has the same view as Darth Dawkins. He's just not good at making good arguments. So, yeah, I don't know. If he was, like, articulate to the extent of Darth Dawkins, he still would have lost, but, yeah, I don't know. See, I wanna rematch Darth Dawkins now. It's like, holy shit, I forgot how easy this is. It's like, oh my god. It's like, oh, they just randomly assert shit, and you just get to say, oh, well, you don't have evidence, and here's why this is illogical. Here's another internal inconsistency. Here's another internal inconsistency. Please tell me one bad argument he made. I literally just fucking did. He was literally saying that God is just and real, and he's just because he's real, and he's real because the Bible says so, which is real because I've decided on my own that the Bible is real, as opposed to all of the other religions that I have no evidence against, that I think that Christianity is categorically different from, even though I haven't read a single page of the Quran, and also, might equals right, but only when God does it, and also, it's like, he just went on and on with such shit arguments, and yeah, it's not bad to cause infinite suffering, if you also do some other things that are good, so that means that it's not bad anymore. It's like, no, the bad still exists, it doesn't magically disappear, right? So that's why it's, yeah. Darth Dawkins is hilarious? Yes, he is. It's quite funny watching him get mad. See, I'm mad that I think he blocked me, or, like, maybe his DMs were only, open because he was, like, in my server or something, or in this, and then maybe he left, but I'm so sad because I was gonna tell him, like, I was gonna have a rematch, this was kind of a while ago, too, but I was gonna ask him for a rematch and tell him that I actually converted to Islam, but then instead of defending Islam, I would just make flying spaghetti arguments to make him mad. Did you actually need to face him again? Do you think he would face me? Dude, imagine the ultimate rematch 1 year later. Me versus Darth Dawkins. I want it to be, like, exactly a year later or something. For it to be, like, cool, And then it's like, I come with, like, the most prepared argument. Darth Dawkins prepares more than usual. We both, it's just like, and then I shit on him. He gets destroyed, It's like, it's at the start, it's, like, kind of evenly matched, but then I start really, carrying myself through the discussion. He just gets destroyed. I need to do that. You can trust the Bible, but you actually need to read and think about the Bible past surface level. See, but that's the thing, right? Is if you trust the Bible, all you are doing is you are trusting your own cognition, and you have trusted your own decision, in deciding to believe that the Bible is worth following, that the Bible is logical, but that's something that you decide for yourself with your own cognition, right? The same way I've used my own cognition to decide that it's not worth following because it's illogical and there's inconsistencies, right? So at the end of the day, it's really just going to be one person's cognition versus another, right? That's why the appeal to authority arguments don't work. But yeah. Anyways. We need to remember it was only troll stream. Yeah. Could you imagine? Darth Dawkins versus Darth Vader chokes him to death and the argument is won. Yeah. Femyoz, you should argue with Mr. Batman. He's even funnier than Darth. I don't know who Mr. Batman is. I'm gonna have to research him. I mean, he is eloquent, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I don't know. UTTP are the worst kind of group than a Cheeto, which is the biggest argument against all of the YouTubers. Damn. I mean, I'm gonna end stream, but like, he's older than Darth, I think. Oh god, he's a fossil. Holy shit. You're right, and I guess should consider myself lucky that the Bible aligns with my morals. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing, right? Is the reason you believe in the Bible is not because the Bible is worth following, it's because it's aligned with your morals for the most part, right? And because you pick and choose things that are aligned with your morals while ignoring some of the more yikesy things in there, right? Like, for instance, God committing genocide, you know? Shit like that. Or, sorry, he ordered Moses to commit genocide. Same shit. Like Hitler ordered, well, Hitler didn't commit genocide, he ordered the Nazis to do it, so the Nazis did it. Yeah, okay. No, he committed genocide, same thing God did. I don't know if it's